Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
When he watched the gap, Link barked, still firing. He'd increased speed, using bullets to cut down Chitauri soldiers before their weapons could track him. Bullets still worked, simple, brutal, effective. When he missed, Stark's energy blasts filled the gap and hit incoming craft. 200 rounds wasn't enough. The magazine clicked empty. Reload, Link snapped. Without missing a beat, he stripped the spent box and handed Stark a fully loaded flying board built of titanium alloy and nanotech. With a single click, the new rounds fed home and Stark took over the suppressing fire. Chitauri ships came in waves, but they couldn't punch through the two of them. Then a Villeton poured out of the rift, a huge lumbering transport. Link stopped firing. Small arms fire would barely scratch it. "I'll take that," Stark said. "You cover the gate. I can't deal with that thing," Link admitted, switching to an M249. He kept shooting, focusing on the smaller craft that tried to pour through the channel. He could have pushed his rate higher. He always could, but discretion mattered. He was a small cog in a bigger machine right now, and he wanted to keep it that way. Rounds emptied and were swapped with practiced speed. Link bounced between cover and firing lanes, his eyes searching for hostiles popping through the rift's blind spots. The Chitauri couldn't see him while inside the passage. That gave him an advantage, but it also meant they took terrible losses on the approach. "Stark, Lin, we're here." Thor's voice cut through the comm. He arrived with a Quinjet in tow. No Chitauri had yet touched ground. Below, streets were strewn with wreckage and bodies. Stark answered, "I've brought a heavy-hitter banners here." Link pointed toward the passage. "I'll hold the flank and pick off stragglers on the aircraft. They've got blind spots in the channel, but I'm burning ammo fast. Get Banner to reboot Dr. Selvig's systems, see if he can collapse the gate." "On it," Steve said. "Natasha, recon that corridor." Barton, high-altitude overwatch, feed Stark the coordinates. Thor, be ready to use lightning to cover Lin's fallback. Stark, pull the heavy hitters to this corridor, then pivot up to seal the rift. Don't let the aliens land. The plan was standard. Deny the Chitauri a foothold. The channel itself was a bottleneck, too narrow for Mothership, but narrow enough that troops could funnel through. That funnel was dangerous for both sides. Attackers had to commit to a point. Defenders had clear fields of fire if they held. Loki had failed to coordinate support. The helicarrier was diverting resources in the air. Thanos hadn't bothered to micromanage these cannon fodder troops. He kept his personal guards, his real threats back for later. Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Black Dwarf, ugly, lethal, and coming. Bruce nodded toward the crate Stark had dragged in. Hulk's up. Banner's skin went green. In seconds he surged into the monster. Hulk leapt like a catapult and slammed into the Villeton. Stark zipped low, scooped up Natasha and Barton, and zipped upward. Hawkeye switched positions to provide cover. His arrows punched holes in Chitauri armor where bullets couldn't find purchase. Link had one belt of ammo left. He called it out, guns hot and almost dry. "Thor, standby." Another Villeton burst from the channel, then three more, pouring through a moment later. Three more inbound. They're landing infantry, Link warned. "Fighter support inbound," Nick Fury replied. "Let the jets take the big ones." Missiles screamed in from above. Several Villetons took direct hits. Hulking transports went down in fire. Those inside barely had time to eject. The falling hulks would wreck city blocks where they landed, but it was preferable to letting them set down intact. Link watched as one massive transport aimed away from Stark Tower, as if the ships avoided demolishing anything critical, or maybe it was random. He thought the undercarriage looked vulnerable. "Ammo's almost gone. Thor's your fallback." Lightning forked across the sky. Thor hit the rift's mouth with God-forged energy. Bolts arced and seared through incoming craft. In an instant, the channel was clear. The last craft were blasted mid-transit. Thor's reserves faded. The thunderheads rolled off as the hero taxed his strength. Link skidded his skateboard down to a stop in front of the Stark Industries building, breathing hard, his M249 choking on heat. Around them, the city smoldered. The channel had been emptied, but that didn't mean the fight was over. The sky could reopen, or worse things could follow. For now, the Avengers held the bottleneck. Stark with his energy barriers, Thor with lightning, Hulk with crushing force, Natasha and Barton picking off stragglers, and Link small, lethal, and precise, mopping up what crawled through. He looked up as Stark shouted coordinates to the fighters. The team had bought the city a pause. That was all they could ask for. And in the quiet between blasts, with the channel briefly sealed, Link felt the cold, useful knowledge that the next wave might be worse, and that when it came, the city would need every ounce of whatever they could throw at it. Link slotted the machine gun back into the cruiser, swapped to an assault rifle, and clipped the skateboard to his back. He lifted off again, heading for the airspace above Stark Industries with the scepter in hand. "How's it look?" he asked over the comm. Doctor found a back door. There's a way to close the gate, Natasha replied. The device in your hand is on the same order as a cosmic cube. Point it where Selvig marks and insert it. You should be able to interfere with the cube's output. Link handed the scepter to Natasha. For a moment, it felt like the end game. The scientist had woken and the plan might work. Then the scepter flew out of her hand. Link froze. A pale, angular face hovered over the rooftop, ebony maw impossibly on earth and levitating above the table. I knew Loki would fail, Maw sneered. Lucky for them, he came himself. Before Link could react, togs of force slammed into the rooftop. Selvig and Natasha were ripped upward as if invisible hands had grabbed them. Link felt a pressure trying to seize his limbs. He dropped low and surged toward them. Tony, we've got a telekinetic, someone controlling people and objects. Link shouted. Chitauri tech or something else, Stark answered. We can blast the base of the machine, but if the field shields redirect the energy, I don't know where it'll go. Do it anyway, Link said. If the channel stays open, the consequences are worse. I'll try to steer any overflow. Thor, hold that, we'll need lightning on standby. Thor nodded and charged. Link dove in, grabbed Selvig and Natasha, and shoved them toward Stark's fallback zone. Alfred, working the suit systems remotely, took control of Link's suit and skateboard, while Link pushed upward again. Stark aimed a focused blast at the machine's undercarriage. The explosion tore away plating and ruptured the support structure. The portal trembled. For a breath, the energy column stuttered. Ebony Maw lunged to seize control of the rogue field, but lightning struck the air. Thor had arrived and hammered a bolt straight at Maw. The telekinetic staggered, his control wavered. The machine began to fail. Energy bled outward in angry tongues across the sky. Link's suit took the brunt, no visible damage, but his skateboard's drive systems glitched and died. Debris rained down. Link twisted, dodged, and snatched the fractured cosmic cube from the wreckage before it could tumble free. His body shivered as unstable energy licked through the cube. Alfred, repair the skateboard and stabilize my suit. Get me down, he barked. On it, came the reply as nanostructures crawled across the skateboard and the suit. Link squeezed the cube in gloved hands and, grimacing against the feedback, crushed it with a staccato crack. The space gem blinked, then was immediately wrapped in the suit's containment layers sealed at his belt. The portal collapsed. The last burst of energy had wrecked his skateboard, and Link dropped to the ground hard. He landed at the foot of Stark Tower, breathing alive, the pocketed stone heavy but contained. Machine is down, he reported. Final discharge knocked out my board. I had to land. Thor's handling that telekinetics, Stark shouted back. But that guy can control objects. Watch him. I'm coming to help. Link jogged into the tower. He didn't swap suits. He let the nano battlesuit remain functional while Alfred tucked the ruined skateboard into the car trunk. Selvig limped in after him, dazed but conscious. Natasha followed, scanning the sky. Link felt the cube, the space stone, vibrating faintly under the suit's containment. He'd wrapped it in vibranium-lined layers to keep gamma flux and other residues from leaking. The cube's shell crumbled to fragments in his hand. He'd made sure SHIELD would find nothing salvageable if they searched. Better they think it destroyed. Outside, the fight still raged. Ebony Maw hadn't been captured. He was abruptly pulled upward in a beam of light from the sky. Maw vanished, leaving the scepter knocked from his hands on the rooftop below. What the? Hawkeye breathed. Some gravity or tractor tech, Stark said, eyes hardened. There's a battleship in orbit. They just reclaimed him. Thor's voice cut through, tight with fire. They dare strike where Asgard guards, a provocation. When the Bifrost men's armies will answer. Link watched the light take Maw away and felt a tight knot of something he couldn't name. Relief, irritation, curiosity. Maw's sudden extraction meant Thanos' side had ships nearby, and whatever followed could be worse than the first wave. He sat in the car trunk, took out a cigarette and a flask, and exhaled. The city had been saved this round, but the sky had new players now. Whatever plan had brought Ebony Maw and the scepter here was broader than a single gate. Link had the space stone, at least the fragment he'd bagged, and that changed the board. He thought of Thanos. He thought of timing, of choices that didn't make sense. Why send Maw at all? Link's gut told him this was only the beginning. He stood, strapped in the repaired suit systems, and walked back outside. Keep your eyes up, he told no one in particular. We're not done. Link had to speak up and remind him, Tony, do you have a satellite? Oh, that's right. Stark then remembered that their Stark Industries had a satellite. Jarvis, adjust the satellite angle immediately and lock onto the position of the other spacecraft according to the tractor beam just now. Yes, sir. Jarvis started to act, and soon Tony Stark got his face changed. A huge spaceship with a ring-shaped luggage was accelerating and slowly moving away from the Earth. Then it disappeared with a whoosh. They left, Stark said. It was a strange shape, a donut-shaped spaceship. Why don't they just attack? Thor said. It should be the small spacecraft carried by Thanos' mothership. Who is Thanos? Asked Steve Rogers. He is a powerful being in the universe. The Chitauri are subservient to him. He has a large number of troops. Thor said he often looks for some planets and then slaughters half of the intelligent life on them. Every civilization in the universe calls him Thanos. Even some advanced civilizations dare not provoke him. This time it was more like a test from him, testing whether Asgard's Rainbow Bridge had been repaired. Loki must have told him that the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed. That's why he dared to come. Link was also thinking at this time, Ancient One is still there. Is Thanos also testing Ancient One? If the purpose was to test Ancient One, then sending Ebony Maw over would be a natural thing to do. After all, the mages would not care about the invasion of ordinary alien armies. Therefore, only by sending Ebony Maw over can we truly test Ancient One's attitude. It is inevitable that Thanos knows about Ancient One. After all, Camertage has existed for a long time and many people in the universe know her. Buzz. In the sky, a large number of Quinjet fighters landed. Coulson walked down wearing Ironmonger and Nick Fury walked behind him. Sure enough, it seemed like something was missing just now. Now I found out that it was Coulson. This guy didn't follow me directly just now. Nick Fury still had some reservations, but Link didn't care and watched them rush towards the machine developed by Dr. Selvig. Report to the director, the cosmic cube is missing. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent saw the empty machine and immediately reported. Scatter and search immediately. Nick Fury's expression turned serious. Stark landed with Hawkeye and asked Thor, "Everyone, have you seen the cosmic cube?" Link said, "After losing stability, I wanted to rush forward, but suddenly there was a burst of energy and my flying board had problems, so I had to land. But the space channel was directly closed at that time, so I didn't go to see it again." Stark said, "Yes, after destroying my building, I rushed over to deal with the alien." Nick Fury turned to look at Hawkeye, who shook his head and said, "I was supporting Thor." Director Tilda, someone suddenly shouted, "We found some fragments." Nick Fury hurried over and stared at the fragment in amazement. What is this fragment of? Maybe it's from the cosmic cube. There are gamma rays involved in it and the energy value is very high. This is a technician from S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe it's broken. Thor, do you understand? Nick Fury turned his head and looked at Thor. Thor was stunned and said, "I'm not sure about this. The cosmic cube was originally in Asgard and was later placed on Earth by my father. I don't know the specific reason and I haven't used it. I don't know whether it will break or not." Nick Fury found it a little bit unbelievable. After all, they had controlled the Tesseract for many years and had been preparing to develop weapons, but now everything was ruined. Broken. Keep looking for more fragments, block the entire server around and piece together a shape for me. Nick Fury said unwillingly, "Yes, Chief." The technicians began searching with the equipment in their hands. It shouldn't be too troublesome since there are strong gamma ray residues. Link said at this time, "Chief Fury, if there is nothing else, then I will go back first. I still need to see how my girlfriend is doing." "Okay, those in New York can go back first." Nick Fury nodded. Link turned around and walked back to the car, driving it directly out of Stark Building. Then he said to Stark, "Tony, remember to exchange technology. You can come to Osborn Building tomorrow night." "Damn, your building is far away from here. There must be no damage." Stark only remembered at this time. Link waved goodbye to everyone and drove away. He soon met the NYPD on the line of defense. He showed his ID and was allowed to pass. "I came all the way to the gym, and after opening the door, I found that Jessica and the others were all here, including the Osborn father and son." "Okay, it's over. Norman and you can go back. There should be no damage to our building." Link said, "That's good, but Link, you are really extraordinary." Norman Osborn said, then smiled and left with his son and the driver. Link then said, "Frank McCall, take us back to the building." "Yes, sir." Link took out the flying skateboard from the trunk and placed it in the trunk of the Rolls-Royce. Now it could not be transformed back into a ring and only a part of it could be nano-sized. As for the fact that the car was not damaged, it was just that a lot of weapons were consumed, but there was also a problem, which was that the bullets were not powerful enough, and there is too little ammunition to be suitable for long-term combat or even for fighting aliens. Link considered taking out the energy pistol and using it. After all, bullets were too troublesome. Of course, there was no rush now, and it was estimated that there would be no problems for a long time. Back at the Osborn Building, the two took the elevator back to the top floor, and sure enough, there was no damage here. Link took the skateboard down to the studio and asked Alfred to repair it. "Alfred, seal the studio and prepare for energy testing," Link said. "Okay, sir." Alfred closed the studio directly. Link then took off his suit, and the nano suit receded like the tide, but it formed a ring on the middle finger of Link's left hand with a blue gem on it. Buzz. A stream of energy entered Link's body, but Link didn't react to it because the amount of energy was not much for him. At this time, he also understood how to use the Infinity Stones and the general principles of the Infinity Gauntlet. In fact, the Infinity Gauntlet is just made of better material and can carry the energy of the 6 Infinity Gems. However, once the energy is too great, such as allowing the Infinity Gems to destroy themselves, even the Infinity Gauntlet cannot withstand it. Thanos' body was severely damaged, and Link estimated that he could definitely use the Infinity Stones to make a wish, but it was still difficult to estimate whether he could destroy the Infinity Stones themselves. "Mr. Alfred, are there any gamma rays?" Link asked. "No, sir, there is no energy emanating at all," Alfred replied. "Then scan the ring," Link said. "Scanning," Alfred then said. "Sorry, can't scan." The corners of Link's mouth curled up slightly. He was very satisfied. As expected, the shells of the Infinity Gems were actually used to use the gems. Under normal circumstances, if it is in its original state, ordinary people cannot use it at all. Its shell is more like an energy-absorbing device, extracting energy from the Infinity Stones, which is then used by humans. If he uses the gem himself, he must bear its energy. Link can use the space gem at this time, but it is not necessary. He smiled and said, "Open the closure." Yes, Alfred opened the studio. Link stood up and walked over. Jessica had already poured him a drink and prepared a cigar. Link kissed his girlfriend and then lay back on the sofa. "Chief, it seems that the cosmic cube is indeed broken. Coulson has come out of the ironmonger. After all, this ironmonger is big enough and is more convenient to wear than Tony Stark's iron armor." What they had in front of them now was a pair of cubes made up of fragments. They were transparent, and the blue color in the past was the energy of the space gem. Nick Fury looked at it carefully and then asked, "Is the energy involved really strong?" "Yes, Chief." The technician at the side said, "We can't be wrong about this. It must have been shattered when it lost its balance and the energy exploded." Nick Fury frowned. His intuition told him that this should not be the case. However, the strength of this thing was not low. After all, the energy it carried was extremely terrifying. How could it break so suddenly? And the intensity of the final energy burst doesn't seem that strong, right? Nick Fury looked up and saw that the surrounding buildings had varying degrees of damage, but the glass was all broken. He is not a technician in this matter, and technicians can't figure out the cosmic cube either. He couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he said, "Let's continue investigating." After saying that, he turned and left. There were still many things waiting for him to deal with. This incident was quickly reported in major media. The battle was not long, but the whole world had seen the huge creature Villiton. It seemed as if a big hole had opened up in the sky, and a large number of aliens came through it. Finally, there was a strange tube that came from the universe. All countries have reacted strongly to this. After all, aliens really do exist, and it is an alien army that has come to Earth. Ordinary people simply cannot accept it. The next night, Stark flew over, exchanged technology with Link, and then hurriedly flew back. Nanotechnology was more important to Stark, while Link actually didn't care about energy technology because he already had it, but it was not a good idea to use it directly, so the two sides were considered friends. A few days later, Nick Fury invited Link, and this time the Avengers gathered together. Link hid the space stone in his pocket and did not carry it around. After all, Thor is still here. He did not return to Asgard. After all, he cannot go back until the Rainbow Bridge is repaired. After all, the cosmic cube is broken. He can only wait, but Link is not aware of Thor's knowledge of the Infinity Stones, so Link cannot reveal the space stone at will. "Everyone, I invited you here to talk about the Avengers." Nick Fury then began to explain the Avengers' plan. But after listening to it, Steve Rogers said, "What about the energy weapons from before?" He would not pretend that it never happened. Nick Fury raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that this matter was still not over. Link thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Director, I think you should tell the truth. Just Thor alone wouldn't allow you to develop energy weapons. Keeping many things hidden is not good for trust, especially with the Avengers thing you mentioned. If you want everyone to truly trust you, you must be sincere enough." Nick Fury nodded slightly. He assessed the situation and found that this was indeed true. "Okay, then there are some things I should tell you," Nick Fury said. In 1995, an alien fleet came to Earth. They were called the Kree. Nick Fury did not introduce the characteristics of the Skrulls, that is, their genetic replication ability. Link estimated that there were a large number of Skrulls left on Earth, and Nick Fury's wife is also a Skrull. Of course, Link won't tell this. He can do whatever he wants. Nick Fury talked about Captain Marvel Carol Danvers, which surprised Thor the most. He quickly said, "Wait, you mean he can blow up the Kree warship with his bare hands?" "Yes, she blew up one ship and then the others retreated." Nick Fury nodded slightly. "I didn't see any Asgardians come to help during this crisis. You keep saying that the Earth is under your protection, but I don't know if we can rely on you. Especially your prince, His Highness Loki, who's trying to conquer the Earth. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I must ensure the safety of the Earth. It's not that we like to develop weapons. Isn't it normal for S.H.I.E.L.D. as a global organization to develop weapons? How else would we surround the Earth? Helicarrier. I was a little proud of it before, but now it seems that this thing is completely useless. It's even worse than a few fighter planes. We can achieve rapid global deployment, but once the alien army attacks from space, we will still be powerless. So, I hope to form an Avengers alliance. Even if the Earth fails, you can still inflict heavy damage on the enemy." After hearing this, everyone finally understood Nick Fury's true thoughts and intentions. He had actually faced alien warships and a fleet of them. Everyone looked at each other, and Link was the first to say, "I'm willing to join, but there are some issues that need to be discussed." Nick Fury asked, "Lynn, what do you want to talk about?" "It's not me who wants to, but us. First, we need to talk to each other." Link said, "I guess everyone will join, but what should we do after joining? This is a huge problem." Nick Fury nodded slightly and said, "Okay, then I'll leave this place to you for now. Just call me when you're done." Nick Fury turned around and walked out. This was the New York branch. After all, almost everyone was here. Link spoke again. What do you think? Lynn, you tell me first. Steve Rogers said first. After all, we all know your wisdom. If it weren't for you, if we were a little late, the Chitauri army would have entered the Earth. That's right, Stark also said. I'm a little bit behind in this area. He was a man who never gave up, and the others nodded in agreement. Link thought about it, then said, okay, first of all, once we join the Avengers, we must give up our identity as SHIELD. I think the Avengers cannot be led by S.H.I.E.L.D. They should be an organization with decision-making power in action. We cannot become tools. I agree, Stark agreed immediately. To be honest, even if Fury revealed some secrets, I am still sure that he has more secrets. Link smiled and said, that's for sure. How long has S.H.I.E.L.D. been established? How could it only have a few secrets? Of course, the Kree attack did threaten the safety of the Earth, and Thanos is no good either. Even the advanced civilizations can't do anything to him, and his killing is horrific. Think about the Earth with a population of 7 billion. If he kills half of them, that would be 3.5 billion. I can't imagine such a horrific number. Everyone's expressions became serious. Link continued, but we need a liaison with S.H.I.E.L.D., and I think Captain America would be the best fit. Let him be in charge of the communication between us. This bridge is something we all trust. How do you think? No problem. Everyone agreed. Link looked at Thor and said, we are still very unfamiliar with the universe and we need Asgard's help. You were able to protect the Earth in the past, but now it seems to be much worse. Is there a problem within you? Thor was stunned, then said in a depressed mood, my father entered Odin's sleep before. He was too old, and because of Loki's actions, the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, so Asgard's army could not reach the Earth. Stark asked curiously, you don't have a spaceship? No, because the Rainbow Bridge can withstand any place. Thor said, and it can land anywhere. In the previous battles of Asgard, we appeared in front of the enemy. Stark rolled his eyes and Link said, Thor, we want an alliance with Asgard. This is an alliance between the Avengers and Asgard. Of course, we need much more now, including information about the universe, star maps, technology, and so on. If possible, I hope to let Tony and Bruce go there to learn. I know that Earth's current civilization is not suitable for contact with interstellar civilization, but we Avengers can. I believe that with their wisdom, they can definitely absorb and consume more knowledge. Thor hesitated and said, I can't make the decision on this matter. How about you take me with you when you return? Link said, I hope to meet Odin in person and discuss things with him. After all, Asgard has no enemies, right? In my opinion, you have been safe and sound for too long, and it has always been the god King Odin who intimidates other civilizations. And Thor, you are not yet as strong as your father. Thor had to admit this, so he said, okay, I'll take you there to see what my father means. Link nodded. He just needed to go over there. He didn't want to show his strength on Earth, but it might be possible in front of the God King. After all, if you don't have the strength, the God King may not negotiate with you. Tony and I will fund the construction of an Avengers headquarters. We will be responsible for the funding ourselves without the need for official support. This way we can be more free. Link continued, of course there will be a salary. Like in normal situations, if the Avengers headquarters needs permanent residents, then we'll need you, Steve, Natasha, and Clint. Thor won't stay on Earth forever. We need a means of communication and can't rely too much on the Rainbow Bridge. This is a lesson. Bruce, you can work at Stark Industries or Osborne Corporation. You can be competent anywhere. We'll talk about it later if we think of anything else, but the main thing we're talking about is the code of conduct. Everyone nodded in agreement. Link saw that they had reached a consensus, so he called Nick Fury in and the two sides negotiated. Nick Fury guessed it. After all, Link had reminded him on the mothership to pay attention to the nuclear bomb, and then the World Security Council really gave the order. But unfortunately, Nick Fury had partially blocked the arsenal in advance. Moreover, many fighter planes were damaged, and the remaining ones were all flown out for support, so there were no fighter planes to carry on. Nick Fury was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If it was really launched, the consequences would be disastrous, especially since Thor from Asgard was also there. Asgard's Rainbow Bridge is not usable now, but it is about to be repaired. Once repaired, will Asgard send an army to the Earth? At that time, he will have to summon Captain Marvel, but the losses he will suffer will be enormous. What is the strength of the God King of Asakir? Look at Thor. This guy's fighting ability is already very strong, and his father is much stronger than him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take back his divine power. S.H.I.E.L.D. has dedicated people to analyze these things, and the results may not be accurate, but they can only be estimated at a high level. Nick Fury said, I agree with your opinions and ideas. I will be responsible for communicating with the World Security Council on this matter. You can prepare first. Link didn't expect it to be so smooth, but Nick Fury must have something he didn't say, but this matter has nothing to do with them. No matter what the reason, Link will definitely not obey the orders of the World Security Council. In addition, with him around, Vision wouldn't be born and Ultron wouldn't have happened, so Tony Stark wouldn't agree to this. The two parties reached a preliminary proposal, and today's work was successfully completed. The next step was to discuss where to place it. This was not difficult. After all, it could not be placed in the urban area, so a location in the suburbs was chosen where there were more places. They exported the map on the spot and then picked and chose a location. Stark asked Jarvis to buy it directly and then discussed the construction design with Link. Link suggested that first there should be security measures such as prisons, radars, and air defense, then functions such as living, training, and cultivation, and then transportation. In addition, it is also necessary to create nano-battle suits for everyone. When Link watched the movie before traveling through time, he felt that the resources were not utilized enough. They clearly had nanotechnology, so even if they didn't build armor, they could at least build battle suits. It would have been nice if there were more shots of Black Widow changing her clothes, but in the end there weren't any, which is really regrettable. It is understandable. After all, if Tony Stark had created the Iron Legion, it would not be easy for Thanos to just snap his fingers. For example, Thor's chop went astray, Captain Marvel was not at home, the Avengers were fighting separately, etc. These are all practices that forcibly reduce the combat effectiveness, with the main focus on prolonging the plot. Link naturally wouldn't let this happen. The Avengers were very powerful, so he could just play a supporting role and at most take out energy weapons, which already had a strong attack power. Nick Fury returns to SHIELD, and he still has to face the World Security Council. After all, the strength of the Avengers has been seen by the whole world, and there are many debates about them. Some people think they are heroes, some think they are responsible for the alien invasion, and some think the government is hiding something and they have the right to know. It was very chaotic, and for a time the world was full of news and topics. The most famous one was naturally Tony Stark, who was Iron Man and also a public figure. But wanting to interview him was a dream, as Stark was now fully focused on the Avengers headquarters. Link just transferred the money and then waited for the design plan to come out before expressing his opinion. "Lynn, what do you think of the strength of the prison?" Stark called again. Link said, "Find Bruce and Thor. If they can't get out, then there will be basically no problem." Stark was stunned. "Why didn't I think of it?" Link was also stunned. "Stark, make a complete design first and then consider this issue. Now we need an overall design, not partial design details." "Okay, I've finished this and I'll send it to you." Stark sent an email directly and Link came to his studio to check it out. The design was similar to that in the movie and its internal functions were different. Link looked at it and found no problem. He finally designed an Avengers logo and sent it to Stark. After looking at it, Stark unexpectedly agreed. He also felt that this logo was good and could be used to create everyone's battle suits in the future. "Lynn, how do you think Captain's uniform should be designed?" Stark asked. Link smiled and asked, "Don't you like the Captain's fancy clothes?" "No, I mean, it has to conform to modern aesthetics, do you understand?" Stark would definitely not admit it. "Okay, whatever you say, the nanotechnology has been given to you, you can do whatever you want." Link said, "But he is Captain America after all, there are some things he must have, which is very beneficial to us." "I understand." Stark nodded slightly. Nick Fury's confrontation with the World Security Council did not produce any results. He is the director of SHIELD, and the strength of the Avengers is there, so the two sides can just cooperate. "If you want to control, what can you use to control?" Nick Fury fought back directly, and people like Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Link left SHIELD and directly joined the Avengers. This is the best outcome. At the same time, Captain America will serve as a liaison officer to ensure communication between the two sides. The Avengers will not get involved in political issues. This is the bottom line, especially Stark and Link. Now that the chairmen of the two groups have joined the Avengers, they have no shortage of funds for development. It would be good enough if we just take charge of the safety of the Earth and don't interfere in other matters. In addition, the Avengers will form an alliance with Asgard and support each other to deal with possible alien threats in the future. Asgard will not provide technology to the Earth. After all, the overall technological level of the Earth is still too low to digest this knowledge, but Stark and Bruce should have no problem. If Asgard only provides a few people, it is possible that they will agree, and the Earth will have some protection, which is the best outcome. If you ask for more, the consequences will be unpredictable. At worst, they will just not join the Avengers. The World Security Council is also helpless, facing two major groups, and they have plenty of lawyers to fight with them. Nick Fury has many secrets. He also has an alien spaceship in outer space. The Skrulls followed Carol Danvers to leave the Earth and find a new home. As a result, they came back 2 years later. Their trip was not smooth, so they had to return to Earth to settle down temporarily. Some of them entered Earth to help Nick Fury, and the others stayed on the spaceship. SWORD was established in secret, and all the alien objects discovered by SHIELD, including the mysterious objects representing 084, were launched into the universe by rockets into this spaceship. If he wants to build a spaceship, it is not difficult. The Skrulls can help him build it. The one in space is a Kree spaceship and can be used for research. But Nick Fury didn't do that at all, and he didn't want to hand these things over to the World Security Council, and these were his confidants. However, Nick Fury's confidence was not so reliable, as some of the Skrulls later launched a rebellion. Nick Fury's biggest problem right now is the cosmic cube. His intuition tells him that something is not right, but the fragments are real. Although they cannot be pieced together into a complete cube, it's almost there. After all, they are too broken. Even Thor doesn't know much about the cosmic cube, and this matter will ultimately fall on the shoulders of God King Odin. Nick Fury hopes that Thor can talk to him before he goes back. Let him ask the God King whether the cosmic cube really exploded and how great the energy impact would be after the explosion. The reason why Nick Fury thought there was a problem was because the energy impact was too small. For example, Link's skateboard had problems when it encountered the energy impact, but he himself was fine. "Honey, I received an invitation from Victoria's Secret. Do you want to go with me?" Jessica took an invitation and came to Link. Link was stunned for a moment, then he realized that the Marvel world had a lot of overlaps with his original world, and fashion shows like this would naturally not be absent. In the original world, Victoria's Secret could no longer survive because its positioning was too sexy and gorgeous, which did not meet the needs of the consumer group. "This thing looks good, but it is uncomfortable to wear. There's a problem with its business strategy and innovation." Link nodded and said, "Okay, let's go check it out. But I think the brand you are wearing now is good. It is sexy and comfortable." Jessica put her arms around Link's neck and asked, "Don't you want to see me with wings?" Link rolled his eyes, but suddenly got an idea and said, "Why don't you look for somewhere that makes Ching Sams? I'd like to see you wearing one." "Oh, is it an Oriental Ching Sam?" Jessica seemed to understand that Link was Chinese. "Okay, I'll find it, but are we going?" She waved the invitation in her hand again, and Link could only nod. Just go. It was rare that Jessica had some requests, so Link naturally would not refuse. "I'll go invite Tracy." Jessica immediately ran away and called Tracy. This year's Victoria's Secret fashion show was held in New York, and many New York celebrities were invited. When Link, Jessica, and Tracy arrived on time in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, they saw Tony Stark and Pepper Potts getting out of the front door. They were placed in front of Link, and Link was sure that this was Pepper's request, and it was probably the same situation as his. McCall was the driver, and Frank, who was sitting in the passenger seat, got out first and opened the back door. Link got out first and picked up Jessica and Tracy. Holding two people on each side, Tracy is also a big star. She has been famous since she was a child and is popular in everything she does. Although there are past events that are hard to look back on, most people don't know about them, and the media doesn't think much of them coming together. Jessica and Tracy are stepsisters, and Jessica was adopted by Tracy's mother. This incident is not news, but Jessica's current situation is news. Her boyfriend is the latest emerging billionaire who acquired the Osborne Group and is the chairman of the Osborne Group. He also owns 10% of Stark Industries, established the Jessica Charitable Fund, invested in United Construction Company to develop Hell's Kitchen, and so on. This man's rise was extremely fast, so naturally he was also the target of media discovery. Unfortunately, Link was not Stark. He was too low-key and rarely went out. Especially after moving to the Osborne Group, the studio is like Link's new toy. The flashlights were like an explosion. Link was wearing sunglasses, but Tracy and Jessica were not. They both seemed fine. Tracy was used to it, and Jessica was said to have encountered this often in her past. After all, she is Tracy's sister and will be hounded by the media, which she hates very much. However, now that she is with Link and is in charge of most of the affairs, she has also been able to train herself. The two beauties have different styles. With their arms around Link, one on each side, Link becomes the focus of envy among all the men. The three of them walked across the red carpet together, listening to the calls from people around them and turning around from time to let people take pictures. It took them nearly 3 minutes to walk along the short red carpet. No one came to urge them, and they signed at the entrance before entering the venue. Stark waved, and the three of them walked over, hugged each other, and then sat down. Link and Stark sat together. The three of them gathered together, and it seemed that they were very familiar with each other, but Link and Stark knew nothing about it. Stark said, "The headquarters has begun construction, and everything is going well. I asked Thor and Banner to test it, and there is no problem with the prison's defense. It's just that I need to ask for your opinion on my personal room. My room doesn't matter, as long as it has a bathroom for normal living." Link said, "The Captain and Black Widow live here regularly. Hawkeye is married, and his home address is a secret, so keep it a secret." Stark nodded, then said, "I plan to improve the Quinjet and then use your weapons factory to produce it. No problem, I'll keep an eye on it myself, and we should all learn how to drive it, but the key is the spaceship." Link said, "The Kree people that Fury mentioned before are worth being vigilant about. We are still too unfamiliar with the universe. If possible, we should go there once. Asgard is the key." Stark's eyes lit up and he said, "I think so too. I want to see where the gap between us and them lies. The Chitauri don't seem that strong to me. My plan is to build an iron army, but Jarvis is not good enough in terms of control. No, one Jarvis is not enough." Link said, "Osborne Group has also developed an artificial intelligence called Alfred, which is similar to Jarvis. If one is not enough, we can use more, but you must not think about developing real artificial intelligence. It is very dangerous. I have an idea that should rarely come to fruition. What idea? Stark asked. Legion Project, Link said, develop several more AIs and have each Avenger master one. Through the Avengers' orders, the AIs will command the robots to fight. Robots can be of various types, including fire support, assault close combat, stealth reconnaissance, etc. These are closely related to the Avengers, allowing artificial intelligence to learn the habits of the controller, make use of the strengths of each Avenger. That way we don't have to worry about an AI rebellion. You know, once true AI is developed, they will control weapons of war. The Chitauri have mastered an advanced civilization. Although they are ugly, they have indeed entered the interstellar age. Why don't they use artificial intelligence? Is it impossible? Stark fell into deep thought. He did want to develop real artificial intelligence, but Link was right. Why didn't the Chitauri use it? This is a problem, so it's worth being vigilant about, and Link's idea is indeed a good one. Okay, I'll consider your suggestion. I'll design a new artificial intelligence specifically to cooperate with me in combat. Stark said, if the plan works, then some of Osborn's weapons factories will have to be renovated. Don't worry, there's no problem with that. Link said. Just as the two of them were whispering, the music started and there was thunderous applause. Let's not talk about how Victoria's Secret's lingerie is made, but they are very successful in this kind of show. As we all know, the most popular thing in New York is shows, with all kinds of charity shows and political shows emerging one after another. Supermodels began to appear one after another. What they were wearing seemed a little weird to Link, and it didn't suit his aesthetic taste anyway. Stark was also not interested, so Link asked, "Do you like this type of underwear?" No, Stark shook his head and said, "It doesn't look sexy to me. These models are pretty good. Lynn told you really don't have any other women." Stark, I won't even leave the house. Link said, "Women, it's not easy to find someone who suits you, especially to find love. One is enough." Link really thought so. When it came to enjoyment, he only cared about bourbon and cigars, as well as delicious food. He didn't have high requirements for housing and clothing. As for women, Jessica is the best for him. After all, they are all special. You really are. Stark was speechless. He has changed now, but he used to live a life of debauchery and he thought he enjoyed too much. And what about Link? This is an absolutely good man. Then are you buying it for Jessica? Stark asked. It depends. We have money. If she likes it, just buy it. She doesn't ask for anything at other times. How can we not satisfy her with such a small request? Link said, "That's right. I hope she doesn't wear it at night. I don't like wings." The two men looked at each other, then shut up tacitly and began to appreciate the beauty. Regardless of whether you like the clothes or not, the models at least have good figures, so it's not boring to look at them. To put it bluntly, the things here don't conform to Link's aesthetic taste. The three women were chattering on the side, seeming to comment on every set. All three of them were tall. Jessica was 175 cm tall, Tracy was 172 cm tall, and Pepper was 175 cm tall. With high heels, their heights instantly exceeded 180 cm. It was because Stark and Link were tall enough otherwise. Standing next to them, the pressure would be too great. Many of these models are over 180 cm tall, and with the addition of high heels and the viewing angle from the audience, they appear even taller. Fortunately, it didn't last long. When it was over, Link stood up and applauded symbolically, then asked Jessica what she thought. If you really want to buy it, then buy it. But Jessica finally gave up the idea. After talking to you that day, I went to the Victoria's Secret store and tried it on. It was indeed uncomfortable. Then Jessica whispered in Link's ear, "I customized the Ching Sam and it's at home." Link's eyes lit up and he pulled Jessica and said, "Then we should go home as soon as possible." After sending Tracy back home, the two hurried back home. Jessica went to the cloakroom and when she came out, she was already wearing a red Ching Sam. Link's eyes lit up. The workmanship was indeed good. Where did you find the tailor? I'll make sure he makes clothes for you in the future. I think it's good, but now is not the time to talk about tailors. Jessica wrapped her arms around Link's neck and the two of them lingered together. There is also a studio under the double bedroom, but there is no equipment here. Instead, it has a supporting and buffering structure to disperse the pressure on the bedroom floor. This is a very necessary design, which strengthens the floor slab and increases support at the same time, dispersing the force from above to the main supports around it. At the same time, during the process of force transmission, a multi-stage buffer structure is adopted to gradually reduce the pressure. After all, the main support is the lifeline of the building and must not bear too much force. Through multiple sections of buffering, the force reaching here is minimized and within the bearing range. Of course, Link won't use his full strength because Jessica would not be able to bear it and the building would not be able to withstand his huge power. In fact, it mainly introduces Jessica's strength, such as her position on top. Don't underestimate Jessica's strength. Her strength continues to grow with exercise, but her strength is not as good as Hulk's. The gap between the two is incalculable. Hulk's strength increases with anger, but Jessica can't do that. Her training only stimulates her potential. Her powers come from a mutation that comes from a drug. The construction of the Avengers headquarters is progressing very quickly. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Stark used the Stark Industries team to be responsible for the construction, working in 3 shifts. A lot of heavy equipment was used, so the construction efficiency was extremely fast. The road leading to the Avengers headquarters has been completed, and the base of the headquarters has also been completed. The remaining construction is actually much simpler. The slowest construction period is actually the equipment installation and decoration, which requires slow and careful work. But the Avengers have nothing to do anyway, so everyone is free now. Loki is imprisoned in SHIELD. Thor is dating Jane Foster, Bruce Banner is helping Stark, and Link is in the Osborn Corporation, still in the field of pharmaceutical research and development, where he is responsible for guidance and review. Captain America was familiar with SHIELD's business. Hawkeye went home to rest, and Black Widow stayed with Captain America, responsible for introducing him to SHIELD's situation and training him to use some equipment. Phil Coulson did not join the Avengers. Nick Fury had high hopes for him and naturally would not let him join the Avengers. It is not difficult to obtain information about the Avengers, or Nick Fury does not need the Avengers yet. Many of the Avengers have shown up before, or the only one who has shown up is Link. He was always wearing combat gear and a helmet, so no one knew who he was. The reappearance of Captain America also made the world excited. In this Marvel universe, Captain America is very well known on Earth. He is the well-known first superhero. People in the United States are paying close attention to the reappearance of Captain America and are calling for it very loudly. S.H.I.E.L.D. reported this matter to the Avengers. The Avengers are now established, and the first thing is whether Steve Rogers should go to the media and respond to people's calls. The Avengers then called everyone to a meeting to discuss the matter collectively. The Avengers adopted a voting system, which is to explain their reasons to everyone and then vote collectively, with the minority obeying the majority. Even if you are unwilling, you have to obey instead of walking away, which would be irresponsible. Link must fundamentally prevent the emergence of a divisive situation so that he can protect himself. It is not necessary to arrive at the Avengers headquarters, even a video conference will do. Hawkeye and Thor used video, and of course Thor joined under the guidance of Jane Foster. Everyone, this is what happened. Steve Rogers introduced the situation. Natasha suggested that I ask for everyone's opinions. Saul said, "What good can this interview do?" Natasha said, "The interview can help the public understand us better." The public opinion outside is very complicated and the attitudes towards us are also varied. I think Captain America being in the media is an opportunity for us. She used to be an agent and a spy, so she knows all about this and her opinions are quite clear. Stark said, "It doesn't matter, I don't really care what other people think." Stark does what he wants, so naturally he doesn't care, but does he really not care? Link denied this. Stark's genius was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Of course, he was actually kind-hearted, especially after being kidnapped. Ethan's death was a great shock to him. Link said, "You can go to the media, find a talk show with the greatest influence, and appear in front of the public in the form of a conversation." The captain's deeds are widely known around the world. Many people are curious about him and hope to learn more about him. Of course, the same goes for us Avengers. Natasha can go with him. Stark said, "Lynn, you should actually go. Your psychology is very useful in this kind of show, and you're the only Avenger who hasn't appeared before." Link was confused. He actually didn't want to show up, but this was the current situation. Among all the Avengers, he was the only one who remained mysterious. This is a bit unfair to others. Link thought about it and said, "That's fine, but Natasha needs to go too. The 3 of us are a good fit and women have advantages." Does anyone have any other comments? What about Thor? Hawkeye asked. He's a real alien. Should he go too? Not very suitable. Link said, Thor doesn't know much about the situation on Earth. His way of thinking is different from ours. It's easy for him to fall into the host's language trap. Like the captain, he is actually very used to facing the media. You know, he also toured all over the United States in the past. Natasha is an agent. She can identify language traps, and I have experience in psychology. I think I should be careful when appearing in the media for the first time. You know, many people stood against us and attacked us just to attract attention. It's the first time we appear in public, so it's right to be careful. Then it's decided. Steve Rogers nodded. The 3 of us will go first and the others will follow later. After it is confirmed, Natasha will be responsible for the contact. She is the Avengers' external liaison officer and is responsible for all matters in this regard. Captain America is responsible for liaising with S.H.I.E.L.D., which means he deserves the trust of both parties. Of course, it is easiest for S.H.I.E.L.D. to deceive the Avengers. As a woman, Black Widow has advantages. She's responsible for external affairs. On the one hand, she has no family burden, and on the other hand, she has excellent professional ability. She contacted the Opera Talk Show, which has been running for more than 20 years, but recently heard that it will be discontinued. However, Natasha believes that Opera herself is the most capable, and her orientation is also relatively positive. Instead of going to their show, it is better to come to the show and let them promote it in advance. Maybe they can save this show. She naturally wouldn't say that she liked the show, but Link thought it didn't matter. It would be the same no matter which show it was, and if there were fewer difficulties, that would also be good. Sure enough, when Opera received Natasha's call, she was even a little bit unbelieving. She then made detailed inquiries, including to the 3 people who participated in the show. Captain America naturally knew about it, but Natasha didn't. Link also knew about it, and she was very surprised that the newly rising New York upstart was actually a member of the Avengers and the only one wearing a helmet in the previous battle. Now the difficult question comes to her side. What specific questions should she ask? So she found the director team and explained the situation. The director team immediately reported it to the TV station. This episode was going to be a hit and the publicity had to be expanded. Someone suggested that we could collect questions from the audience and then screen them. Of course, stupid questions cannot be asked, but with more people, there will always be valuable questions, which can also be a means of publicity. The TV station will then organize personnel to optimize the issues so that the topic can be hyped for a long time. Opera took immediate action and began promoting the event herself. Of course, the names of the Avengers who would be present were not made public, but were kept as a suspense on the day of the live broadcast, as this event could not be recorded. The effect of recorded broadcast will be much worse, so live broadcast is necessary. The publicity outside was afraid of being overwhelming, so Link didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't prepare anything but continued to study. Research and development is not difficult for him. What he lacks now is more basic knowledge, and also collecting different books and papers. The collection of books in his library is now very large, all of which are about science. Every time, Link would ask the library to prepare a batch of books for him and then send them to him, and he would take back the ones he had finished reading. Although this matter seemed unreliable, the people in the library did not say anything about it. After all, Link was the boss and gave them the job. You know, this library is now located in Hell's Kitchen. It is a very precious place for some children who want to change their destiny. The security measures here are very good. No one dares to come here to make trouble. It is an absolutely quiet place, very suitable for studying. Finally, it was time for the live show. This time they set out in battle suits. The new suits had been designed. Natasha's suit was still the shield style, which showed her figure to the fullest. She also had a pistol on her right thigh. Captain America's suit has become dark in color, which is the same suit he wore in Captain America 2. It uses nanotechnology and titanium alloy. There's a lining inside, and the nano can fit the body so it won't be uncomfortable. Link's battle suit is still his own, and he also has weapons. The 3 of them arrived at the TV station building in his Rolls-Royce. As soon as they got off the car, they saw media reporters and the public gathered on both sides, some supporting them and some opposing them. The 3 of them walked straight into the TV station building without caring. Opera received them, took the elevator all the way to the studio and sat on the floor, and then asked them to wait in the reception room. Link looked around to prevent any unexpected situations. After all, there are crazy people everywhere, so he tried to avoid any terrorist attacks. He used the X-ray vision to observe and made sure it was safe before retracting his gaze. Opera was the first to come on stage as the host. The live broadcast began with her opening remarks, and then she solemnly invited the Avengers to come on stage. The music started, and Link and the other 2 stood up. Captain America was in front, Black Widow was in the middle, and Link was at the end, entering the studio one after another. The audience was very enthusiastic, and the shouting almost blew the ceiling off until Steve calmed down. After all, he had seen this scene many times in larger venues and with more people. "Welcome, all 3 of you. I notice that your costumes are different from others. Is this your battle suit?" Opera asked, standing beside them. Steve said, "Yes, they are all newly designed suits using new technology." "What technology?" Opera asked. Steve turned to look at Link. "Lin, show me." Link tapped his helmet and then retreated like the tide. "Wow." Not only Opera, but all the audience exclaimed, and Link said, "Nanotechnology, I believe everyone has seen it in science fiction movies, but it is not science fiction. For now, it will not be used commercially, but simply used among the Avengers. What an amazing technology. Please take a seat, all 3 of you, and let's begin our conversation today." Opera skillfully controlled the progress of the show. In fact, there is no time limit for the show today because the ratings have exploded at this moment with more than 1 billion people watching around the world. Tonight's ads have already sold out, so the TV station is making money, and the Avengers don't care about the money, so the TV station is very cooperative with them. After sitting down, Opera asked, "We collected opinions from audiences around the world and sorted out some questions. Among them, the one that everyone is most concerned about is, do aliens exist?" Steve was speechless. Black Widow smiled, and Link said directly, "If everyone still doesn't believe it, then it can only be said that the human mind is too fragile. The facts are right in front of us. Now those huge alien creatures are still lying in New York. It is quite difficult to deal with them. The existence of aliens will not change because of the will of humans on Earth. They are there and will not disappear because of our thoughts. It's like they want to attack the Earth, but they won't ask for Earth's opinion, but will directly use force. It sounds scary, but it's reality. Link paused here, letting everyone think and calm down. Although the atmosphere was a bit dull, everyone already knew it in their hearts, but just didn't want to admit it. This is a case of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Opera was prepared after all. She waited for a moment and immediately asked, then why would the aliens attack the Earth? Did it come suddenly at this time, or was there a sign in advance? Link said, I need to correct you. The aliens did not come suddenly. They have come many times. In the history of human development, there have been many alien figures. In the Battle of New York, you should have seen a man in armor, a cape, and holding a hammer. He can fly and control lightning. This image should be familiar to everyone. He is Thor, the god of thunder in Norse mythology, and his name is Thor. Opera asked in surprise, so what Mr. Lin means is that the gods in Norse mythology really exist? That's right, Link nodded. He is from Asgard, the son of the god King Odin, a true prince. Of course, you can also regard them as aliens. A long time ago, there were frost giants who wanted to occupy the Earth. The god King Odin led the army of Asgard to defeat them. That's how Norse mythology came about. They actually came to Earth and protected it. In the universe, among advanced civilizations, Earth is a place protected by Asgard. Link just said that the Earth is very dangerous, and now he says that the Earth is protected. The audience's mood is up and down. Opera thought for a moment and then asked, so are they real gods? According to some ways of thinking on Earth, they are indeed gods. After all, the average lifespan of Asgardians is 5,000 years. But they are not immortal. Link said, it depends on how you understand it. And I believe everyone can see that although Asgard has included the Earth in its protection, they do not truly rule the Earth. You know, they actually rule over several planets and the Earth is not ruled by them. Steve said, we are actually also confused about this, but Thor didn't tell us the reason. It seems that he doesn't know much about it either. Only the god King Odin knows about this matter. Opera asked, so there must be some secret here. Link nodded and said, indeed, there should be a secret. In fact, everyone can try to think about it with their own thinking. Why doesn't Odin rule the Earth? The positions of 9 planets, including Asgard and Earth, in the universe form a huge world tree with the Earth at the center. This place is very special, but Odin doesn't rule here. The only explanation I can think of is that Asgard is not the only Earth he protects. His tilde Opera was puzzled. I'm a little confused. Is there a defender of the Earth? We can't confirm this. After all, if there are, they must be very ancient. How long has modern civilization been developed? Link spread his hands. In fact, everyone's idea is right. That is, governments around the world hide many things, because these things involve extraterrestrial civilizations, which is a fact that most people cannot accept, and there is a global organization responsible for handling related matters. This organization was the one that took the lead in establishing the Avengers and invited us to join them. The reason for this is very simple. If an alien civilization invades, even if we cannot stop them, we must inflict heavy losses on them and make them pay a sufficient price. Opera frowned and said, it sounds very tragic. Since we have so many protections, why do we have to do this? Link said, neither Asgard nor the unknown Guardian has communicated with the governments of various countries. They have not interfered with the development of mankind. Link said, our development has not been guided by anyone. We are unknown to them. Link came here to answer various questions, and he also had some ideas of his own. Although some of the things happening here are different from the plots of the movies I saw in my previous life, this is not surprising, but some problems still exist. For example, some people take advantage of the appearance of the Avengers to attack them in order to attract attention, or even to mislead others maliciously, turning some people's fear into anger and venting it on the Avengers. Although these remarks are of no use to the Avengers, they are also very annoying. Link just doesn't want to be morally kidnapped, so he hides his strength. Once his strength is exposed, no one knows what will happen. Now he is just a billionaire, an ordinary Avenger, which will not attract much attention, not as much as Stark. Now he came to narrate and analyze some things, vaguely pointing out camouflage, but there was no evidence to prove it, it was just analysis. When he traveled to this world, Ancient One never came to find him. He found this strange, but also reasonable. Mages generally don't care about worldly affairs, and Link's appearance will definitely have a great impact on the future. But his own strength is also strong enough to ensure the safety of the Earth. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether Ancient One appears or not. Now he described the environment of the Earth as dangerous and complicated, just to distract everyone's attention instead of focusing on the Avengers. Mr. Lin, is this all true? Opera's voice was a little dry. Link laughed and said, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. In fact, the most important thing for humans is to develop themselves, such as technology. Of course, technology is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires basic science. We still have time to develop slowly. At least the Earth is safe now. The previous alien attack was actually more like a test. After all, the god King Odin is a little older, and there are some problems within Asgard. And the ancient guardians of the earth did not show up. Perhaps they thought this was not a big deal. As everyone has seen, our weapons are actually effective. They didn't rush directly into the universe, but used some means to open a space channel. This is also very telling. Opera immediately asked, "Can you analyze that?" "Yes," Link nodded. Opening the space channel may seem simple, but it actually requires many conditions. It requires special items and energy. Now that energy has been destroyed. Moreover, the space channel is limited in size and cannot directly transport too many troops at once. As a result, we blocked them at the exit and ambushed them. If you really want to attack the Earth, you should go directly to outer space and deploy all your forces. That's why I said they were just testing the power of Earth. Our weapons are effective. The only shortcoming is that we can't fight in space. This involves issues such as energy, materials, and resources, and requires a leap forward in the overall technology of the Earth. But similarly, once they enter the atmosphere, it won't be a big problem considering the huge military power of the countries on Earth. Our shortcoming now is getting out of the atmosphere. In this way, the audience felt a little more at ease. After all, the Avengers did stop the aliens, and they had fighter jets to help them at the time, so it didn't seem to be a big problem. They have the ability to fight back, and there is the existence of Asgard. In addition, everyone feels much more relieved because of the possible existence of the mysterious guardian of the Earth. However, there are still shortcomings, so it is urgent to call on all countries to develop space technology as soon as possible. After the show, Opera changed the topic to a lighter one, asking about Captain America and Black Widow, and Link decisively shut up. He had already said enough and didn't need to speak anymore, so he gave the time to the other two people. The show lasted for more than an hour. After it was over, they left the TV station. There were still quite a few people gathered below. After the three of them got in the car, with the efforts of the NYPD, they drove away. Fortunately, there were no extreme existences, otherwise it would be troublesome again. They officially announced the existence of the Avengers and publicly stated the existence of alien civilizations. The media then became excited, and there was a lot of discussion about what the three people said, which was considered to divert the previous panic of the people, diverted their attention away. The shares of Osborne Group have risen a bit, which is inevitable with Link's exposure. The sound of the discussion made the Avengers feel a lot more relaxed, and they quieted down temporarily. However, Thor received news from home that the Rainbow Bridge had been repaired. Thor arrived at the Avengers' headquarters, which had been completed and had complete equipment and decoration inside. Everyone gathered together again, and Thor said, "The Rainbow Bridge has been repaired. I am going to take Loki back. Who of you wants to go?" "I'm definitely going, Banner," Stark said, scratching his head and looking at Bruce Banner. "Let's go and see if we can learn anything." "Yes, if the God King allows it." Bruce Banner nodded. "We lack the means of interstellar travel. I hope Asgard's technology can help us." Link said, "I'll go with you. Leave the negotiation to me. You two aren't good at it." "Okay then, it's just the three of us." "Captain, you guys stay on Earth." Stark nodded slightly. They were indeed not good at negotiating. "We should try to get a communicator this time to facilitate communication with Asgard." Everyone agreed and started to prepare. Link went back to tell Jessica that he was going to Asgard and he couldn't take her with him this time. After all, the attitude of Odin, the king of Asgard, is uncertain, so it is just right for the three of them to go, especially since Bruce's fighting ability is apparently the strongest. Link only needs to talk to Odin. It is necessary to show some strength in front of Odin so that the strong can have an equal conversation. When everyone was ready, Thor took Loki with him. The five of them stood together and Thor shouted, "Heimdall!" Boom tilde, a huge pillar of light fell from the sky, and the five people flew up instantly, moving upwards along the pillar of light. Stark and Bruce were very curious about this magical technology that could teleport people from one point in the universe to another in a short period of time. It wasn't long before they appeared at Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, and Link turned his head to look at Heimdall. Thor was very happy. He introduced Link and others to Heimdall, and then took Loki out of the Rainbow Bridge and walked along a colorful road towards the temple in the distance. Link and the other two were curious about everything and kept looking around. When they arrived in the city, the Asgardians saluted Thor one after another. This place is very similar to medieval Europe, but it is neater and cleaner, and the architecture is much better than that period. After entering the palace, they saw the three warriors and Sif. They were all very excited for each other and made an appointment to drink together. Then they entered the hall, and Thor and others stopped talking because the god King Odin was sitting on his throne with the queen standing on one side. Thor stepped forward and knelt on one knee. "Father." Odin nodded slightly, then looked at Loki with a complicated expression. Loki was also very excited at this time, but it was unknown why. Then he turned around and watched Link kill someone. With a dong tilde sound, Odin suddenly knocked the ground with the scepter in his hand. The sound echoed throughout the hall. Someone put Loki in prison. Loki was taken away, and then Odin spoke again. "Thor, you shouldn't have brought anyone here." "Father, they are all my comrades who fought alongside me and fought against the Chitauri army together." Thor said, "In addition, this time it's not just the Chitauri's cannon fodder, there's also a guy who uses telekinesis. That's Ebony Maw, Thanos' right-hand man." Odin knew everything. "Okay, take them down." Link suddenly said, "Your Majesty, may I ask if we can talk about the alliance between Asgard and the Avengers?" "Alliance?" Odin laughed. "Do you think we should form an alliance? Of course, Asgard is not without enemies, and Asgard is not without difficulties." Link said with a smile, "And the Avengers are not without strength. If you allow me, I would like to speak to you in private." At this moment, Link's eyes suddenly turned red and then flashed away. Odin was stunned for a moment, then said, "Okay, Thor, you take the others down. I will go with this." "Lin, you can call me Lin." Link introduced himself. Odin nodded slightly, then turned to look at his queen. The couple had been together for a long time, so the queen knew what the god king meant. Odin asked the queen to visit Loki. After all, he was their son who was raised by them, and they had a very deep affection for him. However, his father was always strict, but his mother was gentle. Their eyes met, and they understood each other. Soon, everyone else left the hall, leaving only God King Odin and Link. Link asked, "Is the god king in poor health? So Thor has told you everything?" Odin was not surprised. Link said, "Thor is a straightforward person, suitable as a friend, and Asgard is a good choice of ally." "Then tell me, what makes you think you can be friends with Asgard?" Odin asked. The red light in Link's eyes just now did contain energy. He was very curious about what trump card the young man in front of him had. Link suddenly floated up, his body floating in the air, his feet off the ground, and said, "It's not good to make too much noise, so I will show off my strength a little bit." After saying that, he suddenly disappeared in front of Odin. Odin was stunned, and then he felt the presence of someone behind him. "Speed?" Odin asked without turning back. "There's still strength," Link said as he reached out and grabbed Odin's throne. It was a huge throne, and he lifted himself up, then slowly put it down. Then he returned to his original position again. "I am very powerful, but I am not willing to show it on Earth. Because my power is frightening and also a trouble. I hate trouble, so I choose to hide it. But the safety of the Earth is also important, so I joined the Avengers, became a part of them, and showed myself using ordinary people's means. I hope His Majesty Odin can understand." Odin nodded slightly and said, "You are indeed a strong man. In this case, I accept the alliance with the Avengers, but I hope you will keep your promise and help Asgard when Asgard is in danger." "Of course, I can promise," Link said. "I won't have any trouble showing my strength in Asgard. So, I hope to establish communication with Asgard. I know Asgard has a lot of technology, but you don't seem to take it seriously. Of course, the Asgardians prefer to rely on their own strength." Odin said, "But there are some uses, just not many. Asgard must ensure it is strong enough rather than relying on technology." Link could understand Asgard's approach. They had technology and had developed it slightly, but they did not rely on it. They preferred to rely on their own strength. "We're going to need some technology, and I want to be able to read it on my own," Link said. "Okay, I'll ask someone to prepare it." Odin agreed. The purpose of their coming here was achieved. It was that simple. Because of their strength, the speed Link displayed was enough to make Odin look at him differently, and then it was his power. Of course, the power Link displayed was only a little bit, but it was enough. If Link used his full power, Asgard would not be able to withstand it. Thor held a welcome party in the evening. Stark's unyielding character made him get drunk, but someone was taking care of him, so Bruce was rational and didn't drink much. Link accepted all the drinks and finally drank Thor and the three warriors all under the table. Sif was very surprised and asked, "How come you are not drunk after drinking so much?" "I'm not sensitive to alcohol." Link smiled. In fact, his metabolism was too fast and it was difficult for him to retain alcohol. The next morning, Link asked Bruce to study first. Stark was still hungover and Link was in a room alone. He learns so fast that he can finish a book in just a moment, so he must have a room with a large collection of books or computer equipment with fast enough response speed. What he is mainly learning now is knowledge related to spacecraft, space communications, some languages in the universe, and the last and most important thing is the star map. This is a vast amount of knowledge. The spacecraft's engines, energy, space jumps, etc. are all extremely profound, but these are not difficult for Link. With the cooperation of speed reading and super brain, he learned very quickly. In fact, Link already had an idea in his mind, which was to imitate the Predator's fighter plane. Link wants to build a Predator fighter, but it is not exactly the same because the Predator's fighter is not a simple fighter. This depends on the particularity of the Predators. They are not the army of a country, but a relatively loose alliance, an alliance of teams that usually act alone. But don't underestimate their strength. Once all the teams come together, their power is extremely powerful, and it is a force that should never be underestimated. Because of the characteristics of the Predators, they often act alone, so fighter planes are also where they live, so the fuselage is larger. Although it is flexible enough, the huge fuselage limits its maneuverability. Link plans to build it according to his own Swallow-style flying skateboard, using Stark's new energy. Of course, it will not be a small one, but a larger one. The synthesis of new elements and larger energy reactors are very suitable for fighter jets. Energy and power are no longer a problem, but space jumping requires technology. In addition, the air circulation system, body materials, weapon systems, etc., are all issues that need to be considered. Dr. Wendy Lawson of the Cree once developed a light-speed engine. This is also an idea, light-speed flight and space jump. And through that section, we can see clearly that the light-speed engine can get rid of space jump. Because space jumping requires nodes, while light-speed engines do not, they can directly accelerate flight. Link doesn't have too many ideas now. He just wants to build a space fighter first, which can only be used for fighting and space jumping and does not need to be lived in. After all, they are not plunderers, they have families and jobs, and there is no need for them to wander around the universe. They just need to fight in the universe. Link will also be very powerful in controlling fighter jets, and his reaction speed will definitely be faster than anyone else. In this way, you enrich your means. Stark can also build a set of space armor based on the iron armor, which can protect the driver from surviving in the universe for several hours after being shot down. If you really want to live here, then just build a large spaceship or even a mothership. A large space carrier carrying a large number of fighter jets will give the Earth the ability to launch a counterattack. Of course, such a huge project is not something that can be built with the limited funds that he and Stark have, but there is one thing that would definitely be enough if it were sold. The Cosmic Spirit Orb, also known as the Power Gem, can be sold to collectors, and the cosmic currency obtained in exchange will be enough to build a large mothership. Link has a lot to think about. He has to conceal his own strength and at the same time ensure that Thanos does not succeed. That requires combat power, not his own combat power, but the combat power he has created. He considered whether SHIELD could continue to exist, but ultimately chose to give up because he didn't want the Avengers to split up. Then he must support Captain America's choice, which is actually a good thing. After all, the Avengers also need personnel. So after the collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is feasible to attract some personnel to join the Avengers. For example, is Maria Hill a suitable person to be the fleet commander? Are so many Quinjet pilots suitable to be pilots of the new Yanjet? These are all issues that can be considered, and the World Security Council can pay for them. But the power is in the hands of the Avengers, who do not participate in Earth politics and focus on dealing with powerful enemies in the universe. Quite reasonable, right? Of course, it's not impossible for them to pay for it themselves. After all, Link won't ask for less when selling a Power Stone. The Collector is one of the richest people in the universe, so how can he ask for less? Link didn't care about the Power Stone, it was of no use to him. Taking too many Infinity Stones was not a good thing, just like what the god King Odin said, it was best not to put the Infinity Stones together. Learning was not difficult. After a quick reading, he quickly connected the knowledge he had mastered and completed the basic knowledge, which was the most important. Then it was diffusion. There were even ready-made technologies. Link quickly outlined the prototype of the fighter plane and then slowly filled it in bit by bit. Named the Yan-style fighter, it has 2 seats, the pilot and co-pilot, and a small cabin at the back. Its layout is similar to that of the Predator fighter, but most of the other seats have been reduced. For example, the Predator has a huge belly, while the Swallow is not that big, and the belly of the Predator was completely cancelled by Link. It has shrunk overall and is more like a fighter jet on Earth, but because of its energy and power, it is about 3 times larger than a fighter jet. In this way, it has no living functions and can only fly, which makes it convenient to build a mothership in the future. When a mothership is equipped with hundreds of Yan-style fighters, its combat effectiveness will inevitably increase, but the design of the mothership makes Link a little embarrassed. How to design, especially the problem of appearance, which shows that both Thanos' mothership and the Kree's mothership are horizontal. In the absence of an energy shield, this design concentrates all firepower at the front and has extremely heavy armor. The mothership was temporarily put down to continue accumulating knowledge and perfecting the design of the Yan fighter first. After all, he was planning to fly the Yan fighter himself and then explore the universe. Even if he had a star map, he still needed to go there in person. Link was not afraid of getting lost in the universe. After all, he had the space gem and could return to the Earth directly without worrying about supplies. "Hey, Lynn," Stark greeted Link. He and Bruce looked a little haggard. The two have been studying hard, especially on communication issues. They also visited Asgard's technological applications. "How are you studying?" Link asked. They met at dinner time in the evening, talked while sitting down, and started enjoying dinner. Stark said, "We have a very rich knowledge reserve here. Bruce and I already have an idea for communication equipment, and it will be realized soon. However, their defense here is too flawed. They don't have radars, satellites, or anything. Are too superstitious about their own strength. If I were an interstellar celebrity who had mastered the universe, I would definitely be able to find a way to break through." Link nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, can you use their technology to build a radar?" "Of course." Stark said, "But is it necessary? Didn't you also say that if you mastered interstellar civilization, you would definitely be able to invade, but there is no need for that right now?" Link said. We'll see later. Link believes that Odin may not allow them to dictate Asgard's affairs. Although the two sides are allies now, their relationship is not that close. Link has not fully revealed his strength, but who knows what will happen in the future. After all, they will only have a say after Thor inherits the throne in the future. Asgard is a good place, and Link is going to protect it. As long as Hela can't go back to Asgard, she won't have very strong power. Even if she's strong, what good will it do? Can you beat yourself? A month passed, and Stark and Bruce made a communication device, which was similar to a notebook but thicker. Time was limited, so they didn't plan to stay here for too long. However, they stored some knowledge and technology and then returned to Earth, landing at the Avengers' headquarters. After landing, the three of them looked down at the hidden mark on the lawn, which was a unique mark of the Rainbow Bridge. I think we should create a hardened surface according to this pattern, Stark said, so that we don't have to destroy the lawn every time. Link nodded and said, that's a good idea, but I don't know if Heimdall can be accurate next time. Steve and Natasha had already walked over. Natasha was the first to ask, 3 interstellar travelers, did everything go smoothly this time? It went quite smoothly. Stark said, we have completed the communicator and can contact Asgard at any time. That's it. He patted the communicator in his hand and said, everyone needs to learn how to use it from now on. It's convenient to contact them when we're in danger, but I don't think it's necessary. After all, they have people who can see us directly. See it directly? Natasha was stunned. Bruce said, they have a gatekeeper who is responsible for guarding the Rainbow Bridge. He has special eyes that can see many places in the universe. No matter how far away, he can even hear others calling his name, just like every time Thor shouts, the Rainbow Bridge will fall. Natasha suddenly said, it's really convenient. Link laughed and said, don't be envious. The disadvantage is obvious. That is, people are indispensable. Asgard is overly superstitious about its own power. This is something we need to pay attention to. No matter how powerful the Avengers are, they must be cautious. Okay, I'm going home first. I haven't been home for a month. They separated then. Stark and Bruce went back to do more research, and Link was also preparing to draw the design drawings of the Swallow Fighter. Having not seen Jessica for a month, Link naturally had to feed his girlfriend first. He spent 2 days with Jessica before starting to work. A futilda, let's get started. First, put out the design of the Swallow flying skateboard. Link sat in front of the workbench with the holographic image displayed on it. Disassembly tilde, that's right. It was on this basis that the Yanwu fighter was designed. Its wings and tail are the same, but its internal structure needs to be adjusted. But Link does not need to complete all the designs by himself. Artificial intelligence can help him fill in many gaps. Of course, the new technology still needs to be completed by Link himself. This work will take a long time. As for the production of fighter jets, he plans to place them in the weapons factory of Osborne Industries, which is the weapons factory acquired from Stark Industries. It has a sufficiently advanced production line, and Link plans to make modifications based on this. Finally, a general assembly workshop is needed to complete the assembly of the final body, and this general assembly workshop will be located in New York. The design is proceeding in an orderly manner. Stark and Bruce are still working on the technology they have brought back, but Link is too far ahead of them. For more than a month, Link worked on the design in the studio every day during the day, until finally Alfred's flight verification was successful. A lot more time was spent, and the key was that Link supplemented Afu with new skills and knowledge, especially the input of basic knowledge, which was the focus of his work, and design was actually not difficult for him. The upgrade of artificial intelligence is the most important thing for him, as it will facilitate his future work. In addition to the basic knowledge, adding the molecular structure of various new elements is also a key point. Link read too much, and there was no input on language because there was too much to complete in a short time. For example, the Asgardians have a lifespan of 5,000 years, so they have time to learn various languages in the universe, but humans cannot do that. There's not much point in recording them down, and the workload is also extraordinary. The input here is what Link focused on strengthening. He can enter the input at high speed while controlling the speed, but he still doesn't dare to go all out because that would be too fast. The supercomputer couldn't handle it, and the touch keyboard was even more unbearable, so all input had to be abandoned. Norman, I need to modify the production line. Link called Norman Osborn and took him to his studio. Lynn, what new designs do you have? Norman Osborn was very interested. After all, Link was a genius. Now the Osborn Group was developing rapidly in the pharmaceutical industry, and its market value even exceeded $400 billion. Many established pharmaceutical companies are wary of them, but Link is an Avenger, and the Osborn Group is also making arms. Such beings are not easy to provoke, and there is nothing we can do about them for the time being. Look, Link waved his hand, and a hologram of a fighter plane appeared on the workbench. Norman Osborn looked at it, then asked, "Is this your flying skateboard?" "No, this is a fighter jet with a driver's seat." Link stretched out his hand and pulled, and the fighter jet enlarged a little, and this time it was clearer. Norman Osborn was a little excited and asked, "Is this the new fighter plane that the weapons department is going to launch?" "It's not a launch. This fighter is a space fighter that can fight in space," Link said, "and it has space jump technology so it can fly into space. Once it is built, I will drive it into the universe to explore the way." "What?" Norman Osborn was shocked. "Space fighter?" Link said, "That's right. No one else knows about this yet. I've been thinking about what the Avengers' future positioning will be. Don't get involved in Earth's politics and focus on dealing with threats in the universe. It's not enough for just a few of us to do this. We need a stronger combat force, so the Avengers need to expand and require more personnel." Norman Osborn understood immediately, but he said worriedly, "Can you and Stark afford it?" Link laughed and said, "How can it be our funds? This should be paid for by countries all over the world. My ideal situation is to build a defense circle in space, a defense circle controlled by the Avengers, and the Avengers will not be involved in the political issues on Earth." Norman Osborn said in some distress, "Is this realistic?" "Very realistic." Link walked aside and poured a glass of wine for Norman Osborn. "You know, the alien danger has arrived, and the current technology of the world cannot develop space fighters. We will not share the technical information we obtained from Asgard with them." Norman Osborn is a veteran capitalist after all, he said, "but all countries in the world want it. Then let's test the strength of our Avengers." Link spread his hands and took a sip of bourbon. "The Avengers have reached an alliance agreement with Asgard. We can call on Asgard's army at any time. Their Rainbow Bridge is a fixed-point transmission device. It can be sent to any place in the world. Even nuclear bombs cannot use it. Norman, the one with the bigger fist, has always had the final say, and now the Avengers have the biggest fist." Norman Osborn hesitated to speak. Link saw it and said, "You can say anything. Lynn, the Avengers are short of manpower right now. Although you have formed an alliance with Asgard, are they really willing to fight with you?" Norman Osborn said, "At the same time, your military strength is not high. You have the conditions to wear a battle suit like Stark, but you only built a simple nano suit. You are a genius. I don't believe you can't make a battle suit." Link laughed, then patted the other's shoulder and said, "Norman, do you really know me?" Norman Osborn was stunned, then looked at Link carefully and then suddenly realized. He said, "Yes, I don't know you. With your intelligence, you would have thought of these things, but you are not worried at all. Does this mean you have your own trump card?" "Yes, it is the right decision to let you be the CEO. You are indeed smart enough." Link said, "Don't worry about anything. Nothing can threaten me and Osborn Group. I know you are worried about the Osborn Group, but you have to understand one thing. By the time we make it public, they will have already mastered the information about the universe and built a space fighter. I asked you to come here today not to start production right away. I need to build a new factory and find some abandoned land in New York to build an assembly workshop. We need to show this design to Tony and ask him to modify it. When it comes to production, we need to build the key equipment ourselves. In the future, it may be built in space, especially the two devices of energy and space jump, which must be mastered in our hands. Tony and I will build one by hand, and then I will drive it to explore the universe or even acquire a large spaceship. This is my goal." Norman Osborn opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief, "What can you do?" "And this space fighter is piloted by one person. What will you do if something goes wrong?" "Don't forget, I designed it and I can repair it." Link said confidently, "Even if I end up stranded in space, Asgard can still use the Rainbow Bridge to pick me up. I will leave with a communicator, and don't forget, you never know me." Norman Osborn took a breath, then nodded and said, "It seems that you are very confident, and I can't persuade you. I will arrange it. Do you have the drawings of the assembly workshop?" "Yes, I'll ask Afu to send it to you later. We can look for suitable land first." Link smiled and finally convinced Norman Osborn. After all, the group still needed him to manage it, and such a big thing could not be ignored. Especially since the weapons factories are underutilized, the workers are now being supported and are not making any money at all. Link then sent the design to Stark, who called him in shock. "Lynn, was this designed by the Osborn Group?" "Of course, don't worry, the core secrets are protected." Link said, "It's unbelievable. It seems that there is really a genius in the Osborn Group. He designed it so quickly." Stark expressed his doubt. Link said, "You can trust me. How about that? Any ideas for changes?" "Of course, I will optimize it," said Stark. Link expressed his idea. "Tony, I plan to build one, and then I will drive it to explore the universe and find out some routes. I will also take a look at other spaceships and fighter planes in the universe. Asgard has a lot of information, but how we choose still depends on the situation. What I mean is to build a mothership that can carry this kind of fighter. In addition, build a large airport in outer space of the Earth as a space headquarters. The current Avengers headquarters serves as a ground liaison station to ensure the independence of the Avengers and that they do not accept the leadership of any government, including the World Security Council. What do you think?" Stark said, "I totally agree. Just do that, but go by yourself." "Yes." Link said, "The Avengers' main force needs to protect the Earth, and the most suitable candidates are only the two of us. You can't disappear for too long, but I'm different. I can go away for a while. This time is not long because there are space nodes and we can use space jumps. This way it will only take a few months to go back and forth. I am more suitable to discuss things. Stark was silent. Link was indeed irreplaceable and he was the only one to go. For example, can Captain America fly a fighter plane? Hawkeye and Black Widow are both secret agent killers. They can't do this. Bruce is the most powerful fighter on Earth, and he himself is in the news too much, unlike Link, who has always kept a low profile. He rarely shows up, and with Norman Osborn as the CEO, Link doesn't have to worry about anything. I understand. I will modify it as soon as possible, but you don't have a living area. Stark said, the distance between each space node is very far. You need a living area. No need, Tony. I have prepared a lot of simple living facilities, enough for me to travel back. Link refused. Just build a small one and you can modify it based on it. This ship is used for testing, including possible space combat. I need to conduct a comprehensive test. Link said, you can help me build an iron armor, a space version. Okay, no problem. Stark then hung up the phone and called Bruce to start working. Bruce had been standing next to him. After hesitating, he said, does Lynn need to take such a risk? Stark stopped what he was doing, looked at Bruce and said, Bruce, you saw the Chitauri army. Not all of them entered the tunnel, but I saw it. Jarvis, play the video. Yes, sir. Jarvis played a few seconds of footage, and through the space channel, he saw a huge monster in the universe from afar. It was the Chitauri mothership. In front of it, Villiton is just a tadpole. The distance is far, but the comparison is obvious. At the same time, the universe is filled with Viritans and flying vehicles. Bruce was silent. He didn't see it. Stark added, this is what Link and I are worried about. Can we really stop it? I originally wanted to create an Iron Legion, but Jarvis couldn't control it. The number he could control was limited. And Link won't let me develop true artificial intelligence because it's too dangerous. Even the most advanced civilizations in the universe haven't built artificial intelligence. It seems that only the Kree have the highest intelligence. However, they do not use robots, and the Supreme Intelligence does not control any weapons. Link gave a solution, which is to develop several artificial intelligences that match our respective characteristics. I think this is a good idea, and I plan to study it. I just happened to get some technology. Bruce nodded slightly and said, the Avengers still rely on you and Lynn. Although I have many degrees, I really can't think of these things. I can't think too much. Stark said, after all, I always think I can solve all problems. I don't worry about money or technology. But things are not that simple. Lynn is best at psychology. He can see through people's hearts. This is how he can make up for the shortcomings of the Avengers. Just like your nanosuits, I couldn't think of making them for you, but Lynn did. Bruce smiled. He was the most qualified person to speak on this. Indeed, I don't need to be naked after Hulk comes out. The two began to work day and night, and Link told Jessica about his idea, telling her that he was going to the universe, but the specific time was uncertain. But it would take at least several months to go back and forth, so she should pay attention to her safety, especially keep her combat suit and flying skateboard with her and remember to carry weapons. Jessica was not worried about Link. After all, Link's strength was there and no one could hurt him, even though Link took out the Infinity Stones. Jessica was introduced, and now Link wears the Infinity Stone on his hand. After all, it's okay as long as the Asgardians can't see it. Even if they saw it, it wouldn't be a big problem. When they went to Asgard, they didn't mention the Tesseract and just assumed they had forgotten about it. As for Nick Fury, let Stark deal with him. At this time, Nick Fury is not a Skrull, but the real Nick Fury, which Link can clearly feel. Time passed quickly. Stark perfected the final design and began to build it. Link also took on part of the building task. After that, the two sides carried out the final assembly at the Avengers headquarters. 2 months later, the first Swift fighter was completed. The Avengers were very curious about it, especially Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Captain America. After all, they could not participate in the building process. Natasha went up to take a look first, then came down and said, "That's great. When we start manufacturing in large quantities, I'll learn how to drive it first." No problem. This is our future fighter jet. It can fight in space and in the atmosphere. Link said it uses new elements as its power core. This is an enlarged version. It can support flight and space jumps in the universe. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? Even if they can't go, I can go. Natasha said. Link smiled and said, it doesn't mean that just because there are many people, we can really help each other. Sometimes it's more convenient to be alone. You can leave when you want to, stay when you want to, without any scruples. Everything is unknown this time when we go to the universe, especially the currency units of the universe. We don't have them. I need to find a way to get them. I'm not sure what I'll do then, so it's better to go alone. But you can rest assured, I've looked up a lot of information in Asgard, so I'm not setting out blindly. Natasha nodded slightly and said, in that case, remember to contact us. I will be guarding the communicator at the headquarters. No problem. Link seemed very relaxed. The fighter plane was then tested, with Link piloting it himself. After several tests, he chose to resupply and then set off directly. Boom tilde, the fighter plane rushed directly into the sky and headed out of the atmosphere without any window period. This is the performance that a space fighter plane should have. Buzz. A slight vibration caused the fighter's outer shell to generate high temperature, but it did not burn and quickly rushed out of the atmosphere. Then there was a loss of gravity. Link turned on the gravity device and the feeling of weightlessness disappeared. Tony, everything went well, now head to the space node. Got it, I wish you a safe journey. Stark's voice came and the fighter's communication was naturally strengthened, allowing long-distance communication in the universe. Link accelerated his fighter plane instantly and flew towards the nearest space node on the star map. His first target is Morag, an abandoned planet that Link found on the star map. He's going to look for the cosmic orb containing the Power Stone. Once you get it, you can sell it for a ton of money and then go order a spaceship. Link has already designed several spaceships, all of which have energy cores made of new elements and are capable of space jumping. He has also thought about building a light-speed engine, but this is too laborious. Also, the Earth is difficult to build on now, so it is better to use a space jump engine. After arriving at the space node, Link started his first space jump and started the engine. A hexagonal space window appeared in front of him, and then the fighter plane rushed directly into it. Link's body was strong enough, so this kind of space jump did not cause any discomfort to him at all. When the fighter plane stabilized again, a huge planet appeared in front of him. Very close. He pushed the joystick and the fighter plane flew towards the planet. Link didn't know why the barren land on Morag had become like this, and he didn't know why the cosmic spirit ball was left here, but these were not problems. He began to look for the buildings in his memory. The Yan fighter was very fast, so he didn't need to look slowly because his dynamic vision was enough for him to see all the buildings clearly. Fortunately, there were not many buildings here, so he could easily find similar locations to those in the movie. Regardless of whether there would be any changes, he could only look for them this way. Some things may change, some things may not change, it all depends on luck. He was lucky and landed on a square, then put on his battle suit and got on the fighter plane. Using X-ray vision, he could easily find the location of the cosmic spirit ball. It was too easy for him to explore the universe alone. This was the confidence of a strong man. Link went directly to the location of the cosmic spirit ball, and without a key, he smashed the door with one punch. The energy field around the cosmic spirit orb provided protection. Link tried the vibranium battle suit. The energy field could not hurt vibranium. If it did, he would not have to fight shirtless. It's really simple. Link shook the cosmic spirit ball in his hand, turned around, and left. This place has been deserted for a long time, and there is no sign of intelligent life. This cosmic spirit ball might have been put in later, who can say for sure. Now prepare to set off to the land of nothingness, which is the collector's base camp. The group he founded is very wealthy. The fighter jet entered space and jumped again, and when it appeared again, it had arrived near the land of nothingness, very close. Although the Asgards do not use space nodes, their records are very comprehensive, worthy of being a long-lived race. Link was also recording things like the flight time from Earth to various space nodes, the energy used for space jumps, and so on. These are all very necessary. He explored not only the road, but also the subtle details such as various data and information. The universe is very vast. Although they are only in the Milky Way, it is still full of dangers. Just because Link is not afraid doesn't mean others are not afraid. The land of nothingness is a land of chaos, and it is equally dangerous. It is where criminals from all kinds of universes gather. Link landed at the airport. There was no registration or defense here at all. Fortunately, there was no need to pay any fees. Link came down wearing his battle suit. With 2 energy guns placed on the outside of his left and right thighs, he was ready to fight at any time. He looked up, then walked towards the central area. His eyes were now opened. There were all kinds of aliens. Some looked very similar to humans, but with various skin colors. There are also some with strange shapes, looking like monsters, and it doesn't look strange that he is wearing combat uniform, as most people here are wearing combat uniforms. Link came to the central area and grabbed a man at random. Where is the collector? The other party was obviously unhappy, but the power transmitted by Link's hand made him scared, and then he pointed. It was a tall building with a huge circular room at the top, and the surrounding area was made of transparent materials. Link let go and walked over. Link couldn't get in at the entrance, but there was something that looked like a communicator. He reached out and pressed it. "Excuse me, who is looking for the great collector?" A woman's voice, Link said directly. "I have something to sell to him, the cosmic spirit orb." Link did not mention the power stone, but the cosmic spirit orb first. "Please wait a moment. This woman is probably the collector's slave." Link didn't have to wait long before the door suddenly opened and a red-skinned woman appeared. "Please follow me." Link walked in and took the elevator to the top floor where the collector was. "Welcome. I didn't expect someone would come to me with a cosmic spirit orb." The collector looked at Link and said, "Do you mind taking off your helmet?" Link reached out and touched the helmet, and the helmet seemed to melt and slowly fade away. "You are?" The collector couldn't tell what planet Link was from. Link said, "Earth, I'm from Earth." After saying that, he took out the cosmic spirit ball from the tactical waste bag behind his waist. Then he asked, "How much are you offering?" The collector thought for a moment and said, 1 billion units. Link shook his head and said, don't think I don't know what's inside. It's the Power Stone. The collector nodded slightly, thinking that the price could not be lowered, so he asked, how about 4 billion? Let me ask you something first. Can your group build a mothership? Link asked. You should be able to see from the fighter plane I brought here. What is the maximum size of a mothership that can carry such fighter planes? How many can it carry? Good idea. The collector became interested. Earth hasn't entered interstellar civilization yet. How did you get out? Every planet has geniuses. Our geniuses have gathered together and got help from Asgard. I believe you are familiar with the fact that the Chitauri attacked the Earth before but were defeated by us. Link did not hide it. He needs to build a mothership, but if he relies on the power of the Earth or the power of him and Star, it will not be enough, and it will take a very long time. However, it is much easier to find advanced civilizations in the universe. The collector found it strange that he answered whatever the other party asked. Didn't he have any vigilance at all? But this was out of his control, so he said, let me see. He came to a control console and quickly called up the screen. He saw Link's fighter plane. The positioning was very precise. Although there was no one in charge, he was in control of everything here. It looks a bit like a plundering fighter, but smaller and designed for flexibility. Did you come here in it? The collector said, you have an accurate space node and a space jump engine. If you build a mothership, do you need weapons? Of course, we have designed several and their appearances are slightly different. You can see which one is suitable for you. Link took out a USB flash drive. The collector took it, inserted it into his device, and pulled up several design drawings. One of them was designed by Link based on the Minerva and Gundam seed. It does not need to be equipped with Gundam, so it will have no problem fitting a large number of fighter planes. Its shape also makes it easy to build a space dock. The situation on Earth is different from that of the advanced civilizations in the universe. It is not an interstellar civilization that has truly entered the universe, and the Avengers will not have too many personnel. With so few people, a warship that is too huge is not suitable. What he asked just now was actually about the price. But what I really like is the imitation of the Minerva, which is very suitable for small organizations. Especially if all the Avengers are on board, the combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. Moreover, it can also carry a large number of Yan-style fighters, coupled with a large amount of defensive firepower, so it will not be at all vulnerable to facing a large enemy mothership. The key is to enter the docking layer and dock at the port, which is conducive to transporting materials into the universe for manufacturing. Or after it is built, it will be sent to the universe for assembly. Link also uses it as a transport ship. After all, it is very difficult for the Avengers to control one ship. The collector looked at Link and said, "Power gem in exchange for mothership? Of course not." Link walked over, pulled out the design, pointed at the Minerva and said, "I want to build it." Is this considered a small space battleship? The biggest question I asked was just the price. The collector rolled his eyes and said, "How about I equip you with a complete fighter plane? The value of the fighter plane is not high. My factory on Earth is ready to produce it. If it is not too troublesome for us to make it ourselves, then I will not let others build it." Link said, "If you tamper with it, then I will use the power gem here." The collector was stunned. He knew how powerful the Power Stone was and how it could easily destroy a planet. Link took the cosmic spirit ball and handed it to the other party. "Open it first." The collector took it, his eyes full of confidence, then placed it on a small device and started to rotate it. The cosmic spirit ball is actually a container, which requires a password to unlock. The way to unlock it is to rotate both sides at the same time, but the direction and number of rotations are the password. The collector's gadget acts like a decoder. Finally, the code was solved and the power gem inside was suspended there. After Link grabbed it, it was covered with nanomaterials and turned into a ring on his hand. The collector took a breath. "You are not from Earth?" "Of course, but I'm special. You can't withstand a punch from me." Link stretched out his right hand and the power gem on it emitted a purple light. "How is it? Can we negotiate normally now?" "No problem, distinguished guest." The collector saluted Link, which was a sign of respect for the strong. The two sides then began to bargain, but the details depended on the specific design. Link showed the final set of design drawings and the two discussed them. The collector is indeed a guy who has lived for billions of years. He really knows everything and has discovered all the problems in the design. So Link lived here temporarily and modified the design with the other party, and the collector was very enthusiastic. Link didn't know why he was so enthusiastic, but it was a good thing. A month later, the design was completed and the other party immediately started construction, but the construction site was not here. Construction takes time, so Link plans to return to Earth and look for manpower. After all, no matter how small a ship is, it is still much larger than an aircraft carrier and he cannot operate it alone. Link does not plan to use artificial intelligence to fully control the battleship. In addition, the name of this battleship is not Minerva, but Avenger. This time the Earth really possesses the power of the Avengers. Once the battleship is fully equipped, the Avengers can ride it to most places in the universe. Link even left room for improvement, which is to add a light speed engine. In this way, he has the ability to accelerate instantly. Of course, if he uses the space gem, he can open the space channel and appear anywhere he wants to go instantly, but he won't use it so easily unless the space gem is exposed. Link flew a swallow fighter out of the void, performed a space jump, and returned to Earth after several jumps. This time it went very smoothly. I didn't expect to get so much from the collector, not only enough to build a spaceship, but even abundant funds. However, I can't get these for the time being. The two parties exchange money and goods, and the transaction takes place outside the Earth. The collector will send the spacecraft here when the time comes. This makes things much more convenient, so Link went straight back to Earth just to prepare manpower. This is Link calling the Avengers headquarters. Link came outside the Earth and started the call directly. However, no one responded. Link felt a little strange. This is Link calling Stark. Hey Lynn, Stark responded quickly. You back? I just called the Avengers headquarters. Why is there no response? Link asked. Nick Fury is in trouble and is being treated in the hospital. Barton, Natasha, and Rogers have all gone to the hospital. Stark said. Link didn't expect that after his trip to the universe, things would turn out like this. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. going to be disbanded? But what about the plot of Iron Man? I understand. I'm going to land at the Avengers headquarters now. You and Bruce should come here to meet up. But why didn't you go? Link asked while flying towards the Earth. Something has gone wrong. S.H.I.E.L.D. is on high alert. They are even targeting the Avengers as the most suspicious. Stark said, Bruce is forbidden to go to the hospital. I was worried about something going wrong, so I stayed in the building to accompany Bruce. You came back just in time. Link understood that he had changed too many things, so unexpected situations would naturally arise. Nick Fury must have discovered something. The 3 secretly built helicarriers must still be under construction, and Nick Fury wants to stop. Otherwise, Hydra wouldn't have taken action, and the Avengers are so powerful that they even formed an alliance with Asgard. Hydra now wants to separate the Avengers, so Captain America and the other 2 go to the hospital. Bruce is restrained, and Stark is worried about staying. If he doesn't stay, he will be allowed to go to the hospital. As long as Hulk doesn't show up, the remaining people will not be afraid of Hydra, and they probably have the means to deal with Stark's armor. While passing through the atmosphere, Link was thinking about countermeasures. It would not be possible to take action now because on the surface it was still S.H.I.E.L.D. who was taking action, unless Nick Fury is not dead. By the way, where's Coulson? Link asked. He's the one who's fighting against me and Bruce. He's carrying that Iron Monger. Stark said helplessly. I understand. You guys wait for me at Stark Tower. After I land at the headquarters, drive to the hospital and send me the location of the hospital. Link made a decision. Link instantly determined that Steve Rogers would not bring a shield when going to the hospital. Natasha Romanoff might bring a weapon, but even if she did, it would only be a pistol. And the other would be the stun gun carried on her nano suit. And Clint Barton would not carry a bow and arrow. At most, he would have a nano battle suit. Their nano battle suits are designed as watches, which are convenient for daily carrying, but the weapons are not suitable for nanoscale. They would inevitably be attacked on their way back to headquarters from the hospital, and Link was in a hurry. A fighter plane quickly landed at the Avengers headquarters. Fu opened the hangar. There are 2 sets of artificial intelligence in the Avengers headquarters. One is Jarvis and the other is Alfred, just in case both artificial intelligences are used. It is convenient for Stark and Link to control it at home without interfering with each other. The hangar opened and Link landed vertically. His Saab class was there and he got in directly. Fu, after I get out, seal off the headquarters. No one except the Avengers is allowed to enter. Also, please help me contact Jessica. Link stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. The phone was connected. Honey, are you back? Yes, baby, where are you? Link asked. I'm at the Foundation, Jessica asked curiously. What's wrong? Have Frank and McCall take you home and shut down the elevator directly. Link said, if anything goes wrong, you need to stay somewhere safe. Okay, I'll go back now. Jessica didn't ask any more questions, nor did she need to worry about Link's safety, so she agreed readily. This is what Link likes most about Jessica. Although she's very curious, she knows the limits. Now Link is obviously a little anxious, so she will definitely not ask. She knew Link was safe and would tell her the answer later, so there was no need to chase her and ask now. Link hung up the phone and Stark's location was sent over. Fu Tilda set the route. Yes, sir. A route map appeared on the windshield and Link began to accelerate. Inside the hospital, Steve and others looked through the glass at the situation in the operating room, where Nick Fury was lying and receiving emergency treatment. Natasha had tears in her eyes, but she was thinking in her heart, who could it be? Moreover, now S.H.I.E.L.D. actually suspects the Avengers. This doesn't make sense because the Avengers wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble to kill Nick Fury, only to let him run away and even run to Captain America's house. In the end, the killer chased the captain to his home and shot him 2 more times. This doesn't make sense. Maria Hill stood aside and Natasha asked, why would S.H.I.E.L.D. suspect that we did it? Maria Hill turned to look at Black Widow and said, Minister Pierce is in charge first. I can't command S.H.I.E.L.D. now, he is above me in rank. Natasha turned her head and looked at Captain America again. The two looked at each other but said nothing. Everyone has questions in their minds, but now is not the time and this is not the right place to talk about them. Suddenly, the monitor in the operating room sounded an alarm. Nick Fury's heart stopped beating, and rescue work began immediately. At this moment, Link pushed the door open and everyone looked at him. "Lynn, you're back," Steve said in surprise. "Yes, I heard about the accident right after landing, so I rushed here as fast as I could." Link turned his head and looked into the operating room where the doctor announced that Nick Fury was dead. It was definitely not a Skrull inside. After confirming it once again, Link turned on the X-Vision and found that Nick Fury's heart had not lost its vitality. It was just beating slower. The doctor left the operating room and Nick Fury was pushed out. Natasha and others wanted to go and see, and Link followed them. But they only watched for about a minute before Maria Hill, who was in charge of dealing with Nick Fury's body, urged them on. Link and the others came out and Brock Rumlow, the captain of SHIELD's Rapid Response Team, came over. "Captain, the minister wants you to go to SHIELD. We won't go there for now." Link suddenly said, "Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. suspects that the Avengers did it, we should honestly go back to the headquarters and wait for the results of S.H.I.E.L.D. investigation." The other party was stunned and immediately said, "This is the minister's order. Captain America is not a member of SHIELD. He is just a contact person and does not need to obey any orders." Link's attitude was very tough. "If you have any questions, you can go to court, but you have no right to order the Avengers." Steve was curious about Link's attitude, but the Avengers were also full of doubts. Link's return gave them hope in an instant. Brock Rumlow frowned, glanced at Link, then turned and left, leaving with the Rapid Reaction Force. Link immediately said, "Let's go." He didn't say much, just led his people away all the way to the parking lot and got in the car. "Afu Tilda, did anyone approach the car just now?" Link asked. "No, sir," Alfred responded. Link then started the car and slowly drove out of the hospital, plan a route, find the least used road back to the Avengers headquarters, close all windows and enter autopilot mode. "Yes, sir." As soon as the words fell, all the glass, including the windshield, immediately changed into SLR glass. Link then turned around and said, "Natasha, put down the backrest and go to the back to get your weapons. Everyone put on your combat uniforms and prepare to fight." Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye all narrowed their eyes and immediately took action. Natasha easily came to the back, where was Link's armory, and everyone was already wearing their battle suits. He took the equipment handed over by Natasha, including tactical vest and so on. Even Captain America was holding a pistol and had a bracelet on his right wrist, which was a titanium alloy shield for emergencies. There were quite a few weapons at the back, enough for the four of them. For example, Natasha and Steve Rogers used pistols, while Clint used a submachine gun. Link carries the most weapons, including a pistol, a carbine, and throwing knives. He equips the throwing knife box on his lower back. Then load the bullets and be ready to fight at any time. "Lynn, are you doing well in the universe?" Natasha suddenly asked. This eased the tense atmosphere a lot. "All going well. Soon we will have a space battleship that can accommodate 120 Yan-style fighters and can also fly and fight in the atmosphere and even land on the sea," Link said. Link said, "I didn't go to many places this time, but I gained a lot. I also got the universal currency of the universe. Stark and I are planning to build an Avengers base in the universe to defend against external attacks. This incident just happened to give us an excuse." Steve asked, "Do you know what happened?" "I don't know," Link shook his head. "But I know it's not that simple. They deliberately didn't let Bruce go to the hospital and they sent Coulson there instead. It's not easy to just ask you three to go to the hospital. Just now you were asked to go to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. It's obvious that they want to separate the Avengers. And you sent Coulson away. When Nick Fury was rescuing him, shouldn't Coulson have been the one guarding him? That Minister Pierce is problematic and Nick Fury must have done something. Although the combat capability of S.H.I.E.L.D. is average, its organizational power is huge. Who has the ability to ambush him? So the problem is SHIELD." Steve said, "Fury gave me a USB drive." As he said that, he took out the USB drive. After all, he did not follow back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Link looked at it and said, "Wait until we get back to S.H.I.E.L.D. and see they're here." Link looked out the car window at this time. Although he chose a place with few people, there was no one around and no car. It was obvious that the road was closed in advance. Afu switched to manual driving. Link put the carbine aside, then gripped the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator to speed up again. Boom tilde, the engine roared. The car speed increased immediately and others also noticed that there was a problem. Squeak. RPG tilde Natasha, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly shouted. Link had already noticed it because he relied on his hearing. At the corner 50 meters behind the right side of the car, someone fired an RPG. Link turned the steering wheel and the car turned directly to the left, avoiding the rocket. Just right, boom. The rocket flew over and hit the road on the left side of the vehicle without affecting the vehicle's progress at all. Afu, find a suitable position for fighting. Link had no intention of escaping. Their battle suits were bulletproof. Link was ready to kill indiscriminately because the people coming must be Hydra's people. Clean out a wave of Hydra people and you can exclude some of them when selecting people in the future. A new route has been planned, sir. Ah Fu was driving very fast. Link turned the steering wheel directly, and the huge Suburban drifted and entered the road on the left. Link had already heard the sound of many cars converging towards them. But it was a dream to want to surround him. Relying on his hearing and Ah Fu's help, he easily began to evade the opponent and drove towards the pre-selected location, which was a bankrupt and closed factory. The car drove all the way and there were at least 15 vehicles chasing behind it, and some of them were hard to identify. After all, not all vehicles were chasing behind, and many were preparing to take a detour and surround the enemy. When they arrived at the factories, Link drove his car directly and crashed open the gate, and the car kept driving into the factory. Then he stopped and said, "Everyone get ready to fight." "Okay." Steve pushed the door and got out of the car. The bracelet unfolded into a shield, holding the shield in his left hand and the gun in his right hand. He used it during World War II. At this time, he was holding a modified version of the M1911 tactical rifle. Moreover, this was a factory with many shelters, which was suitable for him to perform. However, he was not using a vibranium shield, so his combat effectiveness would probably be reduced a lot. Natasha uses a Glock 26, which is very small, fits in her palm, and has a large bullet capacity. Clint Barton does not carry a bow and arrow, but his nano suit comes with a combat knife, and he also carries an MP5 submachine gun. Link ran straight to the roof of the factory. He climbed all the way to the roof, then began to observe the surroundings to determine the enemy's location and inform others using the radio. There were indeed quite a few vehicles outside. After Brock Rumlow got out of the car, he began to direct them. Link saw him at a glance. The leader of the team is Brock Rumlow, and these people are all from SHIELD. It seems that my guess was correct. Link said, "There's a problem with an SHIELD. I can only ask Nico Fury later what the problem is." "Fury?" Barton asked curiously. "He's not dead." "Of course, I don't believe he's dead, but he's definitely seriously injured." Link said, "Even if he's dead, it's okay. He helped him find out about a hand and society before. They have the means to resurrect, and the hand and the company will be killed by Fury, but the assets and things did not reach the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. There is such a thing." Natasha was also stunned. "Seems like you guys don't know either. He definitely didn't hand over the hands and the things he knew to SHIELD. This guy has been keeping something in reserve." Link smiled, "And just now, Hill urged us to leave. Don't you think there's something wrong? It must be some kind of medication that has a time limit. He will ask us for help soon. It must be something serious, otherwise he wouldn't be attacked. He must have done something." "Okay, the enemy is about to attack. I'll fire first." Link said and opened fire. The other party surrounded the factory, but there was a wall around the factory. They wanted to jump in, but no one entered through the main gate. It is well known that Link is a sharpshooter. They dare not break through head-on by themselves, and the vehicles coming now are all SUVs. S.H.I.E.L.D. Rapid Response Force has armored vehicles, but they are not fast and have not arrived yet. Link fired in bursts at an extremely fast speed. He turned around and directly killed more than a dozen people. The opponent hurriedly shot at the roof, but Link's suit was bulletproof, so he didn't care about the opponent's firepower and shot back directly. In addition, he mainly looks to see if anyone has an RPG. If the other party wants to hit him, they must retreat and shoot at a high altitude, exposing their body much more than Link. Hit high and hit low, beat SB. Link killed them one by one without mercy and emptied a magazine. He swung the assault rifle in his hand, threw the empty magazine away, and inserted a full one. The speed is very fast. Stop the attack. Brock Rumlow saw that it was not going to work. Everyone find shelter and wait for the armored vehicles. The first wave of attacks was put out by Link alone, but Link would not let them go. The bracelet on his right hand turned into a flying skateboard. "I'll go up, you three attack the right wall. I'll attract their attention." Link said. Link flew straight up. Hearing the sound, the attackers around him raised their heads, but Link could see clearly from his high vantage point and at a high distance. He flew directly to a height of more than 400 meters and then shot from above. His position was too good and his skills were overwhelming. Coupled with his precise shooting, the attackers surrounding the abandoned factory were shot dead one after another. He was determined not to leave anyone alive, and he only planned to leave one person behind, and that was Brock Rumlow. At this time, the guy reacted very quickly. He lay down directly and then rolled under the car. Captain America and his two companions on the right side have already rushed out, killing the attackers over there with ease, and then started to bypass them. Relying on the opponent's vehicle as cover, Link gave instructions from high altitude and was also responsible for cover. The RPG has a limited range and can't hit Link at all, so some people below are using it. Brock Rumlow was holding his phone and looking for support. "How long will it take for you to arrive?" "We'll be there soon." Several armored vehicles drove over from the distance. There were heavy machine guns on them, which were aimed at Link's position. Link descended directly. Although the heavy machine guns still couldn't hurt the vibranium suit, Link had no habit of taking a beating, so he landed directly and led them into the abandoned factory to fight. The armored vehicles stopped at the gate. The door of the second vehicle was pushed open, and several men in plain clothes got out. Tusk, that's tragic. One of them said, it looks like we still need to deal with it. Brock Rumlow looked grim, staring at the men and said, then hurry in, I'll get the armored vehicles to support you. You're not afraid of getting hurt anyway. These people walked towards the factory, and then Brock Rumlow got on the armored vehicle and personally operated a heavy machine gun. Link talked with Captain America and the others, who climbed back in from the back, entered the factory and reunited with Link. Then they all saw the few people walking in front and were very confused. Link understood that this was a combination of Iron Man 3 and Captain America 2, but it was normal to think about it. If Hydra didn't have this confidence, how could they deal with the Avengers? Also, what about the Winter Soldier? The Winter Soldier has not been seen at this time. It is estimated that Hydra did not take action, but instead sent the subordinates of Killian, the big villain in Iron Man 3, to take action. Killian had sought investment from Tony Stark a long time ago, but Stark stood him up, and then this guy had an epiphany. Collaborated with Maya Hansen to develop the Extremis virus and experimented on disabled soldiers. It should be successful now, but of course it may not be stable and these people may explode. Link opened fire first, hitting them in the head one after another and knocking them down. Boom, boom. As soon as he opened fire, his position was exposed. The heavy machine guns on the 4 armored vehicles outside immediately covered his position with fire. The powerful firepower directly smashed the surrounding buildings into pieces. However, Link was not injured. Vibranium can absorb kinetic energy, so even a heavy machine gun could not cause much damage to him. Several Extremis soldiers slowly stood up again, and Captain America and the others saw them. Oh my God, who is this person? Natasha exclaimed and then asked, what should we do now? Link didn't say anything and then answered her with the sound of a gun, This time Link emptied an entire magazine and all the bullets hit one person. The rest of the people accelerated and rushed directly towards Link. They were very fast, but Link was even faster. After he changed the magazine, he raised his gun and shot again, knocking down several more people. He hit them all in the head, and then the remaining bullets poured into one person's body. This time the others understood, so they opened fire and concentrated their bullets on one person. Boom. A problem finally occurred. They were hit by too many bullets at one time, perhaps destroying the stability of the desperate virus in their bodies. The body of one of them began to glow, the temperature around him rose, and then there was an explosion. The power was neither too great nor too small, and it affected the desperate warriors around him, and they also exploded one after another. These people didn't even touch Link and the others, and they were all killed. The people on the 4 armored vehicles were dumbfounded, and Link threw away his carbine, and 2 energy pistols gradually appeared in his hands. Swish, boom, boom. After taking down 3 armored vehicles in a row, he finally pointed at Brock Rumlow. This guy knew that he couldn't escape and could only raise his hands. We are from S.H.I.E.L.D. He was still struggling to the end. Link smiled and asked the captain and Hawkeye to go up and capture all the people on top, a total of 4 people. Link then blew up the armored vehicle with a shot, and then they forced them into the car. Link drove his own car, while Captain America and his men tied up the people, looked for vehicles outside, and then drove towards the Avengers headquarters. Returning to the Avengers headquarters and locking up the people, the underground prison finally came in handy. Then several people gathered in the conference room and held a video conference with Stark and Bruce, and Link narrated what happened. Stark and Bruce were both very shocked. They asked in surprise, Lynn, is there really a problem with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Now it seems to be correct, and the leader is Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now the communications director. Link said, but not everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. has problems. Some of them may not be aware of this, and it is very difficult to deal with it now. Hawkeye said, now we have captured 4 people. Leave them to Natasha and me. I believe we will be able to get accurate information soon. Link nodded slightly and said, I agree, they are both better at this. I agree too, Stark agreed. Basically, everyone agreed that the current situation was very dangerous and they could not do whatever they wanted just because of their high martial arts skills. After all, many of them had families and loved ones. Brock Rumlow was relatively resolute, but the rest were not. Under torture by other agent killers, they quickly confessed to being Hydra. Hearing about Hydra, Captain America was a little dumbfounded and then almost went berserk. How is that possible? Link looked thoughtful, then said, nothing is impossible. After all, after World War II, many scientists from the defeated countries were absorbed. Link added, now they have developed something like serum that can heal injuries, but there is a limit to this recovery. Once the body takes too much damage, it will inevitably break down and eventually explode. Explosion? Stark had some impression, but it was not very clear. He could not remember it. So what should we do now? Link thought about it for a moment, then said, there's nothing we can do now. We can only wait for Nick Fury to find us. Tony, you and Bruce don't leave Stark Tower, and make sure Pepper doesn't leave either. I will return to Osborn Tower and the others will stay at headquarters. Nick Fury should be looking for us soon. He is the only one who knows the details and has a way to take down Hydra. After all, this organization is too large and many of its members are innocent. We can't kill everyone. Captain America agreed with Link's thoughts and said, well, now we can only wait. But what about this USB drive? Nick Fury gave this to me. Link said, I don't think it will be of much use, but let's take a look anyway. After saying that, he looked at Natasha. Natasha took the USB flash drive from the captain, inserted it into a laptop, and began to decipher it. A signal has been sent, she said as she deciphered the message. Link said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter, it's not a secret anyway, let's see what's inside. Soon, the decryption was completed and it turned out to be an address. Link knew that this was the place where Dr. Zola of Hydra saved the data after he digitized his thought patterns. Of course, it is also a trap to lure the Avengers there and then destroy the place with missiles. Link thought about it and decided to go. After all, although he knew a lot of things, he couldn't say them out because he had no source of information. If he really went there, he would be able to tell some things. I'll go there, you guys stay here. Link wanted to go in person. You're going alone, Steve said. How about I go with you? No need. The three of you will be responsible for the security of the headquarters. With Tony and Bruce together, our strength will not be weakened, and it will be convenient for me to go back and forth by myself. Link shook his head. Don't worry, I can create the universe on my own. Why would I be afraid of these little problems? Indeed, it is unbelievable that Link went to the universe and actually ordered a spaceship to come back. Now someone is really needed to protect the Avengers headquarters. Link directly used the flying skateboard, connected it to his back, and flew away towards the input coordinates. The speed was very fast. He arrived at the coordinate location after more than an hour and then landed. This was a military base during World War II, and SHIELD was once here. Link wasted no time and went all the way to the underground part where Dr. Zola's digitized brain was located. After inserting the USB drive, the old-fashioned computer here starts up. Link tilde, an electronic voice sounded, and it was Link's name called in Chinese. Link saw Dr. Zola's face on an old-fashioned monitor. So this is a trap. Your reaction is really quick. Are all psychologists so good? Dr. Zola was a little surprised. But you are still so calm even though you know it is a trap, because you Hydra don't know how powerful I am. But it doesn't matter. Do you have anything to say? Link took out his energy gun and seemed to be destroying the machine step by step. Dr. Zola laughed and said, the Avengers will soon be gone and Hydra will rise. Is it your insight project? Link asked with a smile. Dr. Zola was stunned in a very human way. Link continued, is it the helicarrier? Tusk, tilde, you don't know how powerful the Avengers are. I just ordered a space battleship in the universe. Do you think your aerospace mothership can be our opponent? Even if it's our Yan-style fighter, you are no match. Such a large aerospace carrier is just a sitting duck when it's launched into the air, and you are so complacent. The technology gap is huge. Link raised his hand, blocked the data storage device beside him, and fired a shot. Swish. Boom. One was destroyed, but it did not affect Dr. Zola's existence. His voice suddenly became sharp. You are too arrogant. You will be buried here soon. Immediately continuing his attack, paying no heed to the incoming missiles, he destroyed the place completely. As for whether Dr. Zola was finished or not, he didn't care. After destroying this place, he looked around again, then raised his left hand, clenched it slightly, and a blue space channel appeared behind him. He took a step back and walked in. When the space channel disappeared, a missile hit here accurately. The Hydra men also rushed here and searched the place in an attempt to find Link's body. Link didn't go too far. He appeared outside the base, observed the Hydra search team, then took out his energy gun and started killing. Nick Fury was indeed not dead, but he didn't have many people he could trust now. Under Maria Hill's arrangement, he hid secretly to treat his injuries. S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally has a lot of medicines, some of which are magical. Since he is not dead, he naturally does not need dragon bones. Hill, how's it going out there? Fury was lying on the bed, receiving a Roman 4 drip, and his voice sounded a little weak. Pierce sent people to attack the Avengers, but they were completely wiped out. The Avengers are not taking any action now. I guess they are waiting, Hill said. Fury was not surprised and asked, is Lynn back? Yes, he rushed to the hospital, probably because he discovered something. He then led his men back to the Avengers' headquarters. They were attacked on the way, and it seems that he captured someone alive and brought him back. Hill's intelligence capabilities have naturally always been top-notch. She collected almost all the information. Do you want to contact them? You go meet Lynn in person. He is very wise. Tell him what is going on and then arrange for them to come over, Fury said. Hill nodded, then turned and left. Link was behind the Osborn building at this time. After eliminating the Hydra search team, he returned directly to the Osborn building. Jessica was still waiting for his news. The two of them cuddled together and then lay on the bed. He immediately recounted his experiences, but they were modified. After all, he did not want to talk about his identity as a time traveler, as it was the deepest secret in his heart. Maria Hill drove a police car, wearing an NYPD uniform and a pair of big sunglasses, to the Osborne Group building and then parked the car. After observing the surroundings for a while, he got out of the car and walked towards the Osborne Group building. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by the security guard. "Officer, what can I do for you? There is a case that needs to be questioned by McCall Roberts. Does he work here?" Maria Hill was just McCall, who was Jessica's driver, so the security of the Osborne Group would not stop him too much. At the same time, the Hydra lurking here won't care too much. "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll call him over." The security guard took out the intercom and called. "McCall and Frank still go to work every day. Both of them have lost their wives, and Frank's children are also dead. They are both alone. Link gave them his original apartment to live in, and they didn't have to pay rent, and the two of them got along very peacefully. The situation is special now, but the two of them still come to the group building every day to be on call and go to work normally. Here is their lounge, which is prepared for the drivers. The group's management all have their own drivers." McCall was very surprised. Why did the police come to find him? Could it be that the CIA found him? When he arrived at the lobby on the first floor, he saw Maria Hill in police uniform, but his intuition told him that this was not a police officer. "Officer," he walked over and called out. "McCall." Maria Hill did not take off her sunglasses, which covered half of her face. "I have something to ask you. Shall we go talk to one side?" "Sure." McCall saw that since the other party did not propose to leave, there was no need to refuse. The two walked aside, and Maria Hill spoke up. "I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. My name is Maria Hill, and I need to see Lynn." When McCall heard this, he finally understood. He knew something about the current situation. Jessica had not hidden anything from him and Frank. One is her driver, and the other is her bodyguard, both of whom are people she can trust. After all, if there is something that needs to be done outside, they will still need their protection. "How can I trust you?" McCall asked. "I know who you are, and you are very alert, but you just need to tell Lynn and he will believe me." Maria Hill didn't need the other party to believe him. "I found an excuse to come to you just to cover up. There are many people watching here." McCall understood, so he took out his phone and called Link directly. "Mr. Lynn, MS. Maria Hill wants to see you. Bring her up." Link was not surprised. Nick Fury was not dead. If he was dead, he would not have been resurrected so quickly. McCall put down the phone and said, "Come with me." Then he took her to the elevator, which was relatively hidden and no one would be watching, and the two of them entered the exclusive elevator. Going all the way up, they reached the top floor, and when the elevator opened, Link was standing at the elevator entrance. "Come in too, McCall, we'll need you later." Link then looked at Maria Hill and said, "It seems that Fury is not dead after all. Does he know the situation?" The Insight Project. Fury had previously decided to temporarily suspend the Insight Project. Maria Hill wanted to introduce the details of the situation. But Link interrupted her and said, "I know, 3 fully armed helicarriers use Dr. Zola's algorithm to calculate, find those who are a threat to Hydra, and then eliminate them all." Maria Hill was stunned. "It seems that you know more than us. The USB flash drive before was a trap. The location was a former S.H.I.E.L.D. base, which is now abandoned." Link said, "Dr. Zola converted his thought patterns into data and stored it, which is equivalent to returning him tilde still alive. He designed this algorithm, but the 3 helical carriers are just a target for us Avengers. If they dare to take off, we will dare to shoot them down. However, the most serious problem now is not the Insight Project, but S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. It's hard to tell the difference from Hydra. What's your plan?" Maria Hill said. "Fury wants to see you." "Is there any way to get there?" "Of course." Link nodded, "but it's better to bring Nick Fury to the Avengers headquarters. No other place is safe right now, and he must be seriously injured, right?" "He is indeed seriously injured, but the road to the Avengers headquarters is under surveillance, so he can't go there at all." Maria Hill frowned. Link would not fail to think of this. Link is ready to use the Space Stone, but now S.H.I.E.L.D. is basically finished, and Captain America won't allow it to exist. At first, Link had considered leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. behind, but then he thought it wasn't worth arguing with Captain America about this. He's just here to make a cameo appearance, and the fact that he is now in a dominant position is also related to Nick Fury. After all, he has come into contact with most of the Avengers before. For example, Captain America, Hulk, and Iron Man all owe him favors. Moreover, because of his foresight, reasonable analysis, and especially the application of psychology, he became the leader of the Avengers. This is only temporary. After all, the Avengers are too loose. When there are more people in the future, naturally there will be no unified opinions. At that time, the leader will only talk about reason, and then the minority will obey the majority. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. is basically finished, the Space Stone can be completely exposed, and even the matter of the Power Stone can be talked about. After all, the Power Stone was sold by him. "Of course I have a way. Tell me the location." Link said. Maria Hill told him the location, and Link thought about it. He knew this place, but he had never been there. It was a huge air raid shelter on the dam with a long history and has been abandoned. Link said, "You and McCall go down and drive the police car away without arousing suspicion. I'm going to pick up Tony and Bruce and take them to Avengers headquarters, then I'll pick up Fury and you." "Okay." Maria Hill didn't know what Link was going to do, but now she understood that this man would not do anything without a purpose. So she and McCall took the elevator down, and McCall escorted him out of the building. Maria Hill drove away in the police car. She was no ordinary woman, so she would definitely not return with a tail. But having a tail wasn't a big deal since Link was faster than her. Link spoke to Jessica, then activated the space gem directly in front of her, facing the top floor of Stark Tower. Link walked in. Otilda Stark was startled. After Link entered, he found Stark and Bruce on the balcony. Pepper didn't see them, so she was probably working downstairs. After all, she wasn't like Link, throwing everything to Norman Osborn. Link walked to the balcony, startling Stark. "How did you get in here?" "Use it." Link showed the ring on his hand, which seemed to be inlaid with a sapphire. "What is this?" Stark frowned. "Why does it look like a cosmic cube?" "It's the thing inside the cosmic cube called the Infinity Stone. We'll talk about this later." Link said, "I'm taking you to the Avengers headquarters now. Fury sent Hill to find me." "Really?" Stark was a little surprised. "Okay, let's go now. Let's go." Link activated the space gem and opened the portal. Stark walked in curiously. On the other side was the Avengers headquarters. As soon as they entered, Link said, "Afu, notify the others to gather in the conference room." "Yes, sir." Alfred informed the 3 people at headquarters. Link and the other 2 sat down directly. When the others arrived, Natasha asked curiously, "How did you get in?" Link said, "We'll talk about this later. I'm going to pick up Nick Fury now." "Natasha, go prepare the medical room. He's seriously injured. The others just need to wait here for me." Link stood up and activated his space ring in front of them. He took a step forward and there was a dam. He looked around and it was indeed quiet here. Then we walked towards the air raid shelter. The door here had been replaced early in the morning. It was just an iron bar door, not a heavy explosion-proof door. However, this place is built in the mountains, so its defense capabilities are quite good and there is nothing inside. Link pushed open the door and walked inside. There was light and someone had turned on the power. Soon he saw Nick Fury. There was another person next to him, probably a doctor and probably someone Nick Fury trusted. And Nick Fury asked curiously, "Didn't you come back with Hill?" "I'm 1 step faster than her. We can wait." Link said, "Do you know about the Hydra?" "I guessed it, but I don't know the details. However, you seem to know a lot. Is it that USB flash drive?" Nick Fury reacted quickly. "Yes." Link introduced the situation. "We will go to the Avengers headquarters later and then discuss how to deal with it. There is a medical room there with complete equipment and medicines, and it is safe enough for you to recover from your injuries." "Well, it looks like I don't need to stay here anymore. I can be more comfortable." Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if Link could come over, he could take him away, but he didn't know by what means. Soon, Maria Hill came back. She was also very surprised to see Link. Without waiting for her to ask, Link directly activated the space ring. Across from them was the Avengers medical room, and Natasha looked at the people opposite her curiously. Everyone pushed Nick Fury over, and then the space channel closed. Nick Fury asked, "The cosmic cube is really broken. Did you take the thing inside?" "Is it the ring on your hand?" "It's a gem." Link corrected. "Okay, you heal first. We have to go to a meeting. The equipment here can be used. Your people should be familiar with it." "Natasha, we're going to a meeting." Link turned and left. Natasha to Nick Fury, "It's great to be alive." After saying that, he turned and left. In the conference room, all the Avengers except Thor were present. Link said first, "Now there's a problem. We already know Hydra's plan. Now we need to consider a question, how to end it. Before everyone expresses their opinions, let me first state the problem. First, once S.H.I.E.L.D. collapses, there will be no one left to clean up Hydra, including what to do with the alien items S.H.I.E.L.D. collected before. Second, is Hydra just hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Third, my plan is for the Avengers to establish a headquarters in outer space, regardless of Earth's politics. So we need manpower. That's all the 3 questions. Please consider them carefully before making a decision. We will then discuss the specific issues with Nick Fury. The helicarriers used in Project Insight are all at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and can be easily dealt with. That is not the main issue. After saying that, Link leaned back, took out a cigarette and started smoking. No one had thought about it so much before, but now Link has thrown the question out and asked them to make a choice. Then everyone was in a dilemma. After all, what Link said seemed to be reality, and Link's attitude didn't matter. Captain America was the most hesitant. According to his previous idea, that was to disband S.H.I.E.L.D. and send all of S.H.I.E.L.D. information to the internet so that everyone would know. But what is the reality? Once S.H.I.E.L.D. is made public, nothing will be a secret anymore. What should we do with the troubles after S.H.I.E.L.D. is disbanded? Hydra is definitely not just in S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America thinks he knows them very well. Through the incubation of S.H.I.E.L.D. have they spread to all parts of the world. Everyone had a plan, but now they are hesitant. Link is not saying anything now. He doesn't plan to interfere too much. It would be best to make a collective decision in the end. Lynn, what do you think? Steve finally couldn't help it and asked. I don't want to influence your judgment. Link said, but the problem does exist. In fact, my feeling is that we don't understand Hydra. If it was just the Red Skull from World War II, then Hydra shouldn't have been able to develop to this point. It must not be that simple. This is what I think. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. is gone, Hydra still exists. We know nothing about its appearance, formation, and purpose. Steve asked, "You really think so? Of course, what other reason do you have that would make those Hydra scientists still obsessed with the development within S.H.I.E.L.D. headed by Zola? And is Hydra developing from the inside or infiltrating from the outside?" Link raised another question. "Everyone, to put it bluntly, we just don't know anything. I've read some information about Hydra. Their slogan is to chop off a head and another will grow. Does this simply represent their omnipresence? What is Hydra? That's a good question. Is it just an organization formed by Red Skull?" Although Link would not oppose the disbanding of S.H.I.E.L.D., the problem still needed to be raised so that they could think about whether they were capable of solving it. For a moment, everyone was in trouble and had difficulty making a choice. Link smiled and said, "Everyone, are you guys worrying too much? It's just a Hydra. Not all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are Hydra. After this revelation, Hydra will definitely be in trouble. At that time, agents who do not belong to Hydra will fight back. Casualties are inevitable, but that's their job. By then, most of the Hydra will be exposed. Just be more careful next time. There's no need to be so entangled. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. also needs to pay a price, especially Nick Fury needs to take responsibility. He can resign from the position of director and be replaced by Maria Hill. Also, from what I know, Nick Fury should have secretly prepared a new S.H.I.E.L.D. He had sensed something was wrong a long time ago, so he had been preparing in secret. The only thing he didn't expect was that Alexander Pierce was also Hydra. After everyone finished listening, Stark asked, "Lynn, how did you know that? Have you forgotten?" "I said before that I also caught a lot of problems as an agent before, and the funds involved were huge." Link said, "Especially the Hand and the Society have the means of resurrection, which Nick Fury concealed. Coulson is in charge, he should know best. Or Clint and Natasha will participate in the raid." Natasha nodded and said, "Yes, we are only responsible for the raid, and Coulson is responsible for the follow-up. You can ask Fury directly about this." Steve said, "Lynn, do you think we should keep S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D. is said to be a global organization led by the World Security Council, but its headquarters is in the United States. So do other countries have similar organizations?" Link did not answer but asked a question. This question stunned everyone again, and then they looked at each other. This was something they had never thought about before. Now that Link had brought it up, everyone thought about it, and Stark said directly, "It must be there." "That's right," Link laughed. "We are different from interstellar civilizations. We have nearly 200 countries on Earth. Let alone other countries, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council will definitely not fully trust S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, its foundation is the Strategic Scientific Corps, an American organization. So the other 4 permanent members must have set up their own similar organizations. S.H.I.E.L.D. said it is dangerous, but it will definitely not affect the entire world. And you're too entangled. What are we?" Bruce tried to answer. "Avengers, that's right. When Nick Fury found us and invited us to join, his fundamental purpose was to deal with the threat of aliens." Link said, "We are not saviors, and you should not think of yourselves as saviors. We are now a private organization that unites to protect the Earth, rather than interfering too much in its development. We have proposed from the beginning that we will not get involved in politics. The development of the Earth is determined by the competition between countries. This is the only way for civilization to develop. The Avengers do not have the power to unify the Earth and reach consensus on all aspects. Before the Earth civilization develops into an interstellar civilization, what we have to do is to protect the safety of the Earth. So I plan to move the Avengers into the universe." Natasha suddenly asked, "Lynn, how did you open the space channel?" She has always been thinking about this matter. After all, she is a spy and an agent. Link raised his left hand, on which was a ring with a sapphire. Link said, "This is the Infinity Stone. The cosmic cube is just a shell. It is this space stone that opens the space channel. When the universe was born, 6 Infinity Stones were also born, each with different powers, including 6 gems: power, space, time, soul, spirit, and reality. Once you have collected all 6, you can make your wish come true by snapping your fingers. This statement goes beyond everyone's understanding and is not scientific." Link flipped his hand and the Power Stone appeared in his hand. "I found this in the universe. I sold it to an immortal in the universe. Everyone in the universe calls him the Collector. He is the one who built our spacecraft. He owns a group of companies with very strong financial resources. Besides, it is said that he has lived for billions of years, but I don't know much about the details." Stark looked at the Power Stone and was about to reach out, but Link dodged immediately. "Don't touch it directly with your hands. Its power is extremely violent. If we humans touch it directly, we can't withstand its energy and will be turned into ashes directly." Link has always been wrapped in vibranium, just for show, so as not to highlight his uniqueness. Steve asked, "Such a powerful gem, you sold it. Will it have any impact?" Link rolled his eyes and said, "Steve, this thing has been in the universe for who knows how many years and has fallen into the hands of countless people. No matter how dangerous it is not something we should be concerned about." Steve was stunned for a moment, then realized that it was true. He had thought too much. The universe has existed for a long time, but these 6 gems have existed since the beginning. Link added, the most dangerous thing is to gather all 6 gems together because they are too powerful. Now that I think about it, it's understandable why Odin placed the cosmic cube on Earth. He must have collected them before, but later he was afraid of their power and scattered them. Bruce said, that makes sense. If you sell them, it will prevent too many gems from gathering together. This will do us more good than harm. Besides, we can't control everything in the universe. After all, the Earth is too weak now, so it's okay if we don't know about it, but we all know that there are a lot of civilizations in the universe. Steve nodded and said, let's vote. It's time to decide whether SHIELD will survive. Link clapped his hands and said, okay, then let's vote. Those who agree to keep SHIELD, raise your hands. Everyone raised their hands, and the vote was unanimous. Steve then said, we can't let Nick Fury continue to lead SHIELD. I don't trust him. He seems to have a lot of secrets. Link also nodded and said, okay, then pass it unanimously. Nick Fury is in the medical room. His injuries are under control. The equipment and medicines here are complete and sufficient for his treatment. Already asleep now. The Avengers had made a decision, and there was no need for everyone to stay here any longer. Link opened a portal to send Stark and Bruce away, and he himself returned to the Osborn Group building. Just wait until Nick Fury wakes up and then have the conversation. Jessica remained in the Osborn Group building, directing the charity fund via video call, and Matthew Murdock sensed something was wrong. Ever since Link appeared on the opera show and revealed himself to be an Avenger, he has been in a lot of trouble. Now that Jessica suddenly can't come to the Foundation to work every day, she must be in trouble. Jessica, are you and Lynn in trouble? Matthew asked during the video call. It's not a big deal. You just need to stay in Osborn building temporarily. Don't delay your work. Jessica said, the number of legal aid applications has increased a lot now. Can you handle it? Of course, we won't accept some cases. All cases are reviewed according to the standards, but our reputation has spread. Matthew said, now many people come here because of our reputation. Not to mention the normal fee cases, many people come here with other ideas. Jessica nodded slightly and said, this is inevitable. Your outstanding work has been seen by many people. There are so many cases in New York every day that some people don't even want to pay a ticket. There are too many such bad things. After getting in touch with them, Jessica also discovered many problems. It is not that if you want to do charity, you can't just give out money. You also need to open your eyes. If we don't have enough people, we can continue to recruit. Now that our reputation has spread, it's time for us to expand. As for the former assistants and interns, if they are qualified, they can be promoted. Matthew said, I understand. We have been conducting assessments recently. For recruitment, we can go to my alma mater and recruit recent graduates. I can't go during this period. You can handle things on yourselves. If you have any problems, you can call me. When Jessica finished her work, Link also returned to Osborn building. Jessica greeted him. Solved? Not yet. We just voted and decided what to do next. Link gave his girlfriend a kiss and went to pour a glass of bourbon. But it's not a big deal. We can solve the problem quickly. Will it expose you? Jessica asked. No, this operation will be easy. Link shook his head. The two of them were not worried about safety issues, but whether they would be exposed. Now that Link did not show up, no one or the media would be watching him. But once we know that he is Superman, the discussion will not stop and all kinds of speculation will follow. He will never have peace then, and some people may even suspect that he is an alien. Nick Fury woke up. He slept very soundly this time. The pain in his body was only vaguely visible and no longer as painful. His mouth was dry and it was difficult to speak. Are you awake? Natasha was standing beside him, thirsty. When Natasha saw Fury open his mouth, she immediately understood. She took the warm water prepared on the side and slowly fed it to him. My throat feels much better now. Thank you. How long have I slept? Fury asked. Less than a day. Natasha said, I'm giving you nutrient solution, but you should be hungry. No rush. Have you made a decision? Fury asked. Yes. Natasha then informed Fury of her decision, but Fury was not discouraged. He said, I agree. Hill is the successor I trained. There is absolutely no problem for her to take over SHIELD. And your analysis is pretty good. I have been making secret preparations. If any major problems arise, I will hand them over to Coulson. Natasha suddenly said, you still have a secret that Lynn has not analyzed. Fury laughed, which slightly affected his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Yes, I really can't hide it from you. You figured it out, but this is my secret. Natasha curled her lips and stood up. I'll get you something to eat and then tell your people that you're awake. Link and others got the news that Nick Fury agreed to their conditions, so the Avengers gathered again. This time we are discussing the battle plan. Link said, first of all, we can't tell who is Hydra, but luckily I've been to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters so I can send us to different locations. First of all, the parking spaces outside, don't let any Quinjet take off. Hawkeye, you'll be in charge, okay? No problem. Hawkeye is not suitable for internal combat. He can be responsible for the helipad outside SHIELD. Link then turned to Natasha and asked, is the Yan fighter going to start? Of course, Natasha nodded. Okay, then you will fly the Yan fighter to gain air superiority and prevent the aerospace carrier from taking off. Link said, you know the location. Once the gate is opened, you will attack. Then Link said, Captain, you are responsible for broadcasting. At the same time, all S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel lay down their weapons. I believe that at this time, the Hydra people will be armed and we will be able to distinguish them then. And I believe the real agents will listen to the captain's words. No problem, Steve nodded. Bruce, you and Maria Hill will directly control Alexander Pierce. We don't know much about Hydra. Now it depends on whether he can provide anything. Link made the arrangements. Finally, I would like to remind you that some of these people may explode. Link mentioned those people who were not afraid of bullets. They had not appeared recently and had not come to attack the Avengers headquarters. Link didn't know where Killian was now, but he would definitely jump out. They would talk about the specific situation later. Everyone should be careful when encountering these people and remember to evacuate the crowd. Our uniforms are bulletproof, but you have to be careful when encountering heavy weapons. And I'll be in the control room to prevent them from launching. That's the plan. Because of Link's appearance, Falcon has not yet joined the Avengers, but Link also has plans such as recruitment. After the tasks at hand are completed, the next step is to receive the spacecraft. At that time, we will definitely need to recruit people, and we can recruit Falcon at that time. Stark on the side was unhappy and asked, Lynn, what about me? Link looked at him and said, we have 3 choices now. We don't have enough manpower. The first is the security of the Avengers headquarters. Nick Fury is here. If we all leave, what about his safety? The second is the hangar. The aerospace carrier is in the underground hangar. It's too big, so only you can control it, but relatively speaking, there should be the most Hydras there. The third one is to follow me because the control center can only be activated, so we don't know what we will encounter there. Hydra hasn't taken any action yet. It's estimated that they haven't completed their final preparations. Nick Fury wants to stop the project. This touches their roots. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to kill him. But now that we have started, it will soon start. Those who can explode are the biggest hidden danger. When Stark heard this, he realized that it was not that he had not been assigned tasks, but that there were not enough people. Stark thought for a moment and said, I'll go to the hangar. The situation there should be more complicated, so when should we take action? Link said, now, the sooner we act, the better. Afotilda notified Maria Hill to go to the equipment room, and everyone go get weapons and ammunition. The group came to the weapons room, and everyone put on nano battle suits, all made of titanium alloy, except Link, who used vibranium. He carried energy weapons, but they were not necessary to use within S.H.I.E.L.D., so this time he took 2 pistols and a throwing knife. He had a lot of magazines on his waist, then looked at everyone and said, are you ready? Okay, everyone is ready. Link opened the space channel. Captain, go in. Steve Rogers didn't waste any words and rushed in directly. Link opened the second space channel. Hill, Bruce. Next came Hawkeye and Stark, while Natasha had already left the Avengers headquarters in a fighter jet and would arrive at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in a few minutes. Link was the last one. He stepped into the room and found himself at the door of the control center. The sudden appearance of the space channel made all the agents here nervous, and they all took out their weapons and pointed them at him. Link did not move but waited. At this time, the captain's voice sounded, everyone, I am Steve Rogers. Captain America spoke, recounting the situation of S.H.I.E.L.D., asking everyone to lay down their weapons and wait for identification. Maria Hill and Bruce were now facing Alexander Pierce. Pierce thought of many possibilities, the worst of which was that the Avengers came knocking on his door, but he couldn't imagine how the other party would come directly to his office. He asked in surprise, is it the Cosmic Cube? You have no right to ask questions now. You are already a prisoner, or do you want to meet Hulk? Maria Hill did not dare to be careless at all. After all, the other party was once the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. With Stark, Natasha, and Clint all in place, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents now have only 2 choices. Link had already pointed his 2 guns at the control room and said, everyone, if you are real S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, then don't make any moves, just lie down with your hands on your head. Sharon Carter immediately spoke up and said, everyone, follow the captain's orders. After saying that, he just lay down and held his head with his hands. She is Peggy Carter's niece and an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., definitely not Hydra. After hearing what he said, some people also lay down directly, holding their heads with their hands, and the remaining people holding guns stood out too much. Link smiled and asked, are you Hydra? These people are Hydra. What choice will they make now? He was caught in a dilemma for a moment. The other party was Link, and Link was also an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. before. This was no longer a secret, and now he is an Avenger. An Avenger who fights against aliens. Bang bang, at this moment, someone fired a gun behind Link. The bullet hit the vibranium suit, lost its kinetic energy, and fell directly to the ground, while the Hydra in front of him also opened fire. Link was naturally not polite. Bang bang. One shot at a time, all hit the head, instantly clearing out the Hydra in the control room. Everyone don't move. Link shouted, then turned around and saw that the person who came was none other than Brock Rumlow, who was accompanied by a few other people in plain clothes who were obviously not agents. Bang, bang. Link emptied the magazine in an instant, and the Hydra crowd was killed. But Brock Rumlow survived. This guy was cunning. When he saw Link shifting his gun, he immediately hid behind a desperate warrior. Link threw his 2 guns upwards, and the desperate warrior had already stepped forward and rushed over. Swish, swish. There were so many flying knives that it was impossible to see their number clearly. I could only hear the sound of them breaking through the air. Several desperate warriors were hit in the head one after another and fell backwards with throwing knives stuck in their foreheads. Brock Rumlow turned and ran, and Link gave him the last throwing knife, which hit him directly in the lower back where the spine was. Tilda, with a scream, he fell to the ground, but he was not dead. Link did not think of killing him because he knew a lot. As a result, his lower body was paralyzed. The 2 guns fell down at this time. After Link caught them, he immediately changed the magazines. Several desperate warriors have stood up and pulled out the knives from their foreheads. Bang, bang. Link started firing at high speed, emptying the magazines of both guns, and then immediately replaced them. The previous bullets all hit their knees, so it would take time for them to recover. The bullet is then fired into a person's body and the magazine is replaced. The battle is not just going on here. Hawkeye controls the helipad, and many Hydra people are rushing towards the Quinjet. He shoots arrows himself to prevent them from boarding the plane. If they go up, they will destroy the fighter planes together with them. Boom! One of the desperate warriors exploded, shattering all the surrounding glass, affecting his companions, followed by a series of explosions. Fortunately, their location was very open and no one was affected. Link almost emptied the magazine on his belt, then turned and said, "Everyone, pick up your weapons and surround this place. Don't go anywhere." Link said, walked away, and then began to clean up the surroundings. Stark was being besieged. As expected, most of the people here were Hydra, and the SHIELD agents were all lying on the ground looking for cover. Naturally, Stark fought back without any hesitation. The gunshots rang out for a long time. And finally, it quieted down. Most of the Hydra were eliminated, and a small number were captured. As for whether there were any that slipped through the net, that's the next director's problem. They're doing the best they can right now. Maria Hill saw Link and said, "Lynn, can you take us to another base? The real SHIELD agents should probably need reinforcements right now." "Sure." Link refilled his magazine. "Give me the exact location and pictures and stuff. The next step is to provide support to various places. You don't need to worry about those who are currently performing tasks, as they cannot receive specific information for the time being. What we will support are the branches and bases in various places. With the addition of the Avengers, SHIELD quickly gained the upper hand, but too many people died. Most of them were Hydra, but SHIELD also suffered heavy losses. By the evening, it was mostly over, but Link hadn't found Killian, and he now needed to interrogate Alexander Pierce. "Hill, we need to interrogate Pierce." Link immediately made the request after returning to the SHIELD headquarters. Hill thought for a moment and said, "Okay, both him and Rumlow need to be interrogated. You guys take care of Pierce, and I'll have someone interrogate Rumlow." "Okay." Link summoned the Avengers and prepared to interrogate Pierce. But Natasha spoke first. "Have you seen Coulson?" Everyone shook their heads. Natasha laughed and said, "It seems that Fury has let Coulson take over his secrets." Link waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with us, but Coulson is a trustworthy person. After he takes over, we can safely hand over Hydra to him. The key now is to interrogate Pierce and ask him what Hydra is." Everyone nodded and then came to the interrogation room where Pierce was imprisoned. Not everyone went in, only Link and Natasha. The others went to the observation room next door, from where they could hear the sounds from the interrogation room and see the people inside. Pierce was very calm. He looked at Link and Natasha, who came in. "Death and Black Widow, one is good at psychology and the other is a professional spy. How do you want to interrogate me?" Link laughed and said, "We don't want to know who Hydra is. We just want to know what Hydra is. It's definitely not an organization founded by a Red Skull, otherwise it wouldn't have survived to this day, am I right?" Pierce was very surprised, looked at Link and said, "Your wisdom is really extraordinary. You actually figured it out. During World War II, those guys who thought they had destroyed Hydra were very proud, but they had no idea that the Red Skull was just one of the Hydra's branches. Moreover, it is a branch that has broken away from the real Hydra. The real Hydra is God." Link was happy. This guy finally said it. Of course, he might have said this to attack the Avengers. Link asked again, "Would you mind introducing this god?" Of course. Pierce was in high spirits. "The real Hydra doesn't want to rule the Earth. They have existed for more than 1,000 years and have been dedicated to welcoming their gods back to Earth. This goal has never changed. They, the Red Skulls, are even considered heretics by us. As long as their god can come back, ruling the Earth will be a piece of cake. So the connection between the two of us is not very close." Link nodded slightly and said, "No wonder you said that if you cut off one head, 2 heads will grow back. It seems that this god is an alien creature. It's not on Earth, and the real Hydra has been searching for it for over 1,000 years. It's really long enough." Pierce also said, Indeed, in my opinion, they are all crazy, but more than 1,000 years ago, they were all European aristocrats and had always controlled a lot of money. It is the same today, so it's very useful. Link asked again, there is also Hydra in the World Security Council, right? It should be the American director, right? Pierce's expression changed. Link nodded with satisfaction and said, it seems that my guess was right. This way we can catch another one. Thank you for your cooperation. Link stood up and told Natasha to leave. They went to the key control next door. Link said everyone knows that this Hydra is essentially a worshipper of alien creatures. Of course, these alien creatures are not simple either. Steve said, I feel stupid. Link patted him on the shoulder and said, you won the war. Whether the enemy was destroyed or not is not important. The purpose of war is to win, not to destroy. There's no need to worry about it. The rest will be taken care of by S.H.I.E.L.D. We need to recruit some people who are willing to live in space. Once things calm down, we can start production of the Yan fighter. We also need to design a foothold in space, our real base. Stark immediately said, that's right, but can we leave now? Okay, let's go. Link opened the space channel and everyone returned to the Avengers headquarters. Natasha needed to come back in the Swallow fighter. How to deal with the follow-up of the internal strife in S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a concern for the Avengers. The Avengers have returned to normal life and Pepper and Jessica have started going out to work. Link informed Norman Osborn to start production. Stark was responsible for manufacturing the core new elements, while Link was responsible for the space engine. These two were the main components, so they had to master them themselves. Anyway, not many are produced, so just produce them slowly. The focus is on the space station. However, at this time, Norman Osborn came to Link and said, Lynn, there's a scientist I want you to meet. His research project is nuclear fusion. Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius, his research is now nearing completion, and I am ready to invest. If successful, we will not be inferior to Stark in new energy. Link was stunned after hearing this, thinking, maybe this is Dr. Octopus. Link stopped the excited Osborn and said, I understand Norman, but his experimental project is very dangerous. I need to know all the data. You can go meet him first. If possible, I would like to conduct experiments in the universe. This is much safer. After all, once nuclear fusion is started, it is not easy to stop it. Link calmed Osborn down, then said, let's set a time and go to his lab. Okay. Osborn turned and left. Link continued to study the space station. It is called a space station, but in fact it should be a base. Its construction cannot be built according to the traditional space station. It must be a large space station that can be lived in for a long time, so it will require a lot of energy. For example, Stark's electromagnetic arc reactor is not suitable. It can only supply a building for 1 year. But with the sudden emergence of nuclear fusion technology, does it mean that we don't have to worry about the duration of energy at all? In this way, building something huge is not a problem at all, but what materials are used around this nuclear fusion reactor? Link thought of vibranium again. He had to go to Wakanda, but as for the one under the sea, he didn't need to consider it for the time being. Traditional space stations are developed according to the rocket's payload, and their cylindrical shape is also designed to facilitate rocket launch and carrying. With the Avengers, this is no longer necessary. Wearing the iron armor designed by Stark for use in space, you can also easily carry out space operations. After all, it has enough power. In this way, it is very easy to create materials or boxes on the ground and then assemble them on top, right? Finally, add the gravity system, air circulation system, etc., and it will be a complete space station. In addition, it can also be built on the moon, but the terrain on the moon is constantly changing and is greatly affected. However, if helium-3 is used as the raw material for nuclear fusion reaction, this energy supply does not need to be transported from the Earth. Just as Link was thinking, Stark sent him a design drawing. Lynn, this is the space headquarters I designed. What do you think of it? Stark said proudly. Link took a look and said, nice design, Tony. Link was very satisfied because Stark's design was characterized by grandeur, a huge circular center, and long buildings extending in 8 directions, the end of which could be used as an airport. There is no problem with the overall design, the details just need a little polishing. By the way, I have a new idea about energy. The Osborn Group is going to fund a doctor who is studying nuclear fusion. If it succeeds, we can use it at our headquarters. Then we won't have to worry about energy issues, and there will be no problem with the supply of defensive weapons. I'm going to use energy shields and energy cannons. Stark was stunned and asked, is it reliable? Can controlled nuclear fusion really be achieved? Link said, I'll go check it out. Once it succeeds, it can be used completely, but the surrounding defenses need to be carefully built. Vibranium is the best choice. Vibranium? Stark was stunned. You know vibranium. This is my battle suit, didn't you notice? Link asked with a smile. Really? How did you get it? Stark was slightly surprised. Ulysses Claw, I killed him before and took the vibranium he stored, and also I know where there is more vibranium. Link provided the information about vibranium at this time in order to go to Wakanda later. Stark immediately asked, where else is there? Wakanda. Link said, on the surface, they are an extremely backward agricultural country, but the technology they have secretly developed has surpassed other countries on Earth. They hid it very well. They developed technology based on vibranium. I don't know the details, and I can't completely believe what Ulysses Claw said, but the source of vibranium should be there. Unbelievable. Stark really couldn't believe it. Let's go and take a look when the time comes. That's exactly what I meant. They don't participate in the political and military struggles on Earth. I think they have their own ideas, but they may not be uninterested in participating in the Earth's defense plan. Link said, we can talk about it when the time comes. Okay, I'll continue to perfect the design of the space headquarters and you can deal with the energy problem. If you have any questions, you can come to me and Bruce. Stark hung up the communication. Link turned around to look at his design and canceled it. Stark was already upset that the design of the spacecraft used his own imitation of the Minerva, and of course he thought it was designed by someone from the Osborn group. He had doubts about this, but he still trusted Link. Now that he has come up with the design of the space headquarters so quickly, he seems to be trying to compete with Stark. Link knows very well what Stark is thinking, so he simply decides not to compete. Why would he care about such a small thing? The materials used in the design alone are extremely expensive space materials. A lot of transparent glass is used in the entire space, which is an extremely expensive space material, and there is also an outer protective panel. You know, there's no atmosphere to block the space, and the space station has no windows, which is to block ultraviolet rays and maintain the temperature. Now that there are windows, opening and closing them is extremely time-consuming, and Stark doesn't care about using them at all, so the interior must be very luxurious as well. Therefore, Link was too lazy to argue about anything and was content with just living comfortably. A few days later, Norman Osborn invited Link to go to Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius' laboratory. Otto, this is Mr. Lin, the chairman of the Osborn Group. Osborn introduced the two to each other. Link's eyes were fixed on the nuclear fusion generator, which was designed by Dr. Otto and was exactly the same as in the movie. Link immediately analyzed it in his mind. The feasibility was good, but there was a lack of stability guarantee and the calculated data might not be correct. Otto looked at Link, staring at the device he made, and immediately began to introduce it. As he introduced it, Link confirmed the mistakes in it. So he said, our Osborn Group is willing to fund this experiment, but we hope to buy it outright. Otto was stunned and asked, buy it? Yes, buy it now. Link said, if the doctor is willing, he can directly work for the Osborn Group. My experiment has not yet begun. Otto said, although I am very confident. No need to say more, I am very satisfied with your design. Link said with a smile, how about it? Do you want to sell it? We want your equipment and all the data. Name your price. Otto frowned, feeling somewhat hesitant. After all, if he succeeded, it would be an epoch-making achievement. Otto asked, Mr. Lin, you seem to have determined whether my design can succeed. Link didn't expect the other party to be so perceptive, so he said, according to business terms, I shouldn't have told you. But it doesn't matter. Your design does have problems, and the calculated data is not accurate. Its stability is questionable, but your idea is good, so what we bought is actually your idea and data. Otto said in disbelief, I don't believe it. There is absolutely no problem with my calculations. Link laughed and said, you can name a price, and we will buy it based on the successful price. Otto was speechless at this time. After all, people would buy it according to the successful price, so how much could it be sold for? You know, now new energy technology already has Stark's electromagnetic arc reactor, which is cleaner and safer than his, and the cost of nuclear fusion is not low. In order to achieve power generation, a huge amount of capital needs to be invested. Of course, if it is really successful, capital will surely flock to it, but has it been successful now? He was even looking for investors for his experiments, but no one believed in him. Not even the Osborn Group was willing. He was very conflicted at this time, but finally he made up his mind and said, I hope to participate in your subsequent projects. I want to know where I went wrong. Link nodded slightly. This man was indeed a persistent scientist. So Link said, the first experiment must not be done now, but in the future. We will conduct the first experiment in space. And the first application is still placed in the Avengers Space Headquarters, serving as the headquarters' energy supply. After that, the Osborn Group will participate in the bidding for the new power supply project in New York and apply it. Otto suddenly realized that space could indeed avoid the risk of failure, and the Avengers would be the first to use it. Can I join in? Otto asked. Of course, you can join the Osborn Group and get 5% of the patent fee, and then be responsible for the subsequent construction of the power plant. Link said, no problem, can you tell me now? Dr. Otto asked anxiously. Link shook his head and said, let's sign the contract first. This is a trade secret. Only when we become one and confirm the ownership of the technology can I tell you. Otto was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that he was too impatient. Naturally, people would not tell such a confidential matter now. By the way, Dr. Otto, don't tell anyone that I know technology. Link suddenly reminded, my position among the Avengers is a shooter. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Osborn here to deal with the follow-up matters. Otto turned to look at Osborn and asked, Norman, why is Mr. Lin unwilling to reveal it? Although he didn't say anything to me, I can tell that he should understand nuclear fusion. Osborn laughed and said, Otto, Lin is a genius, but he hates trouble. In fact, all the drugs of our group were developed by him. All the current R&D teams are under his guidance. Now with you and your technology, the Osborn group has entered the energy field again and has a source. Don't worry about it, Lin is too low-key. Otto understood. So that was what was going on. No wonder the Osborn group was able to turn around so easily and grow stronger. If it entered the energy field, it would become a large group that would not be inferior to Stark Industries. Although Osborn Group's market value now exceeds Stark Industries, and it has surpassed Stark Industries in the pharmaceutical field, its influence is not as great as Stark Industries. Stark Industries gave up the weapons department, but other departments have developed well, especially the new energy field. Its influence is enormous, but once the Osborn Group completes the nuclear fusion experiment and then puts it into use, it will soon be able to swallow up the three major power companies. The influence by then will be incomparable, and Otto also accepted this result. Soon, he signed a contract, and his equipment and data were sent to the Osborn Group. Link started research directly, using helium-3 for nuclear fusion reactions. The verification was carried out again, and the correct process and results were obtained. This verification process is extremely important. If one step is wrong, everything will be wrong. Even if the result seems correct, it's still wrong. Ding tilde Link's pager rang. It was given to him by the collector. After Link answered the call, the collector appeared on the virtual display. Lin, here I come. Link asked a little excitedly, did the Avenger deliver it? Of course, it's right next to me now. After the collector said this, the scene changed and a spaceship appeared. It was a replica of the Minerva. The collector said, I have to say, your design is very beautiful. The energy source is ours and you can replace it at any time. According to your requirements, the modular design will facilitate subsequent maintenance. Can we trade now? Link said, okay, I'll take someone up there tomorrow. Oh no, let's check the universe time. I'll take someone up there to check a set time and then we'll complete the deal. No problem. The collector then hung up the communication and Link immediately began to gather the Avengers. Informing them that the Avenger had arrived, everyone was excited. The next day at the agreed time, several Yan fighters took off. Several of them had already been produced, enough for them to go into space. But Captain America doesn't know how to fly, so he and Natasha are squeezed in a fighter plane. The Avenger opened its hatch, and their fighters entered and landed, and then came to the cockpit under the guidance of the collector. Stark plopped down in the captain's seat and looked left and right. Link ignored him, took out a USB drive and inserted it into the port. Lacus checked the battleship. Yes, sir, this is a brand new artificial intelligence system, specially developed by Link to help control the Avengers. Lux began the search and quickly completed the inspection and monitoring. She was mainly responsible for monitoring and assistance. Link took out the power gem and the collector took out the cosmic orb. Link placed the gem in the middle and the cosmic orb closed again. This thing cannot be held by hand unless the individual is very strong. Link doesn't want to blow up the new battleship, so the collector is also very cautious. Here is the remaining cash. Our deal is complete. I'm taking my leave. The collector respected Link very much because he knew how powerful he was. The collector returned to his spaceship, started the engine, and left. In the outer space of the Earth, a huge space battleship was floating quietly there. Link walked to the driver's seat and sat down. There was a gravity system on the ship, and it had been turned on, and Link would be the one who controlled the battleship. He and the collector had designed the battleship, so he was naturally in charge. Everyone, are you ready to take your seats? Shall we go for a walk? Link said as he operated the dashboard. The Avengers immediately looked for seats and sat down. Stark sat in the captain's seat and said, "Pilot, start." He said it in an exaggerated way. Link rolled his eyes, then ignited the engine, and the tail engine spurted out energy. Boom! The battleship moved forward. Link controlled the battleship to start flying forward, then turned a corner and began to fly around the Earth. Link is not planning to go far, but just circle the Earth. At the same time, he is also looking for the Kree spaceship, the spaceship left behind by Kree Doctor Wendy Lawson. Link activated the scanning system. Even if the opponent was invisible, he could not escape the capture of the scanning system. This is the most advanced scanning system in the universe. What should the price of the Power Stone be? When Guardians of the Galaxy was sold, the collector offered a price of 4 billion units, but Link naturally would not sell it so cheaply. He sold a full 10 billion units. Part of it is used to build space battleships, and the materials and technology used are the best. The collector is the richest person in the universe, and he is not stingy with this money. The Power Stone can destroy a planet, and the price of 10 billion units is not expensive. However, the collector does not intend to destroy anyone, so Link cannot bid too much. It's enough as long as it's enough, and Link's strength makes the other party honestly execute the contract and not dare to play tricks, otherwise he will be finished. Link drove the battleship around the Earth, but the speed was not fast and the command room was not closed. You should know that the command room of the Minerva can be submerged and closed. He naturally designed it this way, and he could usually see the universe directly. Of course, there was basically nothing to see in the universe, just endless silence. Ding tilde, the scan returned something, and Link called up the image. A spaceship had appeared on the screen, but it was still invisible to the naked eye. Link did not make any contact, but just passed by them. The huge battleship was engraved with the Avengers logo. He didn't tell anyone else. Let's talk about this later. The top priority now is to build a space headquarters and recruit enough personnel, rather than arguing with Nick Fury. The Skrulls wander the universe not just because of the war with the Kree, but because their abilities make other civilizations avoid them. They actually brought Nick Fury and Carol Danvers to Earth. I don't know if they were too confident, but Captain Marvel is not reliable. Link didn't remind anyone else. He drove the battleship around the Earth and then stopped. Then he said, "Everyone, let's have a meeting. Let's talk while we visit." Link led everyone to tour the battleship, showing that the main members of the Avengers all had their own separate rooms, which were naturally empty now and needed to be furnished by themselves. Then came the crew's quarters, fighter berths, maintenance sites, warehouses, ammunition depots, and other places. At the same time, Link was also talking about his plan and asking for everyone's opinions. Link said there are two urgent matters right now. The first one is naturally the construction of the space headquarters. Tony has already designed it. Construction is not a problem. We can build the modules on the ground and then transport them up by warship for assembly. The energy core uses nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion? Bruce was stunned. You have it? Yes, thermonuclear fusion. The energy is very huge, enough to use multi-energy, and if there is a battle, it is enough to support energy cannons and energy shields. Link said the technology on that side should not be a problem. Also, Tony and I are going to visit Wakanda, an agricultural country in Africa. Of course, this is just on the surface. In fact, they have vibranium, which is the material used in Captain's shield, and a lot of it. Their technological development far exceeds that of countries on Earth. Let's go back and talk to them. On the one hand, we want some vibranium, and on the other hand, we want to see their thoughts and attitudes. Bruce said in surprise, "My God, is there such a country on Earth? That's crazy. The last time the Chitauri attacked Earth, they wouldn't have been able to conquer Earth even without us, right?" Link smiled and said, "Of course not. Not to mention Asgard, even the Guardians of the Earth, I guess, will not allow them to conquer the Earth. With the military strength of various countries in Wakanda, you should actually pity Loki. He is just being used as a gun. Thanos behind the Chitauri is just testing him. In the end, he only managed to detect an Avenger and shield. If he really ran into them, it would be very bad. If Thanos had rushed into Earth before, it would indeed be tragic, but that won't be the case in the future. Odin's life has entered the countdown, and the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One has lived long enough, and no one can stop it. Link had no right to complain. After all, Odin's life had indeed come to an end, and the Ancient One had been guarding the Earth for many years. What right did he have to blame her? The ones that the Marvel Universe really needs to blame are actually the Avengers. If they hadn't split up, why would they be afraid of Thanos? Of course, there is also the issue of Wakanda's weapons, which is the most worthy of complaints, and they made mistakes. When a civilization develops to a certain stage, it will make a serious mistake: arrogance. Therefore, if you want to communicate with them, you need to break down their arrogance, and this battleship is the most suitable tool. That's true, so is it necessary for us to form the Avengers? Steve asked. He also has problems. Most of the Avengers have character flaws. Of course, humans are not perfect. Link even hides his true strength. This cannot be blamed on him. Being too powerful is also a mistake. Link understands this. As long as he controls one or two gems, then he will have made a contribution to the universe. Of course, Link nodded. To put it bluntly, are we willing to entrust the safety of ourselves and our loved ones to others? Link's question hit the nail on the head. Stark was the first to be unhappy, followed by Clint, who had a wife and children. People like Steve and Natasha are now alone, but they actually have nowhere to go. Bruce tilde don't comment. He can't go anywhere because there are many people watching him, so everyone shut up. Link then added, when I ordered the battleship, I was thinking about expanding the number of Avengers. After all, the fighter planes always need people to pilot them. After I go back, I can ask shield. For some manpower, originally Maria Hill would have been the most suitable captain, but she's now taking over shield, and Coulson is expected to take over Nick Fury's covert resources. Then we need to reconsider. What do you think of Ms. Peggy Carter? Everyone was stunned, as if Stark and Bruce were thinking, who is this person? They definitely wouldn't be able to remember it right away, but Steve, Natasha, and Clint are familiar with it. Steve asked angrily, Lynn, are you kidding me? Of course not. Have you met Ms. Carter? Link asked. Yes, she's in bed, said Steve. We at Osborn Group have a biotechnology that can restore Ms. Carter's youth if used in conjunction with the dragon bones of the hands and the body. Link said, of course, it has not been developed yet and we don't have the dragon bones. Captain, please think about it. After all, you still have a chance. His tilde Steve Rogers took a breath of cold air. Is this really possible? His thoughts were a little stagnant, and only then did Stark remember who Peggy Carter was. She is my father's friend. Should I call her aunt? Stark's thinking was indeed different from others. Steve turned to look at Stark and said, you can also call me Uncle, PFFT. Natasha couldn't help laughing, but then said, indeed, MS. Carter is the most suitable candidate. Even when facing the World Security Council, she is qualified, and it will make them feel more at ease. The space headquarters and the battleship commander are very suitable for her. Bruce couldn't remember who this person was, but wisely asked Clint, and Clint explained who the woman was. Bruce suddenly realized, then turned to look at Captain America. Steve, it really works. Okay, if successful, then I'll go ask her myself. Steve's voice trembled. Link continued, we certainly can't recruit all the personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. We also have to recruit from all over the world. We are not afraid of any spies coming in. After all, we are in space. All communications are monitored. As for the battle mode, since I have a space ring, we will normally go there directly, and the definition of a normal situation is not a full-scale war. If it's a war, then the warships will be dispatched. Of course, what I said is based on the relationship we have established with Interstellar. Everyone nodded, and Steve said, that's a good idea, but we can't build relationships with just any famous person. That's natural. The Kree can't form an alliance with us. Link said, and Thanos, he's a big threat. There must be something wrong with his brain. This time I heard about some famous interstellar people, such as the Xandar people. They are a relatively peaceful civilization, but whether they are willing or not remains to be seen. We need to explore the universe slowly and carefully so as not to cause a war because of us. Link's suggestions were always just right, and everyone was used to it. After we go back, Natasha will be responsible for finding some information. We can also invite some people. Of course, there may be special people on Earth. We can try to get them to join us, but this assessment needs to be taken very seriously, especially in terms of moral character. Link said a lot and confirmed what to do now. Then everyone returned to the command room. Link controlled the battleship and began to fly towards the Earth. At the same time, Natasha began to send messages to countries on Earth, telling them that the Avengers space battleships would land on the sea and that countries did not need to be nervous. Can you not be nervous? When the collector came before, 2 spaceships suddenly appeared in outer space. The relevant departments of various countries discovered them, and chaos ensued. Then one left, and the Avengers flew into space in their Yan fighters, and then the battleship circled the Earth, and now everything was finally understood. The Avengers have already established contact with the universe, and the top leaders of various countries have known this for a long time, but no one expected that they would actually get a space battleship, which was sent by an interstellar civilization. Because of what? What did the Avengers do in the universe, or what did Link do in the universe? There are not many secrets in this world. When Link left, everyone knew about it. All countries capable of observing the universe knew about it. Link drove out in a fighter plane. Later, an internal conflict broke out in S.H.I.E.L.D. It turned out that Hydra still existed. Nick Fury took the blame and resigned from the position of director. Maria Hill became the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D., responsible for the subsequent task of cleaning up Hydra. Of course, we first need to appease the internal forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered heavy losses. After all, there are many Hydra personnel among them, and almost half of them have been reduced. In addition, there are sacrificed and injured agents, but are the remaining ones trustworthy? S.H.I.E.L.D. was almost a name only, and with Coulson going undercover again, Maria Hill had to urgently promote a group of trustworthy agents, and Sharon Carter was one of them. The huge Avenger began to enter the atmosphere. The anti-gravity engine below started up, reducing the speed of descent. After quickly passing through the atmosphere, it was actually able to fly within the atmosphere. It flew all the way to the waters off New York and then slowly landed on the sea. It was a huge monster, a real huge monster. The approaching U.S. aircraft carrier fleet seemed much smaller, and then several Yan fighters took off and left the warships. There's no need for anyone to watch over Lux. She is artificial intelligence. She can close all the entrances. It is a dream to want to enter. After all, this is a spaceship, and its ceiling is questionable. After returning to the Avengers headquarters, Maria Hill called, "Lynn, how did you do it?" Link laughed and said, "Hill, of course we bought it. Lynn, there are some things that are not suitable for you to handle." Maria Hill has already entered into her role, and her tone is very much like that of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Link chuckled and said, "You're wrong. It's best for us to control it. Don't talk about threats or being out of control. Such rhetoric is meaningless to us, and those politicians should not even think about mastering this technology that does not belong to Earth. We have a clear idea of what will happen to all of humanity. We will develop steadily under the protection of the Avengers. Do you know that there are more and less on Earth than you can control? So, your worry is actually just greed. There are many forces on Earth that you cannot control and are even powerful enough to destroy the world. The Earth has never been a simple place, but the fact that it has remained stable until now is itself extraordinary. It has experienced countless crises of destruction, and you S.H.I.E.L.D. don't know anything at all." Maria Hill was stunned. She had never known this before, so she asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Link said sarcastically, "Of course it's true." Nick Fury only experienced it once. His biggest backer is the unreliable Carol Danvers. "I haven't come back to Earth in all these years. I haven't even done what I promised to do. I've been wandering around outside the whole time. She can't solve any of the problems on Earth, so the Avengers are the most reliable. After all, we all have concerns on Earth. The safety of the Earth is what we care about most. Moreover, we have been recognized by the cosmic civilization. It is the recognition of the Avengers, not the Earth." Maria Hill was silent for a moment, then said, "I understand. I trust you. I will solve the other problems." Link said, "In order not to embarrass you too much, and we also need manpower, you can select a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to join the Avengers. Our Avenger can carry 120 Yan fighters, and the Avengers Space Headquarters still needs some people. However, we will recruit these people from all over the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide some people, and then we will also select some talents like us. Of course, a character assessment is required, and when stationed in outer space, their communications will be monitored." Maria Hill breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I understand. I'll arrange it." Both parties hung up the phone. The construction of the space headquarters is under the charge of Stark and Bruce, while the recruitment issues are under the charge of Link and Natasha. The captain is in charge of the ground headquarters, and Clint goes home temporarily. The Avengers became busy. Link directly placed advertisements all over the world, and the Avengers were openly recruiting. Of course, the dangers must be made clear. After all, the Avengers are a private organization that protects the Earth from the outside world and will set up its headquarters in space, owning a space battleship, carrying space fighters, etc. So ordinary people really can't be recruited. These require sufficient knowledge. The Avengers did not recruit Marines. After all, they were powerful individuals and did not need large-scale ground combat forces. After the advertisement was put up, Link and Stark temporarily put aside what they were doing and set off in the improved Quinjet. The target was naturally Wakanda. They set out in secret, using the Quinjet with stealth technology to travel secretly. Link drives the fighter while Stark controls the system. This fighter uses a lot of technology, including advanced scanning systems, holographic maintenance systems, and so on. Soon after arriving in Wakanda, they slowed down and scanned Wakanda and found the holographic barrier as expected. Link did not rush in because Wakanda had S.H.I.E.L.D. technology, and passing through the barrier might be a shield and the fighter plane would be finished if it hit it. So he directly opened the public channel, Avengers calling Wakanda. Wakanda was also curious. After all, the Avengers suddenly showed up, which was something they had not expected. It seemed that their secret had been discovered. The other party stopped outside the holographic barrier and called them, which was a sign of discovery. King T'Chaka needs to make a decision at this time. He cannot say that he doesn't care about the Avengers. After all, that huge space battleship is parked in the sea off New York. Who can say they don't care? Prince T'Challa asked, "Father, should we respond to them?" "Of course we need to. Our secret is no longer a secret. The other party should have discovered us long ago, so the purpose of their coming is equally important to us." T'Chaka said, "Open the door and let them in." The front of the Quinjet suddenly rippled like water waves. Link pushed the power lever and the Quinjet flew straight in. There were two dragonfly-like fighter planes on his left and right. Link was not surprised, but flew forward obediently under the supervision of the other party. I quickly received the route and followed it all the way to the helipad of the palace. Stark scanned the Dragonfly fighter with some curiosity. Their technology has indeed surpassed other countries on Earth a long time ago, but why are they so low-key? Link laughed and said, "If they hadn't kept a low profile, we might be the slaves now." Stark was speechless for a moment. It was true. According to Wakanda's technological development, when the slave trade emerged, they had the power to unify the world. The fighter plane landed. King T'Chaka was already waiting with Prince T'Challa, and the two got off the fighter plane. "Welcome the Avengers to Wakanda." T'Chaka spread his arms and saluted. The two bowed in return, and Stark then looked curiously at the female guards beside them, all of whom were holding spears. Stark's impression was somewhat subverted, and he asked quietly, "Why are they using spears?" The corner of Link's mouth twitched, and he said, "Vibranium." Stark suddenly realized that those spears must be made of vibranium, but wasn't it a waste to use them like this? He couldn't quite understand this place, the combination of technology and primitiveness. What's the idea behind this? In his opinion, this was the wrong path. Under guidance, they entered the palace of Wakanda. The meeting place was not big, but very simple. There were seats prepared for the two of them, and then they sat down. T'Chaka said, "How did you discover Wakanda?" Link said, "Ulysses Claw said it." "Is it him?" T'Chaka was relatively calm. But T'Challa on the side got excited and immediately asked, "Where is he?" Link said, "Dead. I killed him myself and blew up him and his lair." T'Challa was stunned for a moment, then sat down. "How could he die so easily? We tried to capture him many times, but he escaped." Stark's mouth twitched, and he said sarcastically, "Maybe if you change your spears to guns, you won't miss." The guards around him stared at Stark with eyes as sharp as swords. But Stark didn't take it seriously. Link said, "We came here this time hoping to discuss cooperation. We really appreciate your holographic barrier and other technologies, and hope to use them in the space headquarters and the Avengers. The Avengers will not participate in Earth's political affairs. They are formed for the purpose of protecting Earth. I believe Wakanda has also realized that we are not alone in the universe, but it is also full of dangers. I went out once. Although it wasn't for long, I saw a lot of things and learned a lot about the universe. There are many threats, and the defense of the Earth is a top priority." T'Chaka did not answer, but was thinking. After all, this problem required Wakanda to provide technology as well as vibranium. T'Challa asked, "You guys are just going to come and ask for it?" "Not really," Link said. "We also invite the people of Wakanda to join the Avengers as individuals and protect the Earth together. The Avengers are not a dictatorial organization. We do things based on voting by the main members. Perhaps you two don't have a clear concept of the threat and only focus on the Battle of New York, but that was just a test. The master behind the Chitauri is called Thanos. He's known as Thanos in the universe. He has a huge fleet and often attacks civilized planets and kills half of the intelligent life on them. Regardless of whether they are rich or poor, high or low, half of the people are killed randomly. The reason is to protect the resources that have been overexploited. His target is half of all intelligent life in the universe." The father and son took a deep breath. Killing half of the population of a planet, no one stopped him, T'Chaka asked, frowning. Link shook his head and said, "No one from those interstellar celebrities stood up to stop him because it was none of their business and it didn't happen to them. We cannot understand the specific situation right now, and Thanos did not attack those civilizations with strong military power. He is not stupid. That was just a test. If he really wanted to attack the Earth, he could just send his fleet here. Everyone knows the disadvantages of space channels." T'Chaka nodded slightly. What the other party said made sense, and what he knew was something Wakanda didn't know. This alone was worth paying some compensation. He turned to look at his son, then said to Link, "You need technology and vibranium." Link nodded and said, "Yes, we plan to use nuclear fusion technology as the energy source for the space station, and we need vibranium to protect it. In addition, we hope that the main members' suits can use vibranium. Of course, we can also contribute some technology, such as nanotechnology. I believe this technology is what you need." T'Chaka was slightly stunned and asked, "Do you know us well?" "I know a little bit, Black Panther." Link said, "When I was researching special metal materials, I found Ulysses Claw using the resources of SHIELD. I noticed that he had a lot of vibranium, so I naturally had to ask for more details." T'Chaka now believed that the other party had indeed captured Ulysses Claw and probably really killed him. "Okay, we already know your demands, but Wakanda is not a country where the king can act arbitrarily. We need to discuss it," said T'Chaka. Link expressed his understanding and said they could stay here for a day, hoping to get a response from Wakanda. T'Chaka immediately convened a meeting of several major tribes and explained everything, especially the threats in the universe. The leaders of each tribe had to consider it carefully. After all, if this threat really existed, then the Earth would really face a crisis. Killing half of the people would mean that Thanos was a madman. They have preserved their traditions and worship individual force, but if they are asked to kill billions of people, they know they cannot do it. And it's really unbelievable that Thanos keeps doing this. "What is the universe like?" T'Chaka said. "My opinion is to meet their demands and send people to join the Avengers. This will be very helpful for us to understand the universe. This alone is worth our efforts. In addition, the other party also has advanced technology and is willing to share it with us. So we are not at a disadvantage, right?" Everyone nodded. The universe is mysterious. Even though Wakanda's technology is very advanced, they have not been able to go outside of it, especially their strategy. They had been hiding their development before, but now they are doomed to be unable to conceal it. It only makes sense then that they seek something they don't have, and they also desire the mysteries of the universe. It can be said that the two sides hit it off immediately. In the evening, the king hosted a banquet for the two of them, which was a great pleasure for both parties. The next morning, the king took them to visit the vibranium mine and the laboratory run by the princess. Stark had a very good chat with the princess, as both of them were geniuses. "We have common topics with each other." Link was chatting with T'Challa, and just as Link expected, T'Challa was going to join the Avengers and he would accept the legacy of Black Panther. This time, Wakanda will not have just one Black Panther. Although it breaks tradition, the leaders of all the major tribes have agreed. After all, T'Challa is going to join the Avengers. What would he do without the power of Black Panther? Want some soy sauce? Afterwards, they will reside in space permanently, and the princess also hopes to conduct some experiments in space. The conditions for space experiments are extremely harsh, but the environment is extremely rare, and it is very important for entering the universe. If you want to get in, how can you be sure of success without conducting a lot of experiments? The two sides exchanged ideas on technology and left with great satisfaction. The subsequent cooperation will naturally unfold, especially the preparation of vibranium. When Link returns, he prepares to build nuclear fusion equipment and protection devices, and Stark designs the core module and energy output equipment, etc. A series of manufacturing is about to begin. Ignite, Link gave the order and nuclear fusion started. The experiment was conducted in space in the core module of the Avengers Space Headquarters. This time they carried some modules into space to ignite nuclear fusion. A fireball was born, a small sun with stable equipment around it. Energy output, converting electricity. Dr. Otto was operating and then he was ecstatic. We succeeded and it's running stably. Link laughed. This was his masterpiece, so naturally there was no problem at all. Okay, the core module startup is complete and the core module assembly is started. Link continued with the rest of the work. The exterior design of the entire space headquarters is very simple, with a huge disc-shaped building in the middle. However, this huge disc is composed of dozens of modules with a core energy cabin. Then the 8 modular cabins around the circle are connected to form a small disc. Afterwards, more modular cabins continued to circle around. After 3 circles in total, they extended their tentacles in 8 directions, which are the 8 future spaceports. The core module group consists of equipment, such as water purification, oxygen preparation, gravity system, air purification equipment, etc., all of which are in the core module, which is the innermost circle. The middle circle is the living area, while the outermost circle is the area for experiments, combat, and training. The 8 extended tentacles can park fighter jets, be used as an airport, etc., and can even be equipped with energy cannons. Therefore, each module is very large, and the Avenger can carry some into space each time and then release and install them. There's no gravity in space, but the module cabin is still very large. If it carries its own power, it is really not easy to assemble. After laser docking, the internal channel is opened and they form a hole. Everyone was wearing space version of steel armor, which was specially developed for space. It was a little bulky and contained oxygen. This is not a combat version, but an escape version. It can escape to the Earth directly from outer space. This was how it was originally designed. Because of nanotechnology, each person can carry 2 sets of equipment and rely on space version armor to enter the atmosphere. If damaged, the spare one can be used for landing, so safety is maximized. Of course, that's all. The Iron Man armor will not be too popular, and the combat version will not be popular either because of the price issue. The Avengers now have quite a bit of technological accumulation, but due to the planet's overall industrial and civilization level, it is not enough to support large-scale equipment, nor is it suitable for large-scale use. Just like space battleships, the Earth has no way to manufacture them. This is an overall backwardness. The Avengers choose to face the threat of the universe alone, and there is nothing they can do about it. If the technology is handed over to a certain country, the consequence will inevitably be war. The energy module and the inner circle core module have been assembled, the core energy has been activated, and the inner circle equipment has been started. After that, you don't need to worry about it, just let it float here by itself. It is operating in a high orbit, more than 20,000 kilometers away from the Earth, and gravity still exists, so the intelligent system is responsible for controlling and fine-tuning to prevent it from getting too close to the Earth. When Link was driving the battleship back to Earth and preparing to load the mid-circle module cabin for the second time, Thor sent a message. This was the first contact between the two parties after they established communications, and it was Stark who answered the call. "Hey Thor, long time no see," Stark greeted. Thor said immediately, "Jane is missing. I want you to go over and meet me right away. I will arrive at the location where she disappeared one step ahead." Disappeared? Stark was stunned. "Okay, I will notify Link right away. He is driving a battleship into the atmosphere. Send me the location. Lock on the Rainbow Bridge." Thor hung up the phone directly, showing that he was very anxious. Stark immediately asked Jarvis to look for the Rainbow Bridge and soon discovered powerful energy, and Stark immediately sent a message to Link. Link was stunned when he received the news, then said, "I understand. Adjust the direction immediately and arrive in 10 minutes. As Link spoke, he increased the thrust, and the Avenger, which had just entered the atmosphere, rushed towards the British defense line. Even though the huge warship was high in the sky, it was still visible to the naked eye on the ground. The huge battleship did not return to the waters off New York, but headed towards England. It was moving at such a fast speed that it arrived over England in just 10 minutes and lowered its altitude, but did not land. This caught England's attention, but Link did not report it. Instead, he put on his suit and landed himself. "Hey Thor." After Link landed, he found that some containers here were in strange positions, some were even placed upright, and he understood the situation. The celestial wonder of 9 planets conjunction is about to occur, resulting in a strange physical phenomenon. The overlapping of space causes some areas to be connected, and Jane Foster enters other space. "Lynn, I'll go in and take a look, you stay here." Thor was about to rush in hurriedly, but Jane Foster actually came out. Because of Link's appearance, Thor stayed on Earth for a long time. After returning, he went everywhere to quell rebellions. Jane Foster came over and slapped Thor. "How long have you not been back? This woman is indeed violent." Link pretended not to see it and asked, "Hey, Jane Tilda, long time no see. Where have you been just now?" "I'm right here." Jane Foster didn't know the situation. Her student and friend Daisy Lewis said, "You disappeared for 5 hours." "What?" Jane Foster was stunned, then she rolled her eyes and fainted, and Thor hurriedly supported her. Thor said anxiously, "Lynn, I need to take Jane to Asgard." "Don't worry, let's go to the medical room on the battleship and run a scan," Link said, "to see her physical condition." "Okay." Thor thought it made sense, and then the two of them took Jane Foster and flew directly to the battleship and into the medical room. After turning on the instrument for scanning, they found something inside her body. Thor was anxious. "What is this?" "I don't know, but through analysis, it has gamma energy, the same as the cosmic cube." Link said, "There is no record of this thing on Earth. It seems I need to take her to Asgard." Thor said, "I hope my father knows." "Okay, but I'll go with you." Link said, "This thing is not simple. The space stone is inside the cosmic cube, so what kind of infinity stone is this?" Link comforted Thor, then flew the captain to New York and landed off the coast of New York. He then notified Stark, used the space stone, and brought Thor and Jane Foster to Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. The reason we came to the Rainbow Bridge was to respect Asgard. Otherwise, if we appeared directly inside it, there would be problems. Thor held Jane Foster and flew to the palace in an instant. Link and Heimdall said hello and then followed him. The reason he came here was to show favor to Asgard. The Dark Elves must have woken up and they would attack Asgard. Link came here to stop their actions, and he came here without other Avengers because he wanted to show his powerful strength. He doesn't need to hide it in Asgard because Thor knows how powerful he is and is willing to keep it a secret for him. Although I don't understand, Thor is trustworthy. The reason why Link did this was that he needed to have an equal dialogue with Asgard. People on Earth would respect his wisdom, but Asgard only respected his strength. It is the same in the universe. Strength is the foundation, so he showed it, but still kept it secret from the people on Earth. Asgard's technology is different from that of Earth, and a soul forge was used to examine Jane Foster. Link is aware of this technology, but will not use it because the direction of development is different. Earthlings are also different from Asgardians. After all, Asgardians have an average lifespan of 5,000 years, which is something Earthlings cannot compare to. According to Link's understanding, this is a change brought about by the leap of civilization. The development of human civilization is still insufficient, and this is not a problem that can be solved in a short time. Advanced civilizations in the universe are generally long-lived, which is a sign of the progress of civilization. The process of civilization development will inevitably bring about the evolution of life. For example, the average human lifespan has gradually increased with the development of science and technology, and now the average lifespan is over 70 years old. The future will slowly change until it reaches the limit of the current human body and then make a life leap. This is a process that cannot be stretched artificially. Of course, some means can be used to do this, such as Peggy Carter. At this time, Link was studying its genes. It needed super soldier serum and a little dragon bone for gene cultivation. Once the experiment is successful, it can be used, which requires a process. It is not a simple genetic disease treatment, but requires a huge change. Peggy Carter is old now, and any injections into her need to be done with caution, otherwise she might die suddenly, and Link would not be able to bear the responsibility. The god King Odin suddenly walked in. "Lyn, welcome to Asgard again." "Your Majesty," Link saluted and said directly, "I believe you know that this lady has a strange thing in her body. After our scan, we found that its energy is the same as that of the cosmic cube." Link briefly glanced at the ring on his hand. "In other words, it is also a disguised form of an infinity stone." The god King Odin understood immediately, and instead of canceling the work on the soul forge, he stepped forward and placed his hand on Jane Foster's arm. After feeling it for a while, he said, "This is an ether particle." He stopped the soul forge with a wave of his hand and then said, "Follow me." Thor helped Jane Foster up, and then the three of them followed the god king to a room where murals recorded history. He took out a book and began to explain. This is the history of the Dark Elves who once possessed the ether particles and used them as a means to conquer the 9 realms and plunge them into complete darkness. After Asgard defeated it, it hid the ether particles. Now the 9-star alignment is about to happen again, and the overlapping space makes the ether particles appear again. The ether particles will parasitize and absorb the life energy of the host. Link asked curiously, "All 6 infinity stones have infinite energy, so why do they absorb life energy?" "I don't know." Odin shook his head and said, "The Infinity Stones appeared with the birth of the universe, and very few people truly understand them. Perhaps the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, truly understands the secret." Thor asked hurriedly, "Father, can you take out the ether particles?" "No." God King Odin shook his head. "Perhaps only Malekith can do it. He is the master of the ether particles. Link thought for a moment and said, Jane's life energy is not strong. If there is a person with strong life energy nearby, can we draw it out? Odin was stunned. He had not thought of this method. I don't know, but maybe we can try it. Let me do it. Thor was very brave, but Link said, let me do it. I'm stronger than you. Thor looked incredulous. Link asked again, does the God King have any solution? You can try. Odin said, follow me. They came to the Soul Forge again and said, set up another one. We can try to bring the molecular energies into contact and let the ether particles make their own choices. If it fails, Odin did not continue speaking because failure would mean that Asgard had no solution. Link nodded and said, you can try. After all, human life energy is not sufficient to satisfy the ether particles. Soon, another soul forge was set up and Link lay on it. The Asakids were responsible for mobilizing the molecular energy, and Link's molecular energy was extremely active. The more active you are, the stronger your vitality is. The two soul forges are very close to each other. Link's active molecular energy is the bait, and the ether particles are also ready to move. Everyone was waiting patiently, waiting for the ether particles to move, and their breathing became much quieter. The effect appeared. The red ether particles actually left Jane Foster's body along the molecular energy and spread towards Link. Link raised his hand, and the ether particles began to gather in his palm because it could not penetrate Link's body. Link suddenly grasped the gathered ether particles and exerted slight force. There was a crack sound as if glass was broken, and then red powder began to float up. After Link opened his palm, a red gem appeared in his palm. Success! Thor was very excited. Link sat up straight away, looking at the reality stone in his hand, a surge of energy flowing into his body, and Link also didn't react much. Superman's physique made him abnormally strong, so he didn't feel anything too intense. He estimated the power of the 6 gems combined. Of course, with all 6 infinity gems together, the final effect might be doubled. The God King Odin looked at Link with a complicated expression. He didn't know whether Link was from Earth or not. After all, Earthlings should not be as powerful as Link. Last time only the speed was demonstrated, but now he saw the molecular energy. The ether particles were easily attracted out, which showed that its life energy was abnormally huge. Thor was currently busy cuddling with his girlfriend and wasn't paying any attention to Link. Link thought for a moment, took the reality stone in his hand and asked, Your Majesty, Asgard will keep this stone, right? But it could bring disaster, Link said as he handed over the reality stone. Odin shook his head and said, You should keep it. I know you sold a power gem. It seems you don't want to collect them. It's safer to keep them in your hands. Link was stunned. He originally wanted to show friendliness. The Infinity Stones were not very useful to him. His first target was the Space Stone, and his second target was the Mind Stone. Having these 2 is enough to make up for some of my shortcomings and is very convenient. The Reality Stone and the Power Stone were not in his plan. He wanted to give the Reality Stone to Asgard for safekeeping. But the other party didn't want it. Didn't Odin think the gems shouldn't come together? Why don't you want it now? Okay, I'll keep it for now. Link nodded. Odin then asked Thor to entertain the guests, and he turned and left. Thor immediately asked people to prepare for the evening banquet. Link naturally had to stay for a few days, as the Dark Elves would probably arrive soon, and he didn't want Asgard to be attacked just as he left. Then, hasn't my trip been in vain? Asgard has abundant food, but it is all meat, fruit, and torpedoes. They are very delicious after being roasted, perhaps because the raw materials are too good. Moreover, the drinks were much better than those on Earth. They were all wine. Link ate and drank and got all the Asgardians who attended the banquet drunk. Thor was pulled away by Jane Foster and survived. The soft big bed made Link sleep very comfortably. When he woke up early the next morning, he washed up and walked out of the bedroom, looking at the lively Asgard in the morning. I walked out of the palace alone and strolled on the streets. This place has a European medieval style, but it is relatively refined and without the mud of dirt roads. Back at the palace at breakfast time, Thor formally thanked Link this time and invited him to stay for a few more days. Link suggested going to read a book. He had read a lot before, and now he was going to continue reading. His main purpose this time was to develop a translator. This is something the Avengers urgently need. After all, they have entered the universe, and the first element is language that they must master. However, there are too many languages in the universe, so a translator is necessary. Asgardians don't use translators because their lifespans are too long and they can learn many languages, but Earthlings don't have the energy. Just as Link was reading, a piercing sound suddenly sounded. Link guessed that this was the alarm of Asgard. Putting down the book, he stood up and walked outside and saw Thor flying in the sky, but he was not flying towards the Rainbow Bridge. Link was not sure of the exact location, but it was probably the prison. Link did not go over, but looked in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. The Dark Elves' warships had the ability to be invisible, which Link was very envious of. This is very useful for the Avenger and the Yanwu fighter, but are the technical characteristics of both sides the same? Link needs to wait and see to find out. Boom. Link suddenly flew up without using the flying skateboard, and then his battle suit covered his whole body, and a huge cloak fluttered behind him. His battle suit comes with a cloak, but he has never used it. The material of the cloak is also vibranium, which, thanks to nanotechnology, has infinite possibilities for change. Link rushed directly to the Rainbow Bridge. Odin stood in the palace, looking at Link with confusion in his heart. At this moment, Heimdall sensed something and suddenly rushed out from the Rainbow Bridge, then jumped to one side, and a peculiarly shaped fighter plane appeared. Someone invaded, and after Heimdall destroyed it, he fell back into the passage of the Rainbow Bridge and turned to look in the direction of the universe. A huge space battleship slowly rose up, and several fighter planes rushed directly past him. However, their luck ran out, as Link had already arrived on the lake, an energy pistol in each of his hands. Swish, swish, after a few bursts of fire, all the Dark Elves' fighter planes were shot down, and then Link rushed towards the last mothership. Odin breathed a sigh of relief. Link didn't want to do anything, but he discovered the invader. Odin then looked at the huge mothership in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. It was the warship of the Dark Elves. Did the ether particles appear and attract them? It seems that the Avengers are indeed trustworthy allies, and they are not just asking for things. Your Majesty, someone has invaded the palace. At this time, the guards rushed over. Odin frowned and said, "Let's go." A huge space battleship was not a problem for Link. He used the power of the Reality Stone. Although it was his first time using it, he had no problems at all. After he put on the Reality Stone yesterday, he understood how to use it. This was what the stone told him. Whether it is the Space Gem or the Reality Gem, they seem to like themselves very much. Link clenched his left hand, and the huge battleship immediately changed and turned into a huge Patrick star. He also has a bad taste. This Reality Gem cannot make permanent changes. It is like magic. It can temporarily change everything in reality, including living things. When the huge Patrick saw Hubo in front of him, he immediately became happy, stared with his big eyes, and jumped directly in. Boom. The waves flew high, and then it began to play in the water, but the Dark Elves inside were unlucky, and one by one they were shaken out or squeezed out. Heimdall was stunned. It was not the Reality Stone in Link's hand. The sudden change caught him off guard. He originally wanted to raise the shield of the palace, but what should he do now? Asgard's flying boats and fighter planes rushed over and aimed at Hubo below. The Dark Elves were their enemies. Link feels a little strange now. It seems that the crises in the universe can be solved very easily for him. He is invincible, but soon he discarded his inflated heart. After all, he had never seen the truly powerful existence in the universe. This kind of mentality is not good. Guyi has never appeared, which makes him very depressed. He now needs someone to pour a basin of cold water on him to cool down his swelling heart. He looked at the gem in his hand, then at Patrick playing in the water, and he also laughed. This gem is still very interesting, so he might as well keep it. He even speculated that this gem could provide him with a source of magic. Should he go find Ancient One to learn magic? Anyway, he can learn anything quickly, as long as he doesn't borrow Vishanti's magic. Asgard's army began to gather and then came by ship to capture the Dark Elves. Odin also dealt with the invaders in the palace, and Queen Frigga did not die. Saul put down the rebellion in the prison, and a great disaster was averted. Malekith is dead. He was among those invading fighter planes and died after being shot down by Link. That's not bad. As for how Asgard dealt with the remaining Dark Elves, that was not Link's concern. He was once again warmly received by Asgard. This time he did not show too much power, but it was enough. In the following time, Link began to study the technology of the Dark Elves. The huge space battleship fell into the lake at this time, and Patrick had disappeared. After some research and development, Link directly controlled it to fly up and temporarily stopped next to Asgard. Asgard is a huge land whose foundation is huge crystals that allow them to survive in the universe. It is a very strange place. It looks like a huge space base, and the warships parked aside appear very small from a distance. How to deal with this battleship is now a problem. After all, it is very complete, but its technology is somewhat different from that of Earth. Lyn, do you have any requests? Odin called Link over that day. You saved Asgard this time. Link shook his head and said, I am not asking for anything. We are allies and should support each other. But I have a suggestion. Asgard's external defense is somewhat weak. Heimdall's ability is indeed magical, but it is not enough. I believe you are aware of Thanos' situation. When you are here, he dare not attack. But what if you are gone? Odin didn't expect that Link would actually be talking about this question. Link then added, I know that Asgard values bravery and has the Rainbow Bridge, so it can appear anywhere, but what happened this time is a lesson. The Dark Elves have already reached the gate, but we can only rely on Heimdall to warn us. Odin sighed and said, Of course I know that, but kid, you overlooked one problem, that is, Asgard does not have any resources. Link was stunned, then he realized that Asgard was not that big and it was not a complete planet. Link asked curiously, Asgard controls the 9 realms, so why doesn't it mine on other planets? Odin shook his head and said, Asgard does not want to enslave the 9 realms. Some things are hard to say, so I won't tell you. Link probably understood what happened. Odin had conquered the 9 worlds with his eldest daughter Hela and then built a huge palace. After that, Odin gave up the conquest and adopted a policy of appeasement. This has been the case for thousands of years. Now that he is old, he will not exploit resources from other planets. Then let's give this battleship to Asgard. Link said, it just so happens that I don't have a place to deal with it. Earth doesn't have enough people to operate it right now, and its technology is different from ours. Asgard should have enough manpower and capabilities. Thank you. Odin nodded slightly. This was originally your trophy. Asgard will remember its friend. Link added, but there are some things Asgard can still solve, such as adding scanning equipment around and adding turrets and so on. I'll get someone to do it. Odin accepted the suggestion. After all, this was a lesson, and there were many crises in the universe. Thanos could stop them when he was alive, but what if he died? He doesn't have much time left to live, and Thanos won't die suddenly. Moreover, Heimdall told him that this time he could not see the Dark Elves' stealth technology and only discovered it based on his senses. It's time for Asgard to make some changes. Link achieved his goal, but he was not in a hurry to leave. He continued to study the technology of the Dark Elves. He stayed there for more than a month before returning to Earth. He returned to the top floor of the Osborn Group building, and Jessica was at home, as was Tracy. Hey, Tracy, Link greeted. Tracy was stunned and asked in surprise, when did you show up? Link smiled and said, you guys are too engrossed in your conversation. Jessica naturally knew how Link came back, but if Link didn't tell her, she wouldn't tell him, so she changed the subject directly. Honey, a TV station invited Tracy to do a show. What do you think of a talk show like an interview? Link didn't care and said, it's okay to give it a try. After all, Tracy has always been a star, and she can become popular no matter what she does. That's what I said. We will sponsor it anyway. Jessica turned to Tracy and said, you can try it. Lynn and I will support you. Tracy said, I'm just worried that the TV station only invited me because of your sponsorship. Don't think like that. We have to advertise anyway, and you have always had a lot of listeners, so it won't be a problem for you to be on TV now. Jessica said, you can do it. You have been a star since you were a child. The relationship between the two sisters is getting better and better. Link took a cigar and bourbon and went to the balcony. He was thinking about adding stealth technology to the Avengers. The technology needs to be converted, and the installation issue must also be considered. The Avengers still has extra space left over from before, and he had once thought of installing a light-speed engine. This is an experimental ship. Various technologies will be accumulated and gradually added to in the future. When the warship needs to be replaced in the future, this will be a template. Link looked at the reality stone in his hand again and decided to go look for Camertage. Tracy received support and began to prepare her own talk show. There are many talk shows in the United States, and she prepared an interview type. That is to invite guests to talk with them, and the content is very important, like the previous opera talk show, which was mainly aimed at families, and the content about the Avengers was a special edition. Tracy's previous radio program was mainly aimed at women. Now that it is on TV, whether to do the original content and whether to still target women requires discussion with the TV station. Tracy insists on working with female groups. She has certain advantages. After all, she has always been a celebrity and knows a lot of people, most of whom are women. She could even invite Jessica and Pepper directly, and Vanessa could also be invited. The three of them alone are enough to attract a lot of audiences, and with them leading the way, subsequent invitations will surely go smoothly. Tracy is very courageous. She wants to do a topic about whether women should rely on themselves or on men as the content of the first few issues. This topic is bound to be very explosive, so the TV station is naturally willing to do it. After all, Tracy is good at making women's programs, and this seemingly contradictory topic is bound to cause widespread heated discussion. Especially Jessica, Pepper, and Vanessa, they all have a successful man by their side, two of whom are members of the Avengers and chairman of a multi-billion-dollar group, and Wilson Fisk is also a hot topic. The TV station's program is still Tracy Says, which focuses on women, invites successful women or ordinary women, and is a program that cares about women. The advantages are huge. You can even bring goods. After confirming the content, the first person she invited was naturally Jessica, and Link began to look for Camertage. The first episode was previewed, and it really caused widespread discussion. The media created and hyped the topic. In addition to Jessica, the guests of the first episode also included Link. Backstage at the studio, Link asked Tracy, aren't you afraid of causing conflict between us? If you really have problems, then there is no need for me to create conflicts. If there are no problems between you, then I can't create conflicts. Tracy's answer was very realistic. Link nodded and said, that makes sense. Come on. Soon, the show began to be broadcast live. The TV station thought that live broadcast was best because once a fierce quarrel occurred, it would be very realistic and eye-catching enough. Anyway, any conflicts between the guests are none of their TV station's business. After Tracy made an opening speech, she directly invited the guests to come on stage. Jessica hugged Tracy, followed by Link. Trish said, as everyone knows, we are stepsisters, so for the sake of my show, I had to drag Jessica along to do the first show. The audience laughed. Link usually couldn't understand American humor, but Tracy confessed the relationship between her and Jessica at the beginning. Jessica, do you think you are successful now? Tracy went straight to the point. And is your success built on Lynn's success? Jessica thought for a moment and said, I really haven't thought about it. After all, I am very happy with my current job and success is not that important to me. I am already very satisfied to be with my beloved. Tracy immediately asked Lynn, have you thought about it? No, Link shook his head. Who would think about this question? And who defines success or failure? Is it others or yourself? How do you determine this standard? These are all questions, so in my opinion, success or failure depends on whether you are satisfied. If you are satisfied with your current life, then you are successful. If you're not satisfied, then you're not successful, and success should be achieved in stages. After all, people's ambitions should be achieved in stages. Tracy said, that's very true, but let's take a look at Jessica's resume. Before she got together with you, she changed jobs frequently, and the longest job she worked in was less than 6 months. Jessica, why is this? I don't like it. Don't like any of the gongs. Jessica said, all kinds of problems make it impossible for me to persist. Tracy nodded slightly, then asked Lynn, what do you think? Link laughed and said, Trish, you can't just look at her frequent job changes. You also have to see that she always received compensation. She obviously didn't like it, but she always got compensation from the company when she left. Why? Tracy was stunned. I overlooked this. It seems that you know Jessica very well. Most of Tracy's topics were answered by Link because he was an Avenger, and the director thought Link should do more talking so as to attract the audience. Yes, after we got together, Jessica didn't know what to do, so I helped her analyze it. Link said she actually likes to get to the bottom of things. She has the potential to be a detective, but she doesn't like being controlled by others and has a relatively free personality. That's why I established the Jessica Charity Foundation to provide legal aid. This project needs to be reviewed. This satisfies her hobby of getting to the bottom of things without anyone else having to manage it. This is the perfect job for her. Tracy suddenly asked, so this charity foundation was established for Jessica? It's certainly what I need, so to speak, Link said. It's good for my financial problems and it can also help the disadvantaged. At first I was just working in finance, but people always need a career and a career will help improve my social status. Tracy asked again, so Jessica used you to achieve her dream job. Can I understand it that way? Jessica interrupted, you can understand it that way. She was still helping Link out. After all, it was difficult for Link to answer this question. Link did not evade the question and said, that's okay, but what about the other way around? On the other hand, Tracy asked, did you also gain something from Jessica? Yes, Jessica helped me deal with all the trivial matters. Link said, I handed the foundation to her because of trust. She is the person I trust the most. The foundation now controls more than half of the shares of Osborne Group and 10% of Stark Industries, as well as billions of US dollars in cash. 5% of the annual dividend is a large number, and its investment in charity need because there was no script. Tracy listened very carefully. When she heard this, she asked, so you really want to do charity? Of course. Link nodded and said, how to do it well is the problem. After all, it is easy to decide, but difficult to do it. I can easily decide on the general direction, but what about the details? For example, when legal aid was first launched, how was each case reviewed? Who was the person who needed help and who was just trying to take advantage of the situation? In addition, how to supervise and improve the charity involved in the subsequent investment in United Construction Company and the development of Hell's Kitchen are all details. Many people would think that Jessica is so successful now because she has a rich boyfriend, but she's the one who helps me with all the details. With such a huge amount of funds. She is the only person I trust the most. Having said that, Jessica turned to look at Link, and the two looked at each other affectionately, which was also the effect needed for the show. There are many highlights in this show, such as showing off one's affection is just one of them. Maybe some people will blame each other, etc., which are also highlights. The most authentic reactions are the most attractive, so Tracy did not prepare a script. Okay, I know you two have a good relationship, but you don't have to be so eager to show it now. Trish teased the two. So Lynn, now that you join the Avengers, will Jessica be worried about you? This question is quite fatal. After all, Jessica is not worried about Link because Link is strong enough, but others don't know. Jessica looked at Link with some concern, and Link immediately said, I am indeed worried, but there's nothing we can do. Some things have to be done by someone. The danger on Earth concerns everyone, and the Avengers do not want to get involved in politics. I have been to the universe. We just developed the Yan fighter, and I flew into the universe alone. Although the time was short, I have come into contact with many aliens and understand some of the crises that the Earth needs to face. Link saw the look in Jessica's eyes and knew that she was worried about Tracy's problem, but Link covered it up by saying that she was worried about himself. Tracy asked Jessica again. Her topic was not the Avengers, so she couldn't go off topic. She asked Jessica, once Lynn goes out and finishes his work as an Avenger, what will you do then? I work too. Jessica is very smart, especially as a detective. After all, she never missed work every time Link left. I'll keep myself busy. Jessica also answered the question cleverly in a way that was consistent with the facts without seeming outrageous or abrupt. Use work to distract yourself from other things, and time will pass by before you know it. However, he hasn't encountered anything too dangerous so far. He said the Earth is in danger, but the danger may not be imminent. Jessica explained. The interview between the two ended quickly, and next was Wilson and Vanessa's. The love between them was still as strong as ever, and Vanessa was pregnant. Wilson said frankly that it was Vanessa who saved him, and that a lot of his current career was due to Vanessa's advice and Link's suggestions. Wilson Fisk has been very active in the past 2 years. On the one hand, the development of the United Construction Company is going very smoothly, and on the other hand, the emergence of Vanessa's charity foundation has greatly improved Wilson's reputation. His political show is very successful, and he plans to run for congressman after his child is born. My future goal is to be the mayor of New York. What really made Tracy Says popular were Stark and Pepper. Stark's mouth was the most interesting, and he was both naive and playful when facing Pepper. On the surface, he said some irrelevant words, but with a look from Pepper, he immediately changed his position. One can imagine his status in the family. It's so lively. Killian watched the show on TV and felt indignant. Tony Stark stood him up and left him blowing in the cold wind on the rooftop all night. It was then that he realized his mistake. He had cooperated with Hydra before, but Hydra discovered him and had to send some desperate warriors, but the other party found a way to deal with them. He immediately understood that he could not become too deeply bound to Hydra for the time being, so he and his men quickly disappeared. The Extremis virus must be developed again to make it more perfect, so he did not appear during the civil strife of S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. did not find him afterwards. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered a heavy blow and was unable to take care of other things, which allowed Killian to escape. He and Maya Hansen continued to perfect the Extremis virus. Maya Hansen was unaware of Killian's relationship with Hydra. She had been doing research on it, and Hydra also provided a large sum of funding, which gave Killian enough funds to continue his research and development. Lynn, will it succeed? Steve was a little nervous because today was the day to register the serum for Peggy Carter. Don't worry, as long as the dragon bone is there will be no problem, Link said. The dragon bone was obtained from Coulson, and it only weighed a few grams. Link had used 2 grams in previous research and development and experiments, but it was enough. This kind of dragon bone contained a large amount of vitality. Peggy Carter smiled on her old face and said, "Steve, don't worry about me. I'm already that old." Steve stepped forward, shook the other's hand, and said, "I'm not young anymore. I still owe you a dance." Soon the injection began, and Link used the same care, similar to when Captain America injected him, but this time it was gentler, and Peggy Carter did not make any sound of pain. When it was finished, Peggy Carter's body did not show any dramatic changes, but she did regain her youth. Steve. She was helped down by Steve Rogers. Peggy. The two looked at each other, while the others left the medical room silently. This is the medical room of the Avengers headquarters. Everyone left tactfully. Natasha said, "It's amazing. I actually regained my youth. The dragon bones contain a huge amount of vitality. When used with the super soldier serum, the effect is better and gentler." Link said, "Also, Ms. Carter is older and has a lot of experience. She has enough psychological endurance to handle the sudden surge in power. She was even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The power she holds is far greater than the power she has now. She has no psychological problems, and the love between her and Steve is more important. Welcome to the Avengers, Peggy." Link welcomed Peggy Carter on behalf of the Avengers. She had just exchanged heartfelt words with Captain America, and she regained her youthful charm. "Thank you, Lynn." Carter said, "I can't believe that I have regained my youth. It's nothing. The point is that few people can make up for their regrets, and you still have a chance." Link teased, "Okay, now I'll give you a few days, and then you have to start working. We will continue to complete the space headquarters, and you will be the supervisor there, as well as the commander of the battleship. You will have a lot to learn later, so enjoy your vacation first." After Link finished speaking, he left the space to Peggy and Steve, then turned around and led his people away. They had a lot of things to do. When Link was in Asgard, Stark had already completed the construction of the second batch of modular cabins. Link needs to drive the warships and send them to space to assemble them so that people can live here. At the same time, recruitment work is underway. A recruitment advertisement was shot with Captain America as the male protagonist. A large number of job applications were first screened by Alfred in the first round, then Natasha and Clint completed the second round, and finally the third round was handed over to Link. He has a lot of things to do. The battleship passed through the atmosphere again and stopped near the space headquarters. Then it put on the space armor, released the modular cabins one by one, and connected them together. Then the internal channel opened, and air began to enter and circulate. After Link debugged various equipment and made sure there were no problems, the place could be lived in. The middle circle cabin has been assembled, but the outer circle cabin still needs time. In addition, a tall tower will be installed on top of the main body, which will serve as the command center of the entire space headquarters. Various communication systems and monitoring equipment will be installed below, which will not only monitor the universe, but also the Earth. In addition to arranging the construction of the headquarters, Stark is also responsible for negotiations with the World Security Council. There is no other way but to let him be in charge of this matter. The key lies in influence. Link hides his strength and also hides his wisdom, so his influence is much less, while Stark's wisdom is his confidence. The plan is to use the supplementation of basic knowledge in exchange. The Avengers' funding will need to be paid by the World Security Council, but they will not obey their orders. Of course, they will exchange it for intelligence in the universe later. The World Security Council basically agrees on this, and now the two sides are wrestling over the amount of funding. The Avengers did not cost any money, which saved the biggest expense. The cost of the space headquarters was actually not that much because it was jointly built by the Stark and Link groups, and it was basically the same price as an adult, including the Swallow fighter. The cost is only tens of billions of US dollars, which the two can fully support. After all, both groups are making large profits. However, this is not good for the development of the two groups. Let the World Security Council pay for it. Anyway, they are also preparing to complete some basic knowledge so that the Earth can develop slightly faster. Basic knowledge is the foundation of science. After it is completed, everyone is on the same starting line. Welcome, T'Challa. Link took the time to greet T'Challa, who joined the Avengers as a representative of Wakanda. When can I see the space headquarters? T'Challa was visiting the ground headquarters at this time, but he was not very interested in this place. Don't be so excited. You know, once you go up, it won't be easy to come down. Link said with a smile, we will take turns to be on duty to ensure the safety of outer space, mainly to prevent the alien fleet from attacking the Earth. The key point is the space node required for space jump. That is the focus of guarding. In addition, we may support some alien allies in their battles. For now, Asgard is the only place that can do this. But if we go out, we will need allies. This aspect cannot be changed. T'Challa listened carefully. He was dissatisfied with Link and Stark's behavior before, but after understanding the situation, he changed his opinion. He joined the Avengers on behalf of Wakanda and needed to understand the universe. He was accompanied by his sister, Princess Shuri, and guard Captain Okoye. Link added, now the outer space headquarters has completed the construction of the inner circle core module and the middle circle living module, and they have begun operation. Next time we will bring the outer circle work module up, and you can go with us then. At the same time, we will resupply supplies and leave some personnel behind to begin adaptive training. However, it shouldn't be a big problem because there is a gravity system there. Daily life is pretty much the same as on Earth, except the scenery is different, and of course there's extravehicular training and so on. We are not using a spacesuit, but a spacesuit. It has sufficient power, but it requires a vacuum environment. Link brought them to the equipment room, which had a large amount of equipment. Guns were just the basics, and there were also various nano bracelets that were used in different environments. Link introduced them one by one, and then Okoye asked, you have advanced technology, why do you still use guns? Link looked at her and said, trust me, we have done research, please follow me. They entered the operations room, where there was a holographic imaging device. Afu, pull up Thanos' information. Then a giant purple man appeared, and Link said, according to the information we have so far, the biggest threat is this Titan. Titan was destroyed, and he was the last survivor. Do you know how Titan was destroyed? Princess Shuri said, according to the information you provided, Thanos controls a huge military force and fleet. They should have entered the interstellar civilization, so Titan should also be famous in the interstellar. Even if the planet is destroyed, can't the personnel be evacuated? That's the problem. Link said, I looked up information in Asgard and went out once myself, and I found a problem that is advanced star civilizations have a common problem, arrogance. Okoye's mouth twitched and he asked, are you talking about me? All, Link said. All advanced civilizations have this problem. They are very arrogant. There's even a pathological arrogance, thinking they have everything under control, and some even seem to avoid problems. It's scary, like a disease. It is said that Thanos discovered the problem on Titan, so he proposed to kill half of the people by random drawing regardless of their identities. Link continued, but his advice was not adopted. Everyone thought he was crazy, and when Titan was destroyed, Thanos survived. From then on, he had only one goal, which was to kill half of the intelligent life in the universe, because intelligent life had been demanding resources from the universe. He believed that the universe was finite and that resources were also finite. Crazy, Princess Shuri said in surprise. Yes, it's crazy, but didn't the problem he raised exist at the time? Link said, now we have nuclear fusion technology, and the energy problem of the Earth in the future has been solved, but we can't see what will happen tens of thousands of years later. It's unnecessary to think that far ahead, but it may not be a problem if you think about it. However, there is one thing that is arrogance, and we must reject arrogance. Elfu show us Thanos' military strength. Then all the images changed, and Link continued to introduce the Vanguard Corps. This is Thanos' cannon fodder army, and its number is extremely large. General Akoi, how many can your spear kill? This Vanguard army is extremely fast and strong, far surpassing humans. So we need weapons of mass destruction and rapid-fire weapons, and we need to know how to deliver them. Usually it is projected directly to the planet from space via a transport capsule. It is not flown down, but thrown down directly. Although it's not as convenient as Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, it's not much different. Just drop it near the enemy and then release a large number of Vanguard troops to attack. And this is just the Vanguard. Next up is the Chitauri army, flying machines, Philistan, and some giant biological arms. The number of their troops far exceeds that of us Avengers. The problem with the Earth is that it is not a unified planet. It will take a long time for nearly 200 countries to unite and organize an army. T'Challa listened and understood the gap between the two sides. The other side could defeat them one by one, but each country could only fight on its own. At the same time, because the strength of the countries was different, the number of their armies was also different. At the same time, there are vast oceans between the continents, and the transportation of troops is also a problem due to the limitations of transportation. They might even be attacked halfway across the river and would basically be unable to provide support, especially when facing space battleships or motherships. Don't be careless, everyone. In the universe, numbers are very important. You must know that they are different from the Earth. The entire planet has become a unified regime, and the resources it mobilizes are from the entire planet. Link gave them a scientific lecture. The number is extremely large. For example, the battle between Xandar and the Kree lasted for 1,000 years. The battle area was spread all over the universe. It is said that the two sides have only recently started peace talks. We don't know the specific situation, but this number cannot be ignored. So everyone, give up your earthly thinking now, because you will face the universe. The three of them nodded silently. Indeed, they had overlooked this point. Facing only one country on Earth, or the so-called joint army, even in the previous 2,000 wars, the number of participants reached tens of millions, but how could it be compared with a planet? There are billions or even tens of billions of people on a planet, and the other side has the strength to carry out large-scale armaments. This is terrifying, unless they are destroyed in space, but are there so many space battleships and fighter planes? Now it is not a technical issue, but a manufacturing issue. Manufacturing is a whole and cannot be accomplished by a few individual organizations. The Avenger is only a medium-sized battleship and carries only 120 fighter jets. Link continued to explain, we Avengers have a medium-sized battleship which carries only 120 fighter planes. Of course, this does not include the main members of our Avengers and their individual combat capabilities. Just comparing the strength of our forces, we are equivalent to a team of predators. Now let's talk about the predators. The looters are not responsible. They are a relatively loose organization, and as long as they do not violate the Iron Law, then there is no problem. The teams are scattered all over the universe and will not gather unless necessary, but once they gather, their forces can fight against an entire planet. The Avengers' military strength is only equivalent to that of one team. The gap must be seen. Link's goal is to strike a blow to the arrogance of the Wakandans. T'Challa finally spoke at this time. Indeed, there is still a big gap between us and the cosmic civilization. Also, Wakanda may need to update its weapons. I'll leave this to you, Shuri. We need high-powered weapons and rapid-fire weapons. Link said, to fight in space, we naturally need energy weapons. The vacuum environment will not cause the power of energy bombs to be lost too much. And within the atmosphere, gunpowder weapons are cheaper. That's the case for us, especially the cavity effect after it enters the flesh. It is better than ordinary energy weapons against large alien creatures. Unless it's a powerful energy weapon, one shot can blow off their limbs or half of their body. You know, the size of the enemies we face cannot completely conform to human standards. This is another problem we need to face. The universe is huge and we're just getting started. The popular science education lasted for a long time. While shocking the Wakandan people, it also gave them an explanation. After all, they provided a large amount of vibranium. You always have to give something like technology. Shuri came here to learn technology. Afterwards, the Outer Circle work module was completed, and Link went there with some newly recruited personnel, as well as Peggy Carter, who would be stationed at the Outer Space Headquarters. After all, she has regained her youth, and her current appearance is not suitable to appear on Earth. It is very suitable for her to be stationed at the Outer Space Headquarters. The next step is to build the command tower, the communication tower, and the final 8 tentacles. The 8 tentacles are responsible for the mooring of warships. In addition, a large number of Yan-style fighters will be parked there. When encountering an attack, the fighters can quickly attack and fight. A large number of robotic arms will also be deployed here to repair and maintain the fighter jets, and there will be a large number of staff. Because of the modular design, any damaged part can be replaced, and replacement is convenient, but a lot of staff are needed and recruitment is ongoing. Falcon is also one of the applicants. He has a good resume and participated in the testing of flying wings. The Avengers can help him build the same flying wings and make improvements at the same time. Link once again embarked on a journey to find Camertage. He started searching after returning from Asgard. He would return to New York only when there was something to do and would continue searching when there was nothing to do. Anyway, he could come and go freely with the Space Stone. However, he searched in Nepal for more than a month but still failed. This time he went there again, still to that place. He even quickly learned the local language and asked around, but still no one knew. Link felt that Ancient One was avoiding him, not that he hadn't noticed him. He was not quite convinced. Why didn't Ancient One see him? So he went again, wandered around the area, and even flew high into the sky at night, listening attentively. But all these were of no use. As expected, the wizard was not so easy to find. After wandering for a month, Link had to go back. Ancient One naturally knew him and had even been observing Link, but she had not shown up. Because Link is so powerful, Ancient One does not want to expose the wizard's affairs, nor does he want to teach Link spells. Link is already strong enough, and if he learns spells, how can the future Sorcerer Supreme check and balance him? Link now possesses 2 Infinity Stones, and she can't even guarantee that she can capture Link now, so she simply disappears. Link also felt the magic of magic, but when Ancient One showed up, his attitude was very clear. That is, he didn't want to teach him magic, so Link had to give up. The idea of using reality gems as a source of magic is also impossible to achieve. "Hey Lin, I'm going to have surgery," Stark suddenly called Link. Link was stunned, then he suddenly realized that there was still shrapnel in Stark's heart. He actually forgot about it. This was very wrong. "Tony, maybe you don't need surgery," Link said. Stark didn't quite understand what Link meant. "What do you mean? Remember the Infinity Stones?" Link said, "When I went to Asgard, I got another one called the Reality Stone. I can help you take it out, and there's no need for surgery." Hissed Tilda really. Stark was excited. After all, this operation was very risky, but Pepper hoped that he could receive treatment. Only after they are cured can they get married. Stark considered it for a long time before agreeing. The results of it, no need for surgery. He had seen the magic of the space gem, which could directly open a space channel. So what about the reality gem? "Hey man, why did you say it just now?" Stark's tone was full of resentment. Link chuckled and said, "Sorry, I didn't think of using it this way. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that you were still injured." "Okay, so what do we need to prepare?" Stark asked. "I can't say that surgery is completely unnecessary. After all, your chest needs to recover. The reality gem can't help you with this. I can only ensure that the shrapnel is removed without damage and leave the subsequent treatment to the doctor," Link said. "Understood, I'll arrange it and let you know the time." Stark hung up the phone in a hurry. Link shook his head. He really forgot. It's not that his memory is bad, but it's a habit. He ignores some uncommon things. Stark is so lively that it's easy for people to ignore his injury. The space headquarters is operating normally. The command tower and communication tower have been installed one after another, and the final tentacle is still under construction. As the commander of the space headquarters, Peggy Carter is now keeping up with her learning progress. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, Peggy Carter has high authority. Steve Rogers was also at the space headquarters at this time. The two were in love and would probably get married soon. It's just that their union will not be made public and will not even be registered. After all, Peggy Carter's secret is not suitable to be made public now. Once it is made public, many powerful people will flock to her. Everyone understands this, so they just stay at the space headquarters, while Natasha stays at the ground headquarters and the two sides keep communications open. Link mentioned before that he would develop artificial intelligence for each Avenger, and Natasha's artificial intelligence would be a spy version. He would also build various miniature nano-spy robots for her to collect intelligence when necessary. Her appearance has been revealed, so it would be inconvenient for her to be responsible for any infiltration mission. Using camouflage is not reliable, so it is better to use equipment directly. Her experience and skills, coupled with technological equipment, will ensure that she will be invincible. Hawkeye's artificial intelligence and equipment assist his bow and arrow or even increase his bow and arrow. The equipment is a flying crossbow controlled by artificial intelligence, and combined with his skills, hunting will be more deadly. Their characteristics and research and development are relatively easy, but Stark, Link, Bruce, and Thor do not require it. After Bruce's transformation, he is basically unable to control artificial intelligence, and Thor doesn't need this at all. The Asgardians are very confident in their own strength. Stark and Link already have artificial intelligence, so naturally they don't need any research and development. However, Captain America is a difficult choice in this regard. His combat mainly relies on his shield and himself, and his combat characteristics are distinct. But once it is paired with artificial intelligence, problems will easily arise. Even Peggy Carter asked for a vibranium shield, so the two of them had no artificial intelligence to cooperate with for the time being. However, it also makes up for some of the shortcomings of Hawkeye and Black Widow. In the end, he only helped the two of them complete the design and equipment of artificial intelligence. Now there are Peggy Carter and Steve Rogers in the space headquarters, and Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton in the ground headquarters. Stark and Bruce have been in the Stark Industries building, while Link is in the Osborn building. Their work is mainly in research and development. Of course, Link is just staying at home as a support force. He possesses the Space Stone, which allows him to provide support to any place at any time. This is the Avengers' temporary layout. It is impossible for Thor to live on Earth permanently. His biggest problem now is the love issue between him and Jane Foster. It's not that they don't like each other, but their lifespan is a huge problem. Even if Jane Foster was given the super soldier serum and dragon bone, her lifespan could not catch up with Thor's, and there was a huge gap between them. This is not something that can be compensated by some technology, so the other Avengers can't help with the problem between them. They can only rely on them to decide whether to enjoy the short-lived love, and then Thor falls into a long period of longing. Will time solve the problem, and in the thousands of years since Thor's life will he have forgotten? Tony Stark's surgery was confirmed, and Link arrived at the hospital on time. This is the hospital in Hell's Kitchen, which is jointly funded by various companies. After the expansion, its medical strength is sufficient. Stark's attending physician was very curious about how to remove the shrapnel without damaging it. Link came over to confirm the situation with the doctor first. After all, it was not a big problem what would happen after the shrapnel was taken out. After all, the shrapnel had been in Stark's body for several years. It didn't affect him at all now, so there was no problem taking it out. Link had read a lot of medical books before and supplemented his knowledge in this area, but he couldn't show it. It is necessary to communicate with the doctor. Pepper was here too. Thank you, Lynn. Tony told me that you can use magical means to remove the shrapnel, so the most troublesome and dangerous surgery won't be necessary. Link and Pepper hugged each other, then said, "Don't worry, it's absolutely safe. You can think of it as magic." He stretched out his hand, showing the reality stone on it, and then said, "This is the reality stone. It can temporarily turn Tony's body into a building block, take out the block in his chest, take out the shrapnel, and then put the block back. Not a drop of blood will be shed." "Oh my God," Pepper covered her mouth, looking shocked. "Okay, I'm going to go talk to the doctor, and then we can prepare for surgery." Link went to the doctor's office and then asked about the X-ray. The doctor couldn't understand how the shrapnel could be removed out of thin air without surgery. But after all, they were all big guys, his own boss, so he patiently answered the question. There will be no impact as long as the installation is successful and the blood vessels are not touched. Once the shrapnel is removed, surgery can be performed to restore Stark's ribs in his chest, which will take a long time. Link confirmed the time for tomorrow with the doctor, then walked out and came to the ward under the guidance of Pepper. Stark would temporarily stay in the hospital for preoperative preparation. "Hey, Lynn," Stark greeted Link as soon as he saw him enter the ward. "Are you sure everything is all right? How about I turn you into pudding now?" Link raised his hand and shook it. The previous 9 stars aligned and caused the space to overlap. Jane Foster is entering a strange space. The reality stone's disguised form had ether particles invading my body, which allowed me to obtain the reality stone. I now have 2 of the 6 infinity stones. Stark nodded slightly, but he asked with some concern, "Since the 6 infinity stones can fulfill any wish, will it cause trouble? If someone wants to collect them, they won't stop regardless of whether they are in our hands or not. Once one person gets hold of 6 infinity stones, the entire universe will not be safe." Link said, "So it's best if we get hold of a few. At the same time, this also fills the gap in our combat effectiveness." Stark nodded. It was true. With the infinity stones, their shortcomings could be made up for, but it also brought danger. However, the danger was unknown, and the shortcomings were indeed made up for. "Okay, I'll rely on you tomorrow." Stark no longer dwelled on the topic of infinity stones. "Don't worry, I won't do anything that I'm not sure of. You should just focus on recuperating." Link didn't comfort her too much, but quickly said goodbye and left. During the operation on the second day, Stark was lying on the operating table and did not need anesthesia for the time being. Link also disinfected and changed into surgical clothes, etc., and then entered alone. Pepper looked through the glass at what was happening inside. After Link entered, he didn't waste any words with Stark. He just clenched his fist, and Stark's body immediately turned into a building block. "Wow, Tilda," he exclaimed, "it's really a magical feeling." Link observed the shrapnel with his X-ray vision, then took out the building blocks from Stark's chest with a clamp, and then used tweezers to pick out the shrapnel piece by piece. After all of them were taken out, he put the building blocks back. Undoing the changes, Stark touched his chest. "This is amazing. Yes, it has the ability to temporarily change reality. That's the reality gem. It can even change various attacks into something else. Although it's only a short-term change, it can do a lot of things." Link said, "Got it, thanks, man." Stark was relieved. Link turned and left, then let the doctor in. The attending physician used the small X-ray machine in the operating room and found that the shrapnel had disappeared. Is it so magical? However, he also knew that he should not ask questions that he should not ask, so he began the anesthesia and surgery, and the rest of the surgery was considered a minor operation. Stark needs to be hospitalized for some time and then rest for a few months. It will take more than half a year for him to fully recover. However, the Avengers have nothing to do for the time being and don't need him to be busy. After Stark recovers, he can marry Pepper. Link also considered this question: should he propose to Jessica? Although Jessica has never proposed marriage, she definitely hopes that Link will propose to her. Link should do it as soon as he thinks about it. There's no need to hesitate. They can have children later. This did not conflict with the marriage, so Link went home at night, secretly measured Jessica's finger, and then synthesized a large diamond in his studio. That's right, the engagement ring he prepared was made of artificial synthetic diamond, which is no different from natural diamond. If possible, he would rather use a gold ring. But now he is the chairman of the Osborne Group, a tycoon worth hundreds of billions of US dollars. Even if the diamonds he takes out are artificially synthesized, everyone will think they are natural. That's just human nature. Real gemstones were used to make perfect cuts, and then they were set in a platinum ring to create a hollow ring setting that wrapped the diamond inside. Perfect. Link took a look and then ordered a ring box online. When the box arrived, he could propose. As for public proposal, he definitely wouldn't do that. He wasn't that ostentatious. He could just propose at home and be done with it, and get married before Stark. That was a good idea. The ring box arrived very quickly. After all, he ordered it at a high price and it was delivered directly to his door. When he put the ring in it, Jessica had not returned from get off work yet. Link was very satisfied. After thinking for a while, he started to prepare the candlelight dinner. Although he was proposing at home, the romance was still necessary. When Jessica returned home, she was slightly surprised to find that the environment had changed. "Honey, what are you doing?" Jessica came to the kitchen, hugged Link's waist from behind, and asked, "How about a candlelight dinner?" Link said with a smile, then turned around, hugged Jessica, and gave her a kiss. Jessica laughed and said, "Of course, then I'll take a shower, change clothes, and wait for your candlelight dinner." After saying that, she turned and went to the room. Link continued to prepare, getting all the dishes ready, and then waited for Jessica to come out. It takes a long time for a woman to take a shower and change clothes. Jessica used to be careless about these details, but after being with Link, she began to pay attention to these aspects, especially hairstyle, clothes, makeup, and so on. Since she started training, she has maintained a good figure and even has a six-pack abs. When Jessica came out after changing her clothes, Link's eyes lit up. "Beautiful, wait for me, the first dish will be ready soon." "Okay." Jessica came to the dining table and lit all the candles. "Afu, turn off the lights." "Okay, miss." Alfred turned off all the main lights, but some auxiliary lights were not turned off. It was an intelligent system. Link brought up the first dish and placed it in front of Jessica. The two sat opposite each other. Link poured the decanted wine for Jessica and then raised his glass. The two looked at each other, clinked their glasses gently, and took a sip each. Jessica was excited. She felt that today was different, but she didn't dare to ask or say it. She was afraid of disappointment. If she guessed wrong, it would disappoint both parties. After Link prepared each dish, they ate it immediately. The two of them drank the wine very quickly. Jessica drank more and her face was rosy as if she was a little drunk. When Link went to prepare the last dish, Jessica was already beginning to feel disappointed. Was her feeling wrong? But soon Link came back with a plate with a dinner plate cover on it and put it in front of Jessica. "Honey, the last dish." After Link took away the lid of the dinner plate, there was a ring box inside. The lid of the box was open and the diamond and platinum ring inside was revealed. "Oh my God!" Jessica covered her mouth instantly, tears streaming down her face. She was not disappointed after all. Link waited until Jessica picked up the box, then reached in and took out the ring from it, then knelt on one knee and took Jessica's hand. "Honey, will you marry me?" Jessica nodded for a while and Link slowly put the ring on her finger, then stood up and kissed her deeply. Have a meal, what to eat. What happened next was naturally earth-shattering. Fortunately, the bottom of the bedroom was shock-absorbing and reinforced. Jessica was very crazy. When he woke up the next day, Jessica held Link in her arms, wrapped around him like an octopus, and Link refused to get up. "Lynn, should I start preparing for our wedding?" Jessica asked. "Yes, but do you want to get married on Earth or in space?" Link asked. "If it's on Earth, then we'll have a grander wedding. If it's in space, we'll invite fewer people." Jessica's eyes lit up and said, "Let's go to space. We'll have our wedding in space." "That's settled. I'll make the preparations." Link took charge of the wedding preparations himself. After all, he is an Avenger. Although the cost of the space headquarters was compensated by the World Security Council, most of the work was done by him and Stark, so there is no problem in holding a wedding. Also, see if Peggy Carter and Steve Rogers want to do it together. After getting up and tidying up, Jessica went to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, she left happily and Link talked directly to the space headquarters. He was looking for Steve Rogers. Hey, Steve. Lynn, what happened? Steve asked. No, T'Challa and the others are still studying for the time being and will not go to the space headquarters. I came to you to ask if you want to propose to Peggy. Link went straight to the point. What? Steve was stunned. I proposed to Jessica last night, and we are planning to hold the wedding at the space headquarters. I was wondering if you would like to join us. Link asked. Steve fell silent. He was not mentally prepared, but did he need to be prepared? Peggy has regained her youth, but she has never married. She has been frozen for 70 years. Should she continue to wait? Okay, I will propose to Peggy, but I need your help. Steve said, then we will hold the wedding together right in the space headquarters. No problem. I can retrieve the data of Peggy's finger and make you a wedding ring, then I'll send it to you quietly. Wait for me in your room at night. Link has a space ring that can directly pass into Steve's room. Do you need flowers? Yes, we need it, Steve said immediately. Just a bouquet of roses. Some are enough. Peggy and I don't need anything else. Understood. Link hung up the communication. Afterwards, he went to the studio and synthesized another diamond, but this time it was not big. On the contrary, it was very low-key because Peggy Carter was now one of the Avengers, and she had to wear a wedding ring so it couldn't be too big to affect her fighting. And Jessica was very excited. After arriving at the foundation, she arranged her work briefly, then picked up the phone and called Tracy directly. Trish, Lynn proposed to me. Jessica couldn't contain her joy and her tone was extremely excited. Really? Tracy was surprised at first, then she congratulated. Congratulations, I didn't expect you were getting married. Yes, I'm getting married. We're going to hold the wedding in space, and I invite you to attend now. Jessica said, because we're in the space headquarters, we can't invite too many people. Do you think we should invite her? She was referring to their mother. Tracy was silent for a moment and said, you need to decide this matter yourself, but I can accept her presence. After all, it's your wedding, and I don't want you to have any regrets. But once you invite her, she will probably pester you in the future. Well, I need to discuss this matter with Lynn. Jessica also knew the character of her adoptive mother. She was a money-hungry person. Anyway, this is your wedding. Do whatever you want. Tracy said again, Jessica, I hope you are happy. Link sent the ring and roses into space at night and then returned directly without staying. He still needed to discuss the guest list with Jessica. In fact, there are not too many. After all, Link has very few friends. Among his former classmates, there's almost no one worth inviting. Most of them are Avengers now, and the others are Wilson and Vanessa. Jessica didn't invite many people, such as Tracy and her adoptive mother, McCall, Frank, and 2 lawyers, Matthew Murdoch and Foggy Nelson. The rest of the people can just treat them to a meal without being invited to the space headquarters. The 2 of them calculated and basically determined the number of people, and then Jessica said, do you think I should invite my adoptive mother? If I invite her, I guess she will ask me to invite her more often in the future. Link was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that Jessica's adoptive mother, Dorothy Walker, adopted Jessica in order to find a companion for Tracy. But this person is indeed greedy for money. She sent the teenage Tracy to the director's room. Is this something a mother could do? So now Tracy and Jessica are reluctant to see her, but Jessica is getting married now, so whether to invite her is a question. Link asked, do you want to invite her? I don't know. Jessica shook her head and said, I'm not sure what I think, but there will definitely be a lot of trouble after the invitation. What's the problem? Link laughed. What if I give her $1 million a month? Is it that we can't afford it, or is it that she doesn't have enough? Jessica, problems that can be solved with money are not problems for us. We are getting married and my property belongs to both of us. Jessica hurriedly shook her head and said, you can't give so much. You don't know her. You can give her $100,000 a month, which is enough. $100,000 is a lot of money, enough for Rosie Walker to live a wealthy life. Link is not a person who takes money seriously. The current Osborne Group makes huge profits just from the sale of medicines. Although it follows the strategy of small profits but quick turnover, it has quickly occupied the global market and grabbed the largest share. Other pharmaceutical groups cannot compete with it. Even some countries where generic drugs are rampant cannot compete with it because they are cheap. It is no more expensive than prevention, and it is a drug developed by ourselves that is directly dumped all over the world, creating a situation that no one can stop. Next is the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Power Generation Project. A cooperation has been reached with New York City. This does not conflict with Stark Industries. Their electromagnetic arc reactor is not used for large-scale power generation and is suitable for small-scale use. Controlled nuclear fusion is suitable for large-scale power generation, and the 2 take 2 different routes. New York City has built 3 controlled nuclear fusion power stations at one time at selected locations to provide electricity for the entire city. In this way, a lot of resources can be saved. This is a big city with a population of nearly 10 million, not including its annual floating population. The establishment of 3 controlled nuclear fusion power plants can provide the entire New York state. Osborne Group invested in the acquisition of the power company responsible for New York. The entire United States has more than 200 power companies, which are roughly divided into 5 power grids. New York belongs to the Eastern Power Grid. Most of its power companies are located in the eastern region without unified management and control, and their power distribution and transmission are problems. The Osborne Group has mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion, which caused a sensation across the United States and caused energy industries such as oil and coal to plummet. However, it takes time to occupy the market. It's not that no one has had evil thoughts, but Link is a member of the Avengers, and the Avengers now have space battleships and have established a space headquarters, which is really daunting. This is a fighting force that no country can resist. As capital, no matter how crazy they are, they dare not act rashly. Combined with the reputation Link had previously earned in the underground world, the title of the God of Death was not obtained casually. It was earned through his battle achievements. Now that Link has a nano suit, normal bullets can do no harm to him. Together with the other Avengers, the Avengers are now even stronger, and the technological means they possess make people dare not go beyond the line. The Osborne Group took advantage of this period to acquire a number of power companies and merge them into a new energy power company, integrate the power grid, and prepare to transform its power plants to build controlled nuclear fusion power plants. After integrating the power grid, slowly expand outward. It is Norman Osborn's ambition to devour all the power companies. However, under such a strategy, other power companies are not fools, and they have come to him one after another. They will not wait until they are at their wits' end before surrendering, but want to participate and get a piece of the pie. However, Norman Osborn is not stupid. Osborn today is different from the past. He has no debt. Because the profits from medicines are continuous and stable, even though it seems like small profits but quick turnover, the sales are really high. After all, everyone gets sick, and this is something that cannot be stopped, and a steady source of income comes from this. At the same time, there is not too much investment. Medicines, weapons, and the current new energy are only three directions for the time being. On the one hand, weapons are outsourced, and on the other hand, parts for the Yan fighter and space capsules are manufactured. However, after some discussion between Link and Osborn, they decided not to set up charging stations for the time being. The development of new energy vehicles is a trend, but it will also offend energy capital. Controlled nuclear fusion is used to generate electricity, which actually has little impact on oil, but a greater impact on coal. In this way, the old energy capital will be divided into two, and the pressure will be smaller. We just need to lay out the power grid now. Once we have unified the power grid across the country, the Osborne Group will be afraid of no one. Link is also conducting research and development on ultra-high voltage transmission technology, but the United States uses a voltage of 110 V, which needs to be converted again at the end of the transmission line. This cannot be changed because their household appliances are all 110 V. The construction of power plants requires extra reinforcement. Although controlled nuclear fusion is the least dangerous, the problem of external destruction also needs to be considered. A solid core that can withstand nuclear strikes can be built with three parts: outer shell, middle shell, and inner shell. At the same time, 3 emergency termination measures were set up, and the fusion reaction could be customized to achieve absolute safety. For this purpose, Osborn was specially invited to appear on Tracy Says to explain these safety measures. The Avengers Space Headquarters also uses controlled nuclear fusion, so everyone can rest assured. Even if the electricity bill is reduced, the income is still very considerable after all. The cost of power generation is very low. The Osborne Corporation has surpassed the market value of Stark Industries, but although Link's personal assets are worth a lot, he has almost no personal investment, and even the other assets under his personal name are pitifully small. In addition to a few cars, there is an apartment. The apartment where McCall and Frank live now is under his name. Link was too lazy to invest and buy. After all, he really didn't need it. Now the Osborne Group was already very rich and didn't even take out a loan, which made the bank very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Link doesn't like loans in his heart. Anyway, those power companies are lambs to be slaughtered. When to take action depends on the Osborne Group. There's no need to take out loans. The group's current shareholding structure is simple, with only 3 shareholders: Link, Osborne, and Stark Industries, and the rest are circulating shares on the market. In addition, in the absence of loans, it would be wishful thinking for other capital to tamper with finance. Norman Osborn is also safe because Osborne is no longer his. He is only the CEO and his shareholding is not high. It is meaningless for others to touch him, and it will also offend Link. Link is not a good man, otherwise where did he get the title of the God of Death? The Osborne Group has now built a layer of protection for itself. Others can only get actual benefits by touching Link, and no one else can. This is the safest way. This is also the structure that Link intentionally created. He placed his shares in the Jessica Charitable Foundation, so he didn't have to give any shares to Jessica. After they got married, Jessica had the right of inheritance, and the key point was just the position of the legal person of the foundation. She does not inherit all the assets, but once she becomes a legal person, she can mobilize all the support and avoid inheritance tax. Jessica now earns $1 million a month. Link has the final say on the salary. The salaries of others are within a reasonable range, and some even get some dividends like Matthew Murdoch and Foggy Nelson. They have salaries, and as for the law firm's business, they get commissions from profitable business, while legal aid is a project of a charitable foundation. The reason why Link gave Jessica such a high salary was that he couldn't give Jessica pocket money every time, which was not in compliance with U.S. laws, so he simply gave her a high salary. After all, with hundreds of billions of assets under his control, it is reasonable for him to receive such a high salary, isn't it? With Link's words, Jessica decided to directly invite Dorothy Walker, her adoptive mother. At the same time, she also had her own plan for this. That was to give the adoptive mother $100,000 a month for living expenses, so that the adoptive mother would not have to bother Tracy. Jessica thought that the relationship between mother and daughter could be improved. After the remaining guests were dealt with, Link began to prepare for the wedding. He did not plan to invite any priests, and the sun would be the witness of their wedding. That's right, it's the source of his power, the yellow sun. In this Marvel universe, no one knows his secret. The reason why he doesn't kill Thanos with one punch now is because there's no yellow sun around Thanos. The sun around Titan is not yellow, and it is easy to find where Thanos' lair is. Just ask Heimdall. There's no yellow sun around, so Link dare not go there. He is not invincible, he must protect his secrets. Now only Jessica knows that he is Superman, but Jessica has never thought about the problem of the sun. She didn't know that the sun has other colors in the universe. At this time, Steve Rogers also proposed to Peggy Carter, and he got a positive answer. He announced the good news directly to Link. The two then began to prepare for the wedding and later announced the news to everyone. Everyone congratulated them, except Stark, who complained that they came in without waiting for him. But Stark definitely won't hold his wedding in space. His wedding can't be as low-key as Link and Steve's. The Stark family has been rising for quite some time, and his network of relationships is very large, so it is impossible for him to give up these connections. Link and Jessica's relationship is simple, while Steve and Peggy need to be really low-key, so it is most appropriate for them to hold their wedding together in space. Although there were not many people attending the wedding, the atmosphere was quite good. The two couples each had their own witnesses. Stark also came with an injury, but fortunately Link was able to open a space channel for him. The others came on the Avengers. For the time being, the secret of the space ring is only known to the Avengers and will not be made public. After Link and Jessica got married, not much changed between them and their life remained the same as before. After all, they had been living together for a long time. However, the relationship between the two parties is no longer boyfriend and girlfriend, but husband and wife. This is a formal relationship which is different from the past both legally and spiritually. Link had nothing to do for the time being, so he thought of Killian. Why was this guy so quiet? He had cooperated with Hydra before. But it could be seen from the cooperation between the two sides that Killian had hidden himself and only sent out some desperate warriors. He himself did not show up at all, and even Maya Hansen did not show up to remind Stark. What exactly is going on? Link checked AIM and found that it had become a shell company. It no longer even had an office address, let alone Killian. Link did not let Stark use his connections to investigate the other party's cooperation with the military, and now there are no humans who explode at every turn. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Killian did not set up a 10 Rings gang and spread rumors to attract everyone's attention. He should have been lurking. Are we continuing to research and develop the desperate virus? Did he get funding? Link had to think so. If this guy really developed a perfect desperate virus, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, there is no way for me to find him now, and S.H.I.E.L.D. must be looking for him. After all, his people had appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D. before, and Maria Hill would not let go of this line, especially with those people's peculiar circumstances and their ability to recover from injuries quickly. How could Maria Hill give up easily? The only clue now may be in the hands of Hydra, but it is hard to say which Hydra it is. Baron Strucker, whose full name is Wolfgang von Strucker, was once the backbone of the Hydra led by Red Skull. The reason why Link had no intention of touching Loki's scepter was to keep it for him, because he would use the scepter to create Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, and these two siblings were very crucial. The Avengers need to grow stronger, so the process of their birth cannot be interrupted. Is Killian with Baron Strucker? Hydra will also pay attention to his research and development, but Killian is not stupid. He should have obtained the funds and sent out the immature extremist warriors this time. He won't lose anything no matter what, and he doesn't care about those cannon fodders at all. What he wants is the desperate virus without any weaknesses. Of course, this doesn't mean that the extremist virus is invincible. Being cut into pieces can still kill you, but ordinary injuries cannot cause any harm. And it is very stable and won't explode easily, which is perfect. After being injected with the desperate virus, the combat effectiveness of ordinary people will be increased exponentially, and their bodies can emit high temperatures that can directly melt steel. Link plans to investigate Sokovia, a country in Eastern Europe that of course does not exist in Link's original world. This place is very small and its military strength is weak. It is difficult for Stark to be found hiding in it. Link adjusted Stark's satellite and observed it from high altitude. He soon discovered a castle and nearby military forces. Observing its equipment, it is not difficult to see traces of Hydra. After all, Hydra used the Cosmic Cube to develop weapons during World War II, and here should be the remaining parts. Honey, I'm going to be out for a bit tonight. Link informed Jessica to do some research in Sokovia. Okay, I understand. Do you need me to be careful? Jessica asked. No, this is a secret investigation. You don't need to pay special attention to it. Link shook his head. I'll be back in a while. Understood. Jessica was responsible for preparing dinner while Link was preparing equipment. He needed to sneak in, which required some equipment. After dinner, Link opened the space channel and appeared directly in Eastern Europe, then flew towards the location of Hydra. After approaching, he landed and began to lurk, observing the surrounding defense situation and looking for its surveillance line with X-ray vision. Baron Stark has been running this place for a long time. It has bunkers, monitoring systems, and other defensive measures, and even activates energy shields when attacked. At that time, Dr. Zora extracted a large amount of cosmic cube energy. Its energy core can provide energy for weapons and defensive shields. How did Hydra and Red Skull lose at that time? Is his ambition too big? He had no intention of cooperating with Mustache at all, but wanted to dominate on his own. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Captain America to lead the Howling Commandos to defeat them one by one. After the observation, he began to move at high speed, entering each blind spot of surveillance, and slowly moved in to observe the situation inside. The main thing is to find the Scepter and the twins, to see what their condition is and whether their superpowers have been activated. If so, then he can steal the Scepter. However, the first person he discovered was Killian. This guy had a laboratory here, and there were dozens of desperate warriors around him. Maya Hansen's situation was not good. She seemed to be imprisoned. Link was not surprised because Maya Hansen probably didn't know much. Link continued to observe through the X-Vision. He didn't need to dive too deep, just come in and use the X-Vision. The perspective effect of X-Vision is limited, and it is impossible to see through all the buildings directly, so you need to sneak in and then observe layer by layer. Soon, he also found the twins. They looked like they had just activated their superpowers and were in the process of adapting, but they were locked up. Link had an idea in his mind, so he retreated first and then started killing outside. After all, even if the surveillance here captured some information, it would eventually be stored in the equipment inside the castle. Link was not afraid of being photographed, but in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he was still much more careful. He had to clean up the outside before the other party could react, gather all the weapons together, and finally send them all away. Although these energies are good, their energy is provided by the Space Stone, and Link is not prepared to provide energy. That's not how the space gem is used. The killing was over quickly. He used his super speed. He was not Quicksilver, who only knew how to swing his fists and push people. He had real killing skills. After killing them all, they entered the castle again and started killing people indiscriminately until they entered the core area. Only then did the people here realize the problem because none of the guards outside responded to their calls. The alarm sounded, but Link had already rushed in. Baron Starkla was awakened from his sleep, and before he could react, he was killed by Link. At this time, Link was in control of the control center, downloading the data here and deleting all his surveillance images. Killian rushed out with the desperate warriors. He didn't know what happened. Although he was here, Baron Stark would not treat him as one of his own. They were on guard against the opponent in everything, and Killian had thought about taking over the opponent's position, but the opponent's energy weapons were the nemesis of the desperate warriors. Yes, energy weapons completely restrain desperate warriors. After being directly hit by them, the damage to the body cannot be recovered at all. With the addition of tanks, it is of course not easy to concentrate them, but Baron Strucker has more troops than him. It can be said that both parties want each other's technology and resources, but neither is sure of the other, so they cooperate temporarily and seem to be at peace. But everything is being prepared. Baron Strucker is waiting for the twins to fully master their abilities, while Killian is waiting for the successful development of the Extremis virus. Link's sudden arrival interrupted their thoughts, and Link is not a good man, and neither are the Avengers, so Link's killing will not be hated by the Avengers. There are no good people here, especially Stark and Killian. When Killian and his men rushed out, Link was standing opposite them, holding 2 energy pistols in his hands. Swish! Link blocked the door and opened fire to prevent them from escaping. He was too fast and had already dealt with the Hydra part. Now it was naturally time to deal with Killian's group. Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff, brother and sister, were a little nervous at this time, but they had just gained their abilities and could not control their abilities, so they could not leave their isolation room. Maya Hansen was even more unable to escape from the power cage. She found that Killian had brought her there. She was suspicious at first, and then she discovered that the other party actually called himself Hydra. She was naturally familiar with the text she had learned in elementary school, so she continued to study the extremis virus on the surface, but was actually preparing to escape. Unfortunately, their people were on Killian's side. Her plan was discovered, and she was subsequently locked up. Killian threatened her to continue her research. Tonight, the sudden alarm made her nervous, and then Killian led his men to rush out. Usually they stayed in their own area. Killian and the Hydra people were wary of each other, but they didn't tear each other apart. So what exactly happened? They didn't know that there were only 4 people still alive here, the 3 of them and Link. Link's energy gun restrained the extremis virus, especially the imperfect extremis virus. Link killed all of Killian's men, including Killian, and then he began to process the data and video records here. The treatment needs to be recorded and the images need to be completely destroyed, including all the hardware, so things are rather complicated and Link has a lot to do. This delayed some time, and he then came to Maya Hansen first, and when the other party saw him, she actually breathed a sigh of relief. Link laughed and asked, "You look relieved." "Yes, you are from the Avengers, of course I know that. Did the Avengers find this place?" Maya Hansen asked, "I want to meet Tony Stark." "Sorry, I'm here alone. I found something unusual here, so I came here alone." Link then opened the iron door of the cage and turned away. "Wait for me." Maya Hansen hurriedly chased out, but Link ignored her. After all, this person was useless to Link. And the next step was the key. No matter what Maya Hansen said, he didn't answer, and the other party finally shut up because after they walked out, they found a large number of corpses. Link came to where the twins were, looked at them and said, "Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff, your parents died in the Civil War in Sokovia. Why are you here?" "Avengers." The two finally knew what happened. It was the Avengers who were attacking. "Yes, I'm an Avenger." Link said, "You two seem to be very special. I just checked Hydra's information and found that you conducted a human experiment, right?" Neither of them spoke. Link smiled and asked, "Why don't you speak?" "You're friends with the Executioner," Pietro said. "The Executioner?" Link looked confused. "Stark." "Yes, Starks. Our parents died from the missiles he made." Pietro knew their situation. After all, they were imprisoned and the other party could do anything and they had no capital to resist. Link shook his head and said, "Whether it's a missile or a pistol, there is a difference between the people who make them and the people who use them to kill people. If you can't even tell the difference, then you must have chosen the wrong target of hatred. Let me show you something." Link turned and left, but Maya Hansen was still standing there. Wanda immediately said, "Let us out, we can deal with him." Maya Hansen was stunned and said, "Tony and I are friends, I won't let you out easily." The twins were disappointed. They had met this woman once before. She was obviously from the base, so how could she become Stark's friend? Link quickly returned with a laptop, then clicked a few times before turning it around for them to see. There was some information in there, including information about infiltrating Sokovia. Link said Baron Strucker was a subordinate of the Red Skull, the leader of Hydra during World War II. In order to hide his experiments, he planned the war in Sokovia and then established himself again. Your enemy should be him, and you actually cooperated with him. I have to say, kids are just kids. The twins were speechless. The information they saw should be true. After all, it was an internal record of the base, and they were not aware of it before. The two of them instantly wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Link opened the isolation room and said, "Come back to the Avengers headquarters with me now. You two have superpowers, so it's not appropriate to let you out for the time being. And you don't seem to be able to use your abilities yet, so training will need supervision to prevent you from causing trouble." Link turned to Maya Hansen and said, "Ma'am, you can leave now. Go buy a plane ticket and go back to the United States. Can't you take me away?" Maya Hansen asked. "No, this involves the secrets of the Avengers." Link said, "I'm going to blow this place up in a while. You have half an hour to leave." After Link finished speaking, he turned and walked outside. He planned to put all of Hydra's weapons in and blow them up together. Maya Hansen had no choice but to pack her things in a hurry. Without her passport, she couldn't leave Sokovia. Wanda looked at her brother and said, "What should we do?" Pietro said, "We have nowhere to go now, so why not follow him and see? Now that we have been proven wrong, Stark is no longer a problem. Aren't the Avengers always recruiting?" Wanda pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you sure you want to join the Avengers?" "What else?" Pietro shrugged and said, "Given our situation, do you think there is any country that would allow us to live a normal life? When the time comes, won't you try every possible way to control us?" Wanda suddenly laughed and said, "My brother actually thinks so much." Pietro rolled his eyes and said unconvincedly, "We are twins. You were only born a few minutes earlier than me. Then I am also your sister." Wanda firmly occupied the position of sister and refused to give up. The brother and sister seemed to feel a lot more relaxed suddenly. After all, their enemy was dead and Baron Stark was the culprit. This was also in line with common sense. After all, it was impossible for Stark to come to Sokovia to overthrow the regime. Boom. With a huge explosion, the entire castle disappeared and was replaced by a huge mushroom cloud. The Sokovia government later announced that this was an illegal experimental accident and that the castle's owner's secret research and development had gone wrong. However, due to the explosion, the specific content of the experiment is unknown. However, there was no residual radiation after the explosion, so the land here will be reclaimed by the government. It's just some official rhetoric. Sokovia itself is not very big. How could they not know what's going on inside such a castle? Link opened the space channel and brought Wanda and Pietro to the Avengers ground headquarters. He handed them over to Natasha and arranged rooms for them as reserve personnel for the main members of the Avengers. Link then returned home and contacted the Avengers to inform them of the incident and showed them the mind gem in his hand. It was just a notification, but Link now possessed 3 Infinity Stones. It was really unbelievable, but no one was surprised because Link was very capable. Nothing happened that night. When Link woke up the next day, he suddenly felt that something was different about himself. He raised his hand and looked at the 3 rings on his left hand, which were 3 gems of different colors. The space gem simply provided some energy to Link's body, which was too little for Link. Link felt that the reality gem should provide a kind of magic power. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Camertage, or the Ancient One didn't want to see him. Link also considered that he had been carrying 2 Infinity Stones before, and whether the Ancient One was on guard against him or worried that his power was too strong. These were all good reasons not to see him. But now the power given to him by the Spirit Gem appeared a little different. He felt that his perception of the surroundings had changed. Without getting up, he stared at the bedside table on his side. The mobile phone on it floated up directly, which surprised Link. When he was surprised, the phone fell back. Fortunately, it didn't fly very high and fell back with a click. Link was unskilled, but it was very clear to him. As expected, the Infinity Stones all have their own characteristics and effects on the user, and the right effect can provide great power. Thanos' method of use is the simplest and most brutal. He can control the power of the 6 Infinity Stones and use them smoothly, but he does not use the best method. In other words, the stronger the person, the stronger the power. This theory should not be wrong. Superman himself has a super brain, but it is hard to say about his mental aspect. After all, Link is not so clear about it either. However, since he is strong overall, he should not be bad in other aspects either. Now that he has the mental gem, isn't it equivalent to amplifying his mental power? Unfortunately, he was sleeping during this process and didn't know the specific process, but it was not a big problem. By adding a telekinesis, he could slightly enhance his combat effectiveness. Anyway, he could push it to the Spirit Gem. After getting up and having breakfast, Jessica went to work, while Link opened the space channel and came to the ground headquarters. Wanda and Pietro are training. They started training after breakfast in the morning. Pietro's training is simple, which is to adapt and control his own speed, while Wanda's ability needs to be explored slowly. How are they? Link asked Natasha. Natasha said, very strong. Their abilities are very strong, which is a good thing for us, but they are not used to it yet. Once you are familiar with them, you can play an important role and increase your combat power. The Avengers are getting stronger and stronger. I am a little worried. Link knew what the other party was worried about. Natasha was not a flower in a greenhouse. She understood this world. Link said, there is no need to be afraid because there is nothing on Earth that can threaten us. Those who threaten us will not attack us. How is the recruitment going now? Not bad. Natasha said, the space headquarters has all the personnel, including fighter pilots. They are training in space. The Yan-style fighter is too flexible. It requires sufficient talent to fly. We need to select carefully in this regard. After all, there are not many personnel and each one is precious. Well, once they are trained, we can set off to visit some civilized planets to reach some cooperation. Link said, we always need to know some information. Asgard doesn't pay much attention to the universe, but we can't help but pay attention, especially to Thanos' movements, so as not to be caught off guard by him. His previous attempts on Earth show that he is interested in Earth. That's the most dangerous thing. Natasha nodded slightly, then asked, both T'Challa and Shuri are studying, but T'Challa's studies are very limited. Where are you going to place him? Link thought for a moment and said, since we are going to the universe after we leave in the Avenger, the defense force on Earth will be greatly weakened. Even if we can maintain communication, it will take time to come back. So the range force needs to be stronger, but we need to first determine the personnel who will go out. I am one of them and T'Challa is a prince, so we need his advice. Stark will probably go, so we'll need a battleship commander, and that can only be you. The rest of you stay. Natasha's mouth curled up slightly and she said, that's a great arrangement. I also want to see what the universe looks like. Link laughed and said, then prepare to be uncomfortable. Space jumping is a very uncomfortable thing. Okay, I'll go first. After he finished speaking, he directly opened the space channel, left the ground headquarters, and then appeared outside New York, training his newly emerged telekinesis in the wild. The person Link imitated was naturally Ebony Maw. This guy's telekinesis was very powerful. Link obtained the telekinesis with the help of the mind gem, or maybe it was developed. After all, the previous scepter could stimulate superpowers, so it was reasonable that it stimulated Link's telekinesis. He was going to take off the ring and try again after he got familiar with it. Now he had to become proficient first. As a result, he found that it was very easy because his super brain allowed him to easily control everything. Superman is a guy with cheats. He seems to have everything. If he wants, or even if he doesn't have the idea of not killing, he won't have to encounter any setbacks. However, he was educated by his adoptive father like a virgin. His hands and feet were completely tripped, but Link didn't have this worry. He just didn't want to be harassed, so he hid his power, but when he could use it, he was completely unscrupulous.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.